Section 1 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens,
Craig Franklin,
Sonia,
and Thomas Peter.
The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations, Section 1. After all, what is poetry? By John Raymond Howard. Considering the immense volume of poetical writing produced and lost or accumulated by all nations through the ages, it is of curious interest that no generally accepted definition of the word poetry has ever been made. Of course, all versifiers aim at poetry, yet what is poetry? Many definitions have been attempted. Some of these would exclude work by poets whom the world agrees to call great. Others would shut out elements that are undeniably poetic. Still others, while not excluding, do not positively include much that must be recognized as within the poetical realm. In brief, all are more or less partial. Perhaps a few examples may make this clearer and show, too, the difficulty of the problem. Poetry, says Shelley, is the record of the best and happiest moments of the happiest and best minds. But how can this include that genuine poetic genius, Byron, who gloried in being neither good nor happy? Lord Jeffrey, one of the keenest of critics, says that the term may properly be applied to, quote, every metrical composition from which we derive pleasure without any laborious exercise of the understanding, end quote. In this category, what becomes a Browning, whom Sharp characterises, quote, the most profoundly subtle mind that has exercised itself in poetry since Shakespeare. Wordsworth, who has influenced all the poets since his day, declares poetry to be, quote, the breath and finest spirit of all knowledge. It is the impassioned expression which is the countenance of all science, end quote. Matthew Arnold accepts this dictum and uses it to further his own idea of the great future of poetry as that to which mankind will yet turn, quote, to interpret life for us, to console us, to sustain us, end quote, even in place of religion and philosophy. And yet some of the highest and finest of known poetic flights have been in the expression of religious and philosophical truth, while, on the other hand, Wordsworth's characterization of poetry turns the cold shoulder to that which is neither knowledge nor science, the all-powerful passion of love, probably the most universal fount and origin of poetry since the human race began to express its thoughts and feelings at all. Coleridge enlarges Wordsworth's phrase and makes poetry, quote, the blossom and fragrance of all human knowledge, human thought, human passions, emotions, language, end quote. This is fine, yet it is but a figure denoting the themes and ignoring the form of poetic production. Quaint old Thomas Fuller gives a pretty simile when he says that, quote, poetry is music in words, and music is poetry in sound, end quote. And, insofar as melodious form and harmonious thought express and arouse emotion, he gives a hint of the truth. The German, John Paul Richter, says an admirable thing, quote, there are so many tender and holy emotions flying about in our inward world, which, like angels, can never assume the body of an outward act. So many rich and lovely flowers spring up, which bear no seed, that it is a happiness poetry was invented, which receives into its limbus all these incorporeal spirits, and the perfume of all these flowers. End quote. True, but the tremendous domain of tragedy, emotion neither holy nor tender, has been most fruitful of poetic power, and that finds here no recognition. Edmund Burke's rather disparaging remark that poetry is, quote, the art of substituting shadows and of lending existence to nothing, end quote, has yet a vital suggestion, reminding one of Shakespeare's graphic touch in The Tempest. Quote, and as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes, and gives to airy nothings a local habitation and a name. End quote. And this again recalls in Holy Writ that clarifying description of the imaginative power of seeing the invisible, which is called faith, as being the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. These varied sayings concern the elements of poetry and help to an apprehension of its scope and power, yet they but partially satisfy the desire to know what is meant by that familiar word, which we constantly use, and use understandingly, while yet the very makers of poetry find difficulty in telling just what is signified by it. Let us turn to the dictionary and see how the matter looks to the cold-minded definer. Webster gives poetry as, quote, the art of apprehending and interpreting ideas by the faculty of the imagination, the art of idealizing in thought and in expression, end quote. And then, specifically, quote, imaginative language or composition, whether expressed rhythmically or in prose, end quote. This seems to come nearer the mark, although, by admitting poetical prose, the popular idea of poetry is expanded to include all writing that is infused with the imaginative quality. Thus is found place for Walt Whitman, who defies all metre, and who yet lays strong hold upon the reader, despite his whimsicalities, by the very multiplicity and suggestiveness of his imaginings among real things. Perhaps as satisfactory a presentation of the matter as can be found is in a casual phrase of Stedman's in the introduction to his American Anthology. This true poet and master critic, in pursuit of another idea, alludes to poetry as, quote, being a rhythmical expression of emotion and ideality, end quote. Here at last we have form, spirit, and theme combined in one terse utterance. In poetry we look for the musical metre, the recurrent refrain of rhythm, while that which inspires it arises from the universal motives which Coleridge names as ministers to love. Quote, all thoughts, all passions, all delights, whatever stirs this mortal frame. End quote. With this view, then, of the vast range of poetical thinking and feeling, such as most arouse interest in all possible moods of the reader, and recalling the fact that the aim of the poet is to set forth his strains in musical measures that allure the attention and satisfy the sense of perfect expression, it will be of interest to note a few passages concerning this art of all arts from notable thinkers. In his introduction towards admirable selections from the English poets, Matthew Arnold, critic and poet, to whom allusion has already been made, says, quote, the future of poetry is immense, because in poetry, where it is worthy of its high destinies, our race, as time goes on, will find an ever surer and surer stay. We are here invited to trace the stream of English poetry, but whether we set ourselves, as here, to follow only one of the several streams that make the mighty river of poetry, or whether we seek to know them all, Our governing thought should be the same. We should conceive of poetry worthily and more highly than it has been the custom to conceive of it. We should conceive of it as capable of higher uses and called to higher destinies than those which, in general, men have assigned to it hitherto. More and more mankind will discover that we have to turn to poetry to interpret life for us, to console us, to sustain us. But if we conceive thus highly of poetry, we must also set our standard for poetry high, since poetry, to be capable of fulfilling such high destinies, must be poetry of a high order of excellence. The best poetry is what we want. The best poetry will be found to have a power of forming, sustaining, and delighting us as nothing else can. A clearer, deeper sense of the best in poetry and of the strength and joy to be drawn from it is the most precious benefit which we can gather from a poetical collection such as the present." End quote.
Macaulay, in his brilliant essay on Milton, which published in the Edinburgh Review in 1825, gave him instant recognition as a new literary power, set up an interesting theory. A few extracts will give it. Milton, it is said, inherited what his predecessors created. He lived in an enlightened age. He received a finished education, and we must therefore, if we would form a just estimate of his powers, make large deductions for these advantages. We venture to say, on the contrary, paradoxical as the remark may appear, that no poet has ever had to struggle with more unfavourable circumstances than Milton. We think that, as civilization advances, poetry almost necessarily declines. Therefore, though we admire those great works of imagination which have appeared in dark ages, we do not admire them the more because they have appeared in dark ages. On the contrary, we hold that the most wonderful and splendid proof of genius is a great poem produced in a civilized age. Of all people, children are the most imaginative. They abandon themselves without reserve to every illusion. Every image which is strongly presented to their mental eye produces on them the effect of reality. In a rude state of society, men are children with a greater variety of ideas. It is therefore in such a state of society that we may expect to find the poetical temperament in its highest perfection. He who, in an enlightened and literary society, aspires to be a great poet, must first become a little child. He must take to pieces the whole web of his mind. He must unlearn much of that knowledge which has perhaps constituted hitherto his chief title to superiority. His very talents will be a hindrance to him. His difficulties will be proportioned to his proficiency in the pursuits which are fashionable among his contemporaries, and proficiency will in general be proportioned to the vigour and activity of his mind. If these reasonings be just, no poet has ever triumphed over greater difficulties than Milton. He received a learned education. He was a profound and elegant classical scholar. He had studied all the mysteries of rabbinical literature. He was intimately acquainted with every language of modern Europe from which either pleasure or information was then to be derived. He was perhaps the only great poet of later times who had been distinguished by the excellence of his Latin verse. And yet Macaulay goes on to say, "The public has long been agreed as to the merit of the most remarkable passages, the incomparable harmony of the numbers, and the excellence of that style which no rival has been able to equal, and no parodist to degrade, which displays in their highest perfection the idiomatic powers of the English tongue, and to which every ancient and every modern language has contributed something of grace, of energy, or of music. But how would it have been possible for Milton to have enriched his poetry with all these elements in a primeval age when many of them did not exist? Indeed, Milton's own words show how he regarded the task of writing the Paradise Lost, to which he had consecrated his energies. In a pamphlet issued in 1641, he wrote, "Neither do I think it shame to covenant with any knowing reader that for some few years yet I may go on trust with him toward the payment of what I am now indebted, as being a work not to be raised from the heat of youth or the vapours of wine, like that which flows at waste from the pen of some vulgar amorist, or the trench fury of a rhyming parasite, nor to be obtained by the invocation of Dame Memory and her siren daughters, but by devout prayer to that eternal Spirit who can enrich with all utterance and knowledge, and sends out his seraphim with the hallowed fire of his altar to touch and purify the lips of whom he pleases." To this must be added industriously select reading, steady observation, insights into all seemly and generous arts and affairs, till which in some measure be compassed at mine own peril and cost. I refuse not to sustain this expectation from as many as are not loath to hazard so much credulity upon the best pledges that I can give them. The poem was published in 1667, so that for at least 26 years the poet was utilizing all the available resources of civilization and scholarship to make himself more fit. But we may cite against Macaulay's theory also a brief passage in the essay on Burns by Thomas Carlyle, surely a prose poet, if ever there was one. Treating of the achievements of Burns, in spite of his crude surroundings, ignorance and lack of most that distinguishes civilization from that childlike simplicity of primeval life, which Macaulay regards as the more favourable to developing poetical temperament. Carlyle says of the ploughman poet, "Let it not be objected that he did little. He did much, if we consider where and how. If the work performed was small, we must remember that he had his very materials to discover, for the metal he worked in lay hid under the desert moor, where no eye but his had guessed its existence, and we may almost say that with his own hand he had to construct the tools for fashioning it. For he found himself in deepest obscurity, without help, without instructions, without model, or with models only of the meanest sort. An educated man stands, as it were, in the midst of a boundless arsenal and magazine, filled with all the weapons and engines which man's skill has been able to devise from the earliest time, and he works accordingly with a strength borrowed from all past ages. How different is his state, who stands on the outside of that storehouse and feels that its gates must be stormed or remain forever shut against him. His means are the commonest and rudest. The mere work done is no measure of his strength. A dwarf behind the steam engine may remove mountains, but no dwarf will hew them down with a pickaxe, and he must be a Titan that hurls them abroad with his arms. It is in this last shape that Burns presents himself, impelled by the expansive movement of his own irrepressible soul. He struggles forward into the general view, and with haughty modesty lays down before us, as the fruit of his labour, a gift which time has now pronounced imperishable. But why should one read poetry at all, where there is so much good prose to be read? Herbert Spencer, in his essay on Style, gives some reasons for the superiority of poetry to prose. He says, "Poetry, we shall find, habitually adopts those symbols of thought and those methods of using them which instinct and analysis agree in choosing as most effective, and becomes poetry by virtue of doing this. Thus poetry, regarded as a vehicle of thought, is especially impressive, partly because it obeys all the laws of effective speech, and partly because in so doing it imitates the natural utterances of excitement, while the matter embodied is idealized emotion. The vehicle is the idealized language of emotion. As the musical composer catches the cadences in which our feelings of joy and sympathy, grief and despair vent themselves, and out of these germs evolves melodies suggesting higher phases of these feelings, so the poet develops from the typical expressions in which men utter passion and sentiments those choice forms of verbal combinations in which concentrated passion and sentiment may be fitly presented. And the language which Spenser regards as the most effective is tersely set forth by that poetic and spiritual preacher Frederick W. Robertson, in his idea of poetry, the natural language of excited feeling and a work of imagination wrought into form by art.
Another point in connection with the language of poetry is that, compelled by their limitations of rhythm, rhyme, and the compression of much thought and feeling into brief space, the poets have become the finest artists in the use of words. The examples of word use in the dictionaries are largely drawn from the poets. Joseph Joubert, the French epigrammatist, says, "Like the nectar of the bee, which turns to honey the dust of flowers, or like that liquor which converts lead into gold, the poet has a breath that fills out words, gives them light and color. He knows wherein consists their charm, and by what art enchanted structures may be built with them." Familiarity with poetry thus becomes to the attentive reader an insensible training in language, as well as an elevation of mind and spirit. Superiority of spirit and of form, then, offers good reasons why the intelligent, whether for stimulation, consolation, self-culture, or mere amusement in idle hours, should avail of a due proportion of this finest expression of the sweetest, the highest, and the deepest emotional experiences of life, in the realms of nature, of art, and of humanity itself. A few words from the gifted William Ellery Channing the elder epitomize some striking thoughts on this subject. "We believe that poetry, far from injuring society, is one of the great instruments of its refinement and exaltation. It lifts the mind above ordinary life, gives it a respite from depressing cares, and awakens the consciousness of its affinity with what is pure and noble. In its legitimate and highest efforts it has the same tendency and aim with Christianity, that is, to spiritualize our nature. The present life, which is the first stage of the immortal mind, abounds in the materials of poetry, and it is the highest office of the bard to detect this divine element among the grosser pleasures and labors of our earthly being. The present life is not wholly prosaic, precise, tame, and finite. To the gifted eye it abounds in the poetic. It is not true that the poet paints a life which does not exist. He only extracts and concentrates, as it were, life's ethereal essence, arrests and condenses its volatile fragrance, brings together its scattered beauties, and prolongs its more refined but evanescent joys. And in this he does well, for it is good to feel that life is not wholly usurped by cares for subsistence and physical gratifications, but admits, in measures which may be indefinitely enlarged, sentiments and delights worthy of a higher being. In his introduction to the Plymouth Collection of Hymns and Tunes, the pioneer book of all such aids to church congregational singing, Henry Ward Beecher gave a noble view of the power of a hymn arising out of experience. No other composition is like an experimental hymn. It is not a mere poetic impulse. It is not a thought, a fancy, a feeling threaded upon words. It is the voice of experience, speaking from the soul a few words that condense and often represent a whole life. One great hope may come to fruit only at the end of many years, and as the ripening of 100 experiences. As there be flowers that drink the dews of spring and summer, and feed upon all the rains, and only just before the winter comes burst forth into bloom, so it is with some of the noblest blossoms of the soul. The bolt that prostrated Saul gave him the exceeding brightness of Christ, and so some hymns could never have been written but for a heart-stroke that well nigh crushed out the life. It is cleft in two by bereavement, and out of the rift comes forth, as by resurrection, the form and voice that shall never die out of the world. Angels sat at the grave's mouth, and so hymns are the angels that rise up out of our griefs and darkness and dismay. Thus born, a hymn is one of those silent ministers which God sends to those who are to be heirs of salvation. It enters into the tender imagination of childhood, and casts down upon the chambers of its thought a whole radiance which shall never quite depart. It goes with the Christian, singing to him all the way, as if it were the airy voice of some guardian spirit. When darkness of trouble, settling fast, is shutting out every star, a hymn bursts through and brings light like a torch. It abides by our side in sickness. It goes forth with us in joy to syllable that joy. And thus, after a time, we clothe the hymn with the memories and associations of our own life. It is garlanded with flowers which grew in our hearts. Born of the experience of one mind, it becomes the unconscious record of many minds. Thus sprung from a wondrous life, hymns lead a life yet more wonderful. When they first come to us, they are like the single strokes of a bell ringing down to us from above, but at length a single hymn becomes a whole chime of bells, mingling and discoursing to us the harmonies of a life's Christian experience. Passing from this very human and sympathetic view of the profoundest use of poetry, note how the veteran Bryant confirms it. In treating of the beautiful mythologies of Greece and Rome, so much of which entered into the warp and woof of ancient poetry, he grants their poetical quality, but doubts whether, on the whole, the art gained more than it lost by them, because, having a god for every operation of nature, they left nothing in obscurity. Everything was accounted for. Mystery, a prime element of poetry, existed no longer. Moreover, that system gave us the story of a superior and celestial race of beings, to whom human passions were attributed, and who were, like ourselves, susceptible of suffering. But it elevated them so far above the creatures of earth in power, in knowledge, and in security from the calamities of our condition, that they could be the subjects of little sympathy. Therefore it is that the mythological poetry of the ancients is as cold as it is beautiful, as unaffecting as it is faultless. The admirers of poetry, then, may give up the ancient mythology without a sigh. Its departure has left us what is better than all it has taken away. It has left us men and women. It has left us the creatures and things of God's universe, to the simple charm of which the cold splendor of that system blinded men's eyes, and to the magnificence of which the rapid progress of science is every day adding new wonders and glories. It has left us, also, a more sublime and affecting religion, whose truths are broader, higher, nobler than any outlook to which its random conjectures ever attained. Yet, after all, returning from this consideration of poetic themes to the question of the poetic principle itself, we may find a sturdy assertion of it in a few words by Edgar Allan Poe, perhaps the most acute of the many debaters of this apparently simple yet evasive problem. After discussing the elements of poetry in music, painting, and other art, Poe writes, "I would define, in brief, the poetry of words as the rhythmical creation of beauty. Its sole arbiter is taste. With the intellect, or with the conscience, it has only collateral relations. Unless incidentally, it has no concern whatever with duty or with truth." In the contemplation of beauty, we alone find it possible to attain the pleasurable elevation or excitement of the soul, which we recognize as the poetic sentiment, and which is so easily distinguished from truth, which is the satisfaction of the reason, or from passion, which is excitement of the heart. I make beauty, therefore, using the word as inclusive of the sublime, I make beauty the province of the poem. It by no means follows, however, that the incitements of passion, or the precepts of duty, or even the lessons of truth, may not be introduced into a poem, and with advantage, for they may subserve incidentally, in various ways, the general purposes of the work. But the true artist will always contrive to tone them down in proper subjection to that beauty which is the atmosphere and the real essence of the poem.
Lest one should conclude that this is the verdict of an exclusively artistic spirit, bent upon the development of art for art's sake alone, disregardful of the spiritual essence involved, let him read the following passage by Dr. William Hayes Ward, scholar, archaeologist, critic, editor of a great religious journal. Treating of the elements of true poetry, he lays down this. What then is poetry? It is the verbal expression of thought under the paramount control of the principle of beauty. The thought must be as beautiful as possible. The expression must be as beautiful as possible. Essential beauty and formal beauty must be wedded, and the union is poetry. Other principles than beauty may govern a literary production. The purpose may be, first, absolute clearness. That will not make poetry. It will make good mathematical demonstration. It may make a good news item, but not poetry. The predominant sentiment may be ethical. That may give us a sermon, but it will not give a poem. A poem is first of all beautiful, beautiful in its content of thought, and beautiful in its expression through words. The first and chief element in a poem is beauty of thought, and that beauty may relate to any department, material, mental, or spiritual, in which beauty can reside. Such poetry may describe a misty desert, a flowery mead, a feminine form, a ruddy sky, a rhythmic waterfall, a bluebird's flutterings, receding thunder, a violet's scent, the spicy tang of apples, the thrill of clasped arms and a lover's kiss. Or it may raise higher, and rest in the relations of things, in similes and metaphors. It may infuse longing and love and passion. It may descant fair reason and meditative musing. Or, in highest flight, beauty may range over the summits of lofty purpose, inspiring patriotism, devotion, sacrifice, till it becomes one with the love of man and the love of God, even as the fading outline of a mountain melts into the blue sky which envelops it. Dominant over all beauty is moral beauty. All highest flights of poetry must range in the empyrean. Thus, in poetry, all other graces and powers, be they lower or higher, must come under control of the principle of beauty, the pleasing harmony that brings delight. And the almost infinite variety of beautiful modes and styles offered in such a gathering of poems as the present finds argument for its worth in the brief extract with which our melange of opinions may well conclude. It is taken from a series of articles in the New York Independent on A Theory of Poetry by the Southern poet Henry Timrod. Making a protest against the limitation of taste and the poetic vision in certain directions, instead of cultivating a broader range of taste, he says, I have known more than one young lover of poetry who read nothing but Browning, and there are hundreds who have drowned all the poets of the past and present in the deep music of Tennyson. But is it not possible, with the whole wealth of literature at our command, to attain views broad enough to enable us to do justice to genius of every class and character? That certainly can be no true poetical creed that leads directly to the neglect of those masterpieces which, though wrought hundreds or thousands of years ago, still preserve the freshness of perennial youth. The injury of such neglect falls only on such as slight them, and the penalty they pay is a contracted and a contracting insight, the shutting on them forever of many glorious vistas of mind, and the loss of thousands of images of grace and grandeur. Oh, rest assured that there are no stereotyped forms of poetry. It is of vital power, and may assume any guise and take any shape, at one time towering like an Alp in the darkness, and at another sunning itself in the bell of a tulip or the cup of a lily, and until one shall have learned to recognize it in all its various developments, he has no right to echo back the benison of Wordsworth. Blessings be on them and eternal praise, the poets who on earth have made us heirs of truth and pure delight in heavenly lays. By no means, then, to attempt a new definition where so many more competent have failed, we may nevertheless gather some points of certainty from the opinions cited above. Poetry concerns itself with the ideal and the emotional, in nature, life, and thought. Its language must be choice, for aptness of expression and for melodious sound. Its form will embody the recurrence of rhythmic measures, which, however elaborated and varied in later times, originated in the dim past, when singing and dancing moved hand in hand for the vivid utterance of feeling, in mirthful joy and in woe, love and hate, worshipful devotion and mortal defiance, the fierceness of battle and the serenity of peace, while through all and over all must breathe the informing spirit of beauty, whether of the delicate or the sublime, whether of sweetness or of power, harmonizing both the interior essence and its outward expression. In the ejaculations of delight, fear, or wonder of primitive man at the phenomena of nature, in his imaginative efforts to explain the mystery of power behind light, darkness, the seasons, storm, calm, lie the beginnings of poetry, and religion grows from the same seed, the desire of the finite to lay hold on the infinite. Every man is a potential poet, just so far as he responds to these yearnings after some expression of the ideal and the ineffable. Poetry indeed finds its inspiration in all things, from the humblest creation to the Creator himself, nothing too low or too high for its interest. In turn it has inspired humanity's finest deeds, and so long as humanity's aims and joys and woes persist, will mankind seek uplift and delight in its charm. J. R. Howard. Preface. The poets, by the very necessity of their vocation, are the closest students of language in any literature. They are the most exacting in their demands upon the resources of words, and the most careful of discriminations in their use. Easy writing's cursed hard reading, said an English wit, but for the poet there is no such thing as easy writing. He must wreak thought upon expression. The veteran Bryant wrote, "Thou wouldst wear the name of poet midst thy brethren of mankind, and clothe in words of flame thoughts that shall live within the general mind. Deem not the framing of a deathless lay the pastime of a drowsy summer day, but gather all thy powers," etc. The prose writer should, and the great one does, carefully weigh, select, and place his words, but the poet must, if he is to make any least claim to the title. Therefore poetical quotations are, as a rule, more skilfully apt to the purpose of expressing shades of thought than are the more natural and therefore usually less careful phrases of prose, even when conveying thoughts that shall live within the general mind. A gathering of poetical quotations is valuable in two ways. It may afford the most vivid and significant representation of a thought or feeling for some specific occasion, or it will open to the reader an alluring field for wandering at will, or even aimlessly, yet with ever-fresh interest. In case one seeks some particular phrase, some familiar quotation which is vaguely remembered but desired for more accurate use, it may easily be that the phrase sought is not among the assemblage of notable fragments in this volume, but in its own place, embodied in the poem where it had its origin, in some of the other volumes of this work. In this volume, however, will be found some 2,700 memorable passages from poems not included in the others. They are alphabetically arranged under more than 300 appropriate titles, for general topics, and the index of topics will show cross-references to other and kindred themes, so that if desired a subject may be pursued into thoughts of related interest. It is hoped that this gathering up of admirable fragments that should not be lost to familiar use, even though their original sources could find no proper place in the plan of the work at large, will prove to be helpfully suggestive, whether to the seeker for specific thoughts and expressions, or to the general appreciative reader. The Editors. Next to the originator of a good sentence is the first quoter of it. We are as much informed of a writer's genius by what he selects as by what he originates. R. W. Emerson, from Quotation and Originality. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 2, Absence, Action, Admiration, Adornment, Adventure. Absence. 'Tis said that absence conquers love. But oh, believe it not, I've tried, alas, its power to prove, but thou art not forgot. Tomas, from Absence Conquers Love. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, Isle of Beauty, fare thee well. Bailey, from Isle of Beauty. Though absent, present in desires they be, our souls much further than our eyes can see. Drayton, from Sonnet. There's not a wind but whispers of thy name. Proctor, from Mirandola. Short absence hurt him more, and made his wound far greater than before. Absence not long enough to root out quite all love, increases love at second sight. May, from Henry II. How like a winter hath my absence been from thee, the pleasure of the fleeting year! What freezings have I felt, what dark days seen, what old December's bareness everywhere! Shakespeare, from Sonnet 97. Days of absence, sad and dreary, clothed in sorrow's dark array. Days of absence, I am weary, she I love is far away. Rousseau, from Days of Absence. Love reckons hours for months and days for years, and every little absence is an age. Dryden, from Amphitryon. What? Keep a week away? 7 days and nights? 88 hours? And lovers' absent hours more tedious than the dial 80 times? Oh, weary reckoning! Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 3, Scene 4. Long did his wife, suckling her babe, her only one, look out the way he went at parting, but he came not. Rogers, from Italy. With what a deep devotedness of woe I wept thy absence, o'er and o'er again, thinking of thee, still thee, till thought grew pain, and memory like a drop that, night and day, falls cold and ceaseless, wore my heart away. More, from Lalla Rookh, veiled prophet of Khorasan. Condemned whole years in absence to deplore, and image charms he must behold no more. Pope, from Eloise to Abelard. Action. The flighty purpose ne'er is o'ertook, unless the deed go with it. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 1. If our virtues did not go forth of us, 'twere all alike, as if we had them not. Spirits are not finely touched, but to fine issues. nor nature never lends the smallest scruple of her excellence, but, like a thrifty goddess, she determines herself the glory of a creditor, both thanks and use. Shakespeare from Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 1. We must not stint our necessary actions in the fear to cope malicious censurers. Shakespeare from King Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 2. That light we see is burning in my hall. How far that little candle throws his beams, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. Shakespeare from Merchant of Venice, Act 5, Scene 1. Our acts, our angels are, or good or ill, our fatal shadows that walk by us still. Fletcher from An Honest Man's Fortune. Admiration. She is pretty to walk with, and witty to talk with, and pleasant, too, to think on. Suckling from Brennoraut, Act 2. But from the hoops bewitching round, her very shoe has power to wound. More from Fables, the Spider and the Bee. That eagle's fate and mine are one, which, on the shaft that made him die, espied a feather of his own, wherewith he wont to soar so high. Waller, to a lady singing a song of his composing. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. Shakespeare from Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2. The light that lies in woman's eyes. More from The Time I've Lost in Wooing. Is she not more than painting can express, or youthful poets fancy when they love? Rowe from The Fair Penitent, Act 3, Scene 1. Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Marlowe from Faustus. The dimple that thy chin contains has beauty in its round, that never has been fathomed yet by myriad thoughts profound. Hafiz from Odes 143. Beauty stands in the admiration only of weak minds, led captive, cease to admire, and all her plumes fall flat, and shrink into a trivial toy, at every sudden slighting quite abashed. Milton from Paradise Regained, Book 2. Adornment. The ornament of beauty is suspect, a crow that flies in heaven's sweetest air. Shakespeare from Sonnet 70. A native grace sat fair-proportioned in her polished limbs, veiled in a simple robe their best attire, beyond the pomp of dress, for loveliness needs not the foreign aid of adornment, but is, when unadorned, adorned the most. Thomson from The Seasons, Autumn. She's adorned amply that, in her husband's eye, looks lovely, the truest mirror that an honest wife can see her beauty in. Tobin from The Honeymoon, Act 3, Scene 4. Terrible he rode alone, with his yeoman sword for aid. Ornament it carried none, but the notches on the blade. Anonymous translation from The Death Feud, an Arab war song. Adventure. Naught venture, naught have. Tusser from 500 Points of Good Husbandry, October's Abstract. We must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Shakespeare from Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. Fierce wars and faithful loves shall moralise my song. Spenser from Fairy Queen, Book 1, Proem. Send danger from the east into the west, sow honour cross it from the north to south, and let them grapple. Oh, the blood more stirs to rouse a lion than to start a hare. By heaven, methinks it were an easy leap to pluck bright honour from the pale-faced moon, or dive into the bottom of the deep, where fathom line could never touch the ground, and pluck up drowned honour by the locks. Shakespeare from King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 3. A wild dedication of yourselves to unpathed waters, undreamed shores. Shakespeare from Winter's Tale, Act 4, Scene 3. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 3. Adversity, Advice, Age, Air, Ambition. Adversity. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 3. Calamity is man's true touchstone. Beaumont and Fletcher, from Four Plays in One, The Triumph of Honour, Scene 1. More safe I sing with mortal voice unchanged, too hoarse or mute, though fallen on evil days though fallen, and evil tongues. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 7. Though losses and crosses be lessons right severe, there's wit there, ye'll get there, ye'll find nae otherwhere. Burns, from Epistle to Davy. By adversity are wrought the greatest work of admiration, and all the fair examples of renown out of distress and misery are grown. Daniel, from On the Earl of Southampton. Aromatic plants bestow no spicy fragrance while they grow, but crushed or trodden to the ground, diffuse their balmy sweets around. Goldsmith, from The Captivity, Act 1. The good are better made by ill, as odours crushed are sweeter still. Rogers, from Jacqueline. Daughter of Jove, relentless power, thou tamer of the human breast, whose iron scourge and torturing hour the bad affright, afflict the best. Gray, from Hymn to Adversity. 'Tis better to be lowly born, and range with humble livers in content, than to be perked up in a glistering grief, and wear a golden sorrow. Shakespeare, from King Henry VIII, Act 2, Scene 3. As if misfortune made the throne her seat, and none could be unhappy but the great. Rowe, from The Fair Penitent, Prologue. None think the great unhappy but the great. Young, from Love of Fame, Satire 1. My pride fell with my fortunes. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 2. We have seen better days. Shakespeare, from Timon of Athens, Act 4, Scene 2. If ever you have looked on better days, if ever been where bells have knolled to church. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Oh, who can hold a fire in his hand by thinking on the frosty Caucasus, or cloy the hungry edge of appetite by bare imagination of a feast, or wallow naked in December snow by thinking on fantastic summer's heat? Oh no, the apprehension of the good gives but the greater feeling to the worse. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 1, Scene 2. A poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 3, Scene 2. Eating the bitter bread of banishment. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 3, Scene 1. For sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. Shakespeare, from The Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 8. Lord of himself, that heritage of woe. Lord Byron, from Lara, Canto 1. Lord of thy presence, and no land beside. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 1, Scene 1. Heaven is not always angry when he strikes, but most chastises those whom most he likes. Pomfret, from Verses to his Friend under Affliction. As sunshine broken in the rill, though turned astray, is sunshine still. Moore, from Fire Worshippers. On Fortune's cap we are not the very button. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Cheered up himself with ends of verse, and sayings of philosophers. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 3. O life, thou art a galling load, along a rough, a weary road, to wretches such as I. Burns, from Despondency. A wretched soul, bruised with adversity. Shakespeare, from Comedy of Errors, Act 2, Scene 1. Affliction's sons are brothers in distress, a brother to relieve, how exquisite the bliss. Burns, from A Winter Night. Henceforth I'll bear affliction till it do cry out itself, Enough, enough, and die. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. On me, time and change can heap no more. The painful past, with blighting grief, hath left my heart a withered leaf. Time and change can do no more. Horn, from Dirge. I wish thy lot, now bad, still worse, my friend, for when at worst, they say, things always mend. Owen, from To a Friend in Distress. The wine of life is drawn, and the mere lees is left this vault to brag of. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 8. Things at the worst will cease, or else climb upward to what they were before. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 2. I am not now in Fortune's power, he that is down can fall no lower. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 3. The worst is not, so long as we can say, this is the worst. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 4, Scene 1. Advice. The worst men often give the best advice. Our deeds are sometimes better than our thoughts. Bailey, from Festus, Scene, A Village Feast. I pray thee cease thy counsel, which falls into mine ears as profitless as water in a sieve. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 5, Scene 1. O life, how pleasant is thy morning! Young fancies race the hills adorning, cold pausing caution's lesson scorning, we frisk away, like schoolboys at the expected warning, to joy and play. Burns, from Epistle to James Smith. Know when to speak, for many times it brings danger to give the best advice to kings. Herrick, from Hesperides' Caution in Counsel. Age. I'm growing fonder of my staff, I'm growing dimmer in the eyes, I'm growing fainter in my laugh, I'm growing deeper in my sighs, I'm growing careless of my dress, I'm growing frugal of my gold, I'm growing wise, I'm growing, yes, I'm growing old. Saxe, from I'm Growing Old. And his big manly voice, turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Time has laid his hand upon my heart, gently, not smiting it, but as a harper lays his open palm upon his harp, to deaden its vibrations. Longfellow, from The Golden Legend, 4. Years steal fire from the mind, as vigour from the limb, and life's enchanted cup but sparkles near the brim. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. For we are old, and on our quick's decrease The inaudible and noiseless foot of time steals ere we can effect them. Shakespeare, from All's Well that Ends Well, Act 5, Scene 3. Strange that a harp of thousand strings should keep in tune so long. Watts, from Hymns and Spiritual Songs, Book 2. Thus aged men, full loath and slow, the vanities of life forego, and count their youthful follies o'er, till memory lends her light no more. Scott, from Rokeby, Canto 5. Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty, for in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as a lusty winter, frosty but kindly. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. But grant the virtues of a temperate prime bless with an age exempt from scorn and crime, an age that melts with unperceived decay, and glides in modest innocence away. Johnson, from Vanity of Human Wishes. Who soweth good seed shall surely reap. The year grows rich as it groweth old, and life's latest sands are its sands of gold. Dorr, from To the Bouquet Club. The spring, like youth, fresh blossoms doth produce, but autumn makes them ripe and fit for use. So age a mature mellowness doth set on the green promises of youthful heat. Denham, from Cato Major, Part 4. My May of life is fallen into the sere, the yellow leaf, and that which should accompany old age, as honour, love, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have, but in their stead curses, not loud but deep, mouth honour, breath, which the poor heart would fain deny, and dare not. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 3. What is the worst of woes that wait on age? What stamps the wrinkle deeper on the brow? To view each loved one blotted from life's page, and be alone on earth, as I am now. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 2. His silver hairs will purchase us a good opinion, and by men's voices to commend our deeds. It shall be said, his judgment ruled our hands. Shakespeare, Act 2, Scene 1. As you are old and reverend, you should be wise. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 1, Scene 4. So mayst thou live, till like ripe fruit thou drop into thy mother's lap, or be with ease gathered, not harshly plucked for death mature. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 11. Air. Duncan. This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses. Banquo. The heaven's breath smells wooingly here. No jutty, frieze, buttress, nor coign of vantage, but this bird hath made his pendant bed and procreant cradle. Where they most breed and haunt, I have observed, the air is delicate. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 6. Joyous the birds, fresh gales and gentle airs whispered it to the woods, and from their wings flung rose, flung odours from the spicy shrub. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 8. Hamlet. The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold. Horatio. It is a nipping and an eager air. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. The parching air burns frore, and cold performs the effect of fire. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. Drew audience and attention still as night, or summer's noontide air. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. As one who long in populous city pent, where houses thick and sewers annoy the air. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 9. nor waste their sweetness in the desert air. Churchill, from Gotham, Book 2. Ambition. Ambition is our idol, on whose wings great minds are carried only to extreme, to be sublimely great, or to be nothing. Southern, from The Loyal Brother, Act 1, Scene 1. To reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. Rather than be less, cared not to be at all. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. Lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the upmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 1. I have no spur to prick the sides of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which o'erleaps itself, and falls on the other. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. But wild ambition loves to slide, not stand, and fortune's eyes prefers to virtue's land. Dryden, from Absalom and Achitophel, Part 1. Ambition's monstrous stomach does increase by eating, and it fears to starve unless it still may feed, and all it sees devour. Davenant, from Playhouse to Let. But see how oft ambition's aims are crossed, and chiefs contend till all the prize is lost. Pope, from The Rape of the Lock, Canto 5. O sons of earth, attempt ye still to rise by mountains piled on mountains to the skies. Heaven still with laughter the vain toil surveys, and buries madmen in the heaps they raise. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 4. The very substance of the ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Why then doth flesh, a bubble glass of breath, hunt after honour and advancement vain, and rear a trophy for devouring death? Spenser, from Ruins of Time. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. Section 4. Angel, Anger, Angling, Animals, Anthology. Angel. In this dim world of clouding cares, we rarely know till wildering eyes see white wings lessening up the skies, the angels with us unawares. Massey, from Ballad of Babe Christabel. Around our pillows golden ladders rise, and up and down the skies with winged sandals shod, the angels come and go, the messengers of God. Nor though they fade from us do they depart. It is the childly heart. We walk as heretofore, adown their shining ranks, but see them nevermore. Stoddard, from Hymn to the Beautiful. For God will deign to visit oft the dwellings of just men, delighted and with frequent intercourse thither will send his winged messengers on errands of supernal grace. Milton, from Paradise Lost. But sad as angels for the good man's sin, weep to record and blush to give it in. Campbell, from The Pleasures of Hope, Part 2. What though my winged hours of bliss have been, like angel visits few and far between? Campbell, from The Pleasures of Hope, Part 2. Anger. Anger is like a full hot horse who, being allowed his way, self-mettle tires him. Shakespeare, from King Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 1. Being once chaste, he cannot be reined again to temperance, then he speaks what's in his heart. Shakespeare, from Coriolanus, Act 3, Scene 3. I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself, but sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. Senseless and deformed, convulsive anger storms at large, or pale and silent settles into full revenge. Thomson, from The Seasons, Spring. Be advised, heat not a furnace for your foe so hot, that it do singe yourself. We may outrun by violent swiftness that which we run at, and lose by overrunning. Shakespeare, from King Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 1. Never anger made good guard for itself. Shakespeare, from Antony and Cleopatra, Act 4, Scene 1. Angling. All's fish they got that cometh to net. Tusser, from 500 Points of Good Husbandry. In genial spring, beneath the quivering shade, where cooling vapours breathe along the mead, the patient fisher takes his silent stand, intent, his angle trembling in his hand, which looks unmoved. He hopes the scaly breed, and eyes the dancing cork and bending reed. Pope, from Windsor Forest. Now is the time, while yet the dark brown water aids the guile, to tempt the trout, the well dissembled fly, the rod fine tapering with elastic spring, snatched from the hoary steed the floating line, and all thy slender watery stores prepare. Thomson, from The Seasons, Spring. Just in the dubious point where the pool is mixed, the trembling stream, or where it boils, around the stone or from the hollowed bank, reverted plays in undulating flow, there throw, nice judging, the delusive fly, and as you lead it round in artful curve, with eye attentive mark the springing game. Straight as above the surface of the flood, they wanton rise, or urged by hunger leap, then fix with gentle twitch the barbed hook, some lightly tossing to the grassy bank, and to the shelving shore slow dragging some, with various hand proportioned to their force. Thomson, The Seasons, Spring. Give me mine angle will to the river there, my music playing far off I will betray. Tawny finned fishes my bending hook shall pierce their shiny jaws. Shakespeare, from Antony and Cleopatra. His angle rod made of a sturdy oak, his line a cable which in storms ne'er broke, his hook he baited with a dragon's tail, and sat upon a rock and bobbed for whale. King, from Upon a Giant's Angling. Animals. A harmless, necessary cat. Shakespeare, from Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1. Confound their cats, alway, cats of all colours, black, white, grey, by night a nuisance, and by day. Confound the cats. Dobbin, from A Dithyramb on Cats. I am his highness's dog Hugh. Pray tell me, sir, whose dog are you? Pope, from On the Collar of a Dog. The little dogs and all, Tray, Blanche, and Sweetheart, see they bark at me. Shakespeare, King Lear, Act 3, Scene 6. How in his mid-career the spaniel struck, stiff by the tainted gale, with open nose, outstretched and finely sensible, draws full, fearful and cautious on the latent prey. Thomson, from the Seasons, Autumn. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 4. The courser pawed the ground with restless feet, and snorting foamed and champed the golden bit. Dryden, from Palamon and Arcite, Part 3. Round-hoofed, short-jointed, fetlock, shag, and long, broad breast, full eye, small head and nostril wide, high crest, short ears, straight legs and passing strong, thin mane, thick tail, broad buttock, tender hide. Look what a horse should have he did not lack, save a proud rider on so proud a back. Shakespeare, from Venus and Adonis. Oft in this season to the horse provoked, while his big sinews full of spirit swell, trembling with vigour in the heat of blood, springs the high fence, his nervous chest luxuriant and erect, the seat of strength. Thomson, from the Seasons, Summer. Champing his foam and bounding o'er the plain, arch his high neck and graceful spread his mane. Blackmore, from the Courser. Is it the wind those branches stirs? No, no, from out the forest prance a trampling troop, I see them come, in one vast squadron they advance. I strove to cry, my lips were dumb. The steeds rush on in plunging pride, but where are they the reins to guide? 1,000 horse, and none to ride, with flowing tail and flying mane, wide nostrils never stretched by pain, mouths bloodless to the bit or rein, and feet that iron never shod, and flanks unscarred by spur or rod. 1,000 horse, the wild, the free, like waves that follow o'er the sea, come thickly thundering on. Byron, from Mazeppa. I hold a moose's heart not worth a leak, that hath but un hole for to start to. Chaucer, from Preamble, Wives' Tale of Bath. When now, unsparing as the scourge of war, blast follow blasts and groves dismantled roar, around their home the storm-pinched cattle lows, no nourishment in frozen pasture grows. Bloomfield, from The Farmer's Boy, Winter. Rural confusion on the grassy bank, some ruminating lie while others stand, half in the flood, and often bending sip the circling surface. In the middle droops the strong laborious ox of honest front, which incomposed he shakes, and from his sides the troublous insects lashes with his tail, returning still. Thomson, from the Seasons, Summer. Tossed from rock to rock, incessant bleatings run around the hills. At last, of snowy white, the gathered flocks are in the wattled pen, innumerous pressed, head above head, and ranged in lusty rows. The shepherds sit and whet the sounding shears. Thomson, from the Seasons, Summer. The lamb thy riot dooms to bleed to-day. Had he thy reason, would he skip and play? Pleased to the last, he crops the flowery food, and licks the hand just raised to shed his blood. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 1. Welcome, ye shades, ye bowery thickets, hail! Delicious is your shelter to the soul, as to the hunted hart the sallying spring, or stream full flowing, that his swelling sides laves as he floats along the herbaged brink. Thomson, from the Seasons, Autumn. A poor sequestered stag, that from the hunter's aim had ta'en the hurt, did come to languish, and the big round tears coursed one another down his innocent nose in piteous chase. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 1. Cruel as death, and hungry as the grave, burning for blood, bony and gaunt and grim, assembling wolves in raging troops descend, and pouring o'er the country bear along, keen as the north wind sweeps the glossy snows. All is their prize. Thomson, from the Seasons, Winter. Anthology. Infinity riches in a little room. Marlowe, from The Jew of Malta, Act 1. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 5. Apparition, Appearance, Architecture, Argument, Aristocracy. Apparition. Thin, airy shoals of visionary ghosts. Homer, from the Odyssey, translation of Pope. My people too were scared with eerie sounds, a footstep, a low throbbing in the walls, a noise of falling weights that never fell, weird whispers, bells that rang without a hand, door handles turned when none was at the door, and bolted doors that opened of themselves, and one betwixt the dark and light had seen her, bending by the cradle of her babe. Tennyson, from The Ring. Great Pompey's shade complains that we are slow, and Scipio's ghost walks unavenged amongst us. Addison, from Cato, Act 2, Scene 1. Now it is the time of night, that the graves, all gaping wide, every one lets forth his sprite in the churchway paths to glide. Shakespeare, from A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 5, Scene 1. For night's swift dragons cut the clouds full fast, and yonder shines Aurora's harbinger, at whose approach ghosts wandering here and there troop home to churchyards. Shakespeare, from A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 3, Scene 2. Appearance. Such was Zuleika, such around her shone the nameless charms unmarked by her alone, the light of love, the purity of grace, the mind, the music breathing from her face, the heart whose softness harmonized the whole, and oh, that eye was in itself a soul. Lord Byron, from Bride of Abydos, Canto 1. There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple. If the ill spirit have so fair a house, good things will strive to dwell with't. Shakespeare, from The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2. Exceeding fair she was not, and yet fair in that she never studied to be fairer than nature made her. Beauty cost her nothing, her virtues were so rare. Chapman, from All Fools, Act 1, Scene 1. Her glossy hair was clustered o'er her brow, bright with intelligence, and fair and smooth. Her eyebrow's shape was like the aerial bow, her cheek all purple with the beam of youth, mounting at times to a transparent glow, as if her veins ran lightning. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 1. The glass of fashion, and the mould of form, the observed of all observers. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. They brought one Pinch, a hungry lean-faced villain, a mere anatomy, a mountebank, a threadbare juggler and a fortune-teller, a needy, hollow-eyed, sharp-looking wretch, a living dead man. Shakespeare, from The Comedy of Errors, Act 5, Scene 1. Falstaff sweats to death, and lards the lean earth as he walks along. Were it not for laughing, I should pity him. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 2. Yond Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. Seemed washing his hands with invisible soap in imperceptible water. Hood, from Miss Kilmansegg. Her pretty feet like snails did creep a little out, and then, as if they played at bo-peep, did soon draw in again. Herrick, from Upon Her Feet. Who the silent man can prize, if a fool he be or wise? Yet though lonely seem the wood, therein may lurk the beast of blood. Often bashful looks conceal tongue of fire and heart of steel. And deem not thou in forest grey every dappled skin thy prey, lest thou rouse with luckless spear the tiger for the fallow deer. Bishop Heber, from the Gulistan. Horatio. I saw him once. He was a goodly king. Hamlet. He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. On his bold visage middle age had slightly pressed his signet sage, yet had not quenched the open truth, and fiery vehemence of youth. Forward and frolic glee was there, the will to do, the soul to dare, the sparkling glance, soon blown to fire, of hasty love or headlong ire. Scott, from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 1. Mislike me not for my complexion, the shadowed livery of thy burnished sun, to whom I am a neighbour and near bred. Bring me the fairest creature northward born, where Phoebus' fire scarce thaws the icicles, and let us make incision for your love, to prove whose blood is reddest, his or mine. Shakespeare, from The Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 1. Incensed with indignation, Satan stood unterrified, and like a comet burned, that fires the length of Ophiuchus huge in the Arctic sky, and from his horrid hair shakes pestilence and war. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. Look here upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow, Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, a combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal, to give the world assurance of a man. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. Ay, every inch a king. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. Architecture. When we mean to build, we first survey the plot, then draw the model, and when we see the figure of the house, then must we rate the cost of the erection. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. The hasty multitude admiring entered, and the work some praise, and some the architect. His hand was known in heaven by many a towered structure high, where sceptred angels held their residence, and sat as princes. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. Old houses mended cost little less than new before they're ended. Gibber, from Prologue to the Double Gallant. The architect built his great heart into these sculptured stones, and with him toiled his children, and their lives were builded with his own into the walls, as offerings unto God. Longfellow, from the Golden Legend, Part 3, in the Cathedral. Argument. He'd undertake to prove by force of argument a man's no horse. He'd prove a buzzard is no fowl, and that a lord may be an owl, a calf an alderman, a goose a justice, and rooks committeemen or trustees. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 1. Reproachful speech from either side, the want of argument supplied. They rail, reviled, as often ends the contests of disputing friends. Gay, from Fables, Sexton and Earthworm. Be calm in arguing, for fierceness makes error a fault, and truth discourtesy. Herbert, from the Temple, the Church Porch. In argument, similes are like songs in love. They must describe, they nothing prove. Prior, from Alma, Canto 3. One single positive weighs more, you know, than negatives a score. Prior, from Epistle to Fleetwood Shepherd. Who shall decide when doctors disagree, and soundest casuists doubt, like you and me? Pope, from Moral Essays, Epistle 3. Aristocracy. How vain are all hereditary honours, those poor possessions from another's deeds. Shirley, from Parricide. He lives to build, not boast, a generous race, no 10th transmitter of a foolish face. Savage, from The Bastard. Let wealth and commerce, laws and learning die, but leave us still our old nobility. Manners, from England's Trust, Part 3. Whoever amidst the sons of reason, valour, liberty, and virtue, displays distinguished merit, is a noble of nature's own creating. Thomson, from Coriolanus, Act 3, Scene 3. Fond man, though all the heroes of your line bedeck your halls, and round your galleries shine in proud display, yet take this truth from me, virtue alone is true nobility. Juvenal, from Satire 8, translation of Gifford. Boast not the titles of your ancestors, brave youth, they're their possessions, none of yours. Johnson, from Catiline. Nobler is a limited command, given by the love of all your native land, than a successive title, long and dark, drawn from the mouldy rolls of Noah's Ark. Dryden, from Absalom and Achitophel. As though there were a tie and obligation to posterity, we get them, bear them, breed and nurse. What has posterity done for us, that we, lest they their rights should lose, should trust our necks to gripe of noose? Trumbull, from McFingal, Canto 2. They that on glorious ancestors enlarge, produce their debt instead of their discharge. Young, from Love of Fame, Satire 1. Few sons attain the praise of their great sires, and most their sires disgrace. Homer, from the Odyssey, Book 2, translation of Pope. He stands for fame on his forefathers' feet, by heraldry proved valiant or discreet. Young, from Love of Fame, Satire 1. Great families of yesterday we show, and lords whose parents were the Lord knows who. Defoe, from The True-Born Englishman, Part 1. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 6. Art, Aspiration, Authority, Authorship, Baby. Art. For art is nature made by man, to man the interpreter of God. Lord Lytton, from The Artist. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Longfellow, from The Builders. It is not strength, but art obtains the prize, and to be swift is less than to be wise. 'Tis more by art than force of numerous strokes. Homer, from the Iliad, Book 23, translation of Pope. His pencil was striking, resistless and grand. His manners were gentle, complying and bland. Still born to improve us in every part, his pencil our faces, his manners our heart. Goldsmith, from Retaliation, Sir Joshua Reynolds. Around the mighty master came the marvels which his pencil wrought, those miracles of power whose fame is wide as human thought. Whittier, from Raphael. Aspiration. Oh, could I throw aside these earthly bands that tie me down where wretched mortals sigh, to join blessed spirits in celestial lands. Petrarch, from To Laura in Death. Happy the heart that keeps its twilight hour, and in the depth of heavenly peace reclined, loves to commune with thoughts of tender power, thoughts that ascend, like angels beautiful, a shining Jacob's ladder of the mind. Heine, from Sonnet 9. The desire of the moth for the star, of the night for the morrow, the devotion to something afar from the sphere of our sorrow. Shelley, from To Blank. One word is too often profaned. I held it truth with him who sings to one clear harp in diverse tones, that men may rise on stepping stones of their dead selves to higher things. Tennyson, from In Memoriam 1. Authority. The rule of the many is not well. One must be chief in war, and one the king. Homer, from Iliad, Book 2, translation of Bryant. Authority intoxicates, and makes mere sots of magistrates. The fumes of it invade the brain, and make men giddy, proud, and vain. Butler, from Miscellaneous Thoughts. Thou hast seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar, and the creature run from the cur. There thou mightst behold the great image of authority, a dog's obeyed in office. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. O what authority and show of truth can cunning sin cover itself withal? Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 4, Scene 1. Authorship. But words are things, and a small drop of ink, falling, like dew, upon a thought, produces that which makes thousands, perhaps millions, think. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 3. Habits of close attention, thinking heads, become more rare as dissipation spreads, till authors hear at length one general cry, "Tickle and entertain us, or we die." Cooper, from Retirement. The unhappy man, who once has trailed a pen, lives not to please himself, but other men, is always drudging, wastes his life and blood, yet only eats and drinks what you think good. Dryden, from Prologue to Lee's Caesar Borgia. Lest men suspect your tale untrue, keep probability in view. The traveller leaping o'er those bounds, the credit of his book confounds. Gay, from The Painter Who Pleased Nobody and Everybody. Immodest words admit of no defence, for want of decency is want of sense. But foul descriptions are offensive still, either for being like or being ill. Earl of Roscommon, from Essay on Translated Verse. Shut, shut the door, good John, fatigued I said. Tie up the knocker, say I'm sick, I'm dead. The dog-star rages, nay, 'tis past a doubt, all Bedlam or Parnassus is let out. Fire in each eye, and papers in each hand, they rave, recite, and madden round the land. Pope, from Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, Prologue to the Satires. Why did I write? What sin to me unknown dipped me in ink? My parents' or my own? Pope, from Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, Prologue to the Satires. And so I penned it down, until at last it came to be, for length and breadth, the highness which you see. Bunyan, from Pilgrim's Progress, Apology for his book. None but an author knows an author's cares, or fancy's fondness for the child she bears. Cooper, from The Progress of Error. Whether the charmer sinner it or saint it, if folly grow romantic, I must paint it. Pope, from Moral Essays, Epistle 2. You write with ease to show your breeding, but easy writing's cursed hard reading. Sheridan, from Olio's Protest. True ease in writing comes from art, not chance, as those move easiest who have learned to dance. 'Tis not enough no harshness gives offence, the sound must seem an echo to the sense. Soft is the strain when zephyr gently blows, and the smooth stream in smoother numbers flows. But when loud surges lash the sounding shore, the hoarse rough verse should like the torrent roar. When Ajax strives some rock's vast weight to throw, the line too labours, and the words move slow. Not so when swift Camilla scours the plain, flies o'er the unbending corn, and skims along the main. Then at the last and only couplet fraught with some unmeaning thing they call a thought, a needless Alexandrine ends the song, that, like a wounded snake, drags its slow length along. Pope, from Essay on Criticism, Part 2. Abstruse and mystic thought you must express with painful care, but seeming easiness, for truth shines brightest through the plainest dress. Dillon, from Essay on Translated Verse. It may be glorious to write thoughts that shall glad the 2 or 3 high souls, like those far stars that come in sight once in a century. Lowell, from Incident in a Railroad Car. E'en copious Dryden wanted, or forgot, the last and greatest art, the art to blot. Pope, from Horace, Book 2, Epistle 1. Whatever hath been written shall remain, nor be erased, nor written over again. The unwritten only still belongs to thee. Take heed, and ponder well what that shall be. Longfellow, from Morituri Salutamus. Baby, a sweet new blossom of humanity, fresh fallen from God's own home to flower on earth. Massey, from Wooed and Won. The hair she means to have is gold, her eyes are blue, she's 12 weeks old, plump are her fists and pinky. She fluttered down in lucky hour from some blue deep in yon sky bower. I call her Little Dinky. Locker Lamson, from Little Dinky. As living jewels dropped unstained from heaven. Pollock, from Course of Time, Book 5. God mark thee to his grace, thou wast the prettiest babe that e'er I nursed, and I might live to see thee married once, I have my wish. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 3. Suck, baby, suck. Mother's love grows by giving. Drain the sweet founts, that only thrive by wasting. Lamb, from The Gypsy's Malison. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations, Section 4, Battle, Beauty, Bell, Bible, Birds. Battle. Now the storm begins to lower, haste the loom of hell prepare, iron sleet of arrowy shower hurtles in the darkened air. Glittering lances are the loom, with a dusky warp we strain, weaving many a soldier's doom, Orkney's woe, and Randua's bane. Grey, from the Fatal Sisters. Wheel the wild dance, while lightnings glance, and thunders rattle loud, and call the brave to bloody grave, to sleep without a shroud. Scott, from the Dance of Death. He made me mad to see him shine so brisk and smell so sweet, and talk so like a waiting gentlewoman, and that it was great pity, so it was, that villainous saltpetre should be digged out of the bowels of the harmless earth, which many a good tall fellow had destroyed. Shakespeare. King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 1. By heaven, it is a splendid sight to see, for one who hath no friend, no brother there, their rival scarfs of mixed embroidery, their various arms that glitter in the air. What gallant war-hounds rouse them from their lair, and gnash their fangs, loud yelling for the prey. All join the chase, but few the triumph share. The grave shall bear the chiefest prize away, and havoc scarce for joy can number their array. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 1. From the glittering staff unfurled, th' imperial ensign, which full high advanced, shone like a meteor streaming to the wind, with gems and golden lustre rich emblazed, seraphic arms and trophies all the while, sonorous metal blowing martial sounds, at which the universal host upsent a shout that tore hell's concave and beyond, frighted the reign of chaos and old night. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. When Greeks joined Greeks, then was the tug of war. Lee, from Alexander the Great, Act 4, Scene 2. That voice heard so oft in worse extremes and on the perilous edge of battle when it raged. Milton, Paradise Lost, Book 1. Fight, gentlemen of England, fight, bold yeomen. Draw, archers, draw your arrows to the head, spur your proud horses hard and ride in blood. Amaze the welkin with your broken staves. Shakespeare, King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 8. We must have bloody noses and cracked crowns, and pass them current too. God's me, my horse! Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 3. Never be it said that fate itself could awe the soul of Richard, hence babbling dreams you threaten here in vain. Conscience avaunt Richard's himself again, hark the shrill trumpet sounds, to horse away! My soul's in arms and eager for the fray. Gibber, from Shakespeare's Richard III, altered, Act 5, Scene 3. Beauty. Is she not passing fair? Shakespeare, from Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 4, Scene 4. And she is fair and fairer than that word. Shakespeare, Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 1. Beauty provoketh thieves sooner than gold. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 3. Old as I am for ladies' love unfit, the power of beauty I remember yet. Dryden, from Simon and Iphigenia. Her beauty hangs upon the cheek of night like a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 5. A rosebud set with little wilful thorns, and sweet as English air could make her she. Tennyson, from The Princess. Thou who hast the fatal gift of beauty. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Yet I'll not shed her blood, nor soar that whiter skin of hers than snow, and smooth as monumental alabaster. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. No longer shall thy bodice, aptly laced, from thy full bosom to thy slender waist, that air and harmony of shape express, fine by degrees and beautifully less. Prior, from Henry and Emma. The beautiful are never desolate, but some one always loves them, God or man. If man abandons, God himself takes them. Bailey, from Festus, Scene, Water and Wood. There's nothing that allays an angry mind so soon as a sweet beauty. Beaumont and Fletcher, from The Elder Brother, Act 3, Scene 5. The beautiful seems right by force of beauty, and the feeble wrong because of weakness. Browning, from Aurora Leigh. How near to good is what is fair, which we no sooner see, but with the lines and outward air our senses taken be. We wish to see it still, and prove what ways we may deserve. We court, we praise, we more than love, we are not grieved to serve. Johnson, from Love Freed from Ignorance and Folly. There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple. If the ill spirit have so fair a house, good things will strive to dwell with it. Shakespeare, from Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2. A daughter of the gods, divinely tall, and most divinely fair. Tennyson, from A Dream of Fair Women. Beauty is nature's coin, must not be hoarded, but must be current, and the good thereof consists in mutual and partaken bliss. Unsavoury in the enjoyment of itself, if you let slip time, like a neglected rose, it withers on the stalk with languished head. Milton, from Comus. Thoughtless of beauty, she was beauty's self. Thomson, from The Seasons, Autumn. In beauty faults conspicuous grow, the smallest speck is seen on snow. Gay, from Fables, Peacock, Turkey, and Goose. The maid who modestly conceals her beauties while she hides, reveals, gives but a glimpse, and fancy draws whate'er the Grecian Venus was. Moore, from The Spider and the Bee. Beauty is but a vain and doubtful good, a shining gloss that fadeth suddenly, a flower that dies when first it 'gins to bud, a brittle glass that's broken presently, a doubtful good, a gloss, a glass, a flower, lost, faded, broken, dead within an hour. Shakespeare, from The Passionate Pilgrim. Bell. Tuned be its metal mouth alone to things eternal and sublime, and as the swift-winged hours speed on, may it record the flight of time. Schiller, from Song of the Bell. Translated by Bowring. The bells themselves are the best of preachers, their brazen lips are learned teachers. From their pulpits of stone in the upper air, sounding aloft without crack or flaw, shriller than trumpets under the law, now a sermon and now a prayer. Longfellow, from Christus the Golden Legend, Part 3. And the Sabbath bell, that over wood and wild and mountain dell wanders so far, chasing all thoughts unholy, with sounds most musical, most melancholy. Rogers, from Human Life. Sweet Sunday bells, your measured sound enhances the repose profound of all these golden fields around, and range of mountain sunshine drowned. Allingham, from Sunday Bells. Like sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Seize the loud vociferous bells, and clashing, clanging to the pavement, hurl them from the windy tower. Longfellow, from Christus the Golden Legend, Prologue. Yet the first bringer of unwelcome news hath but a losing office, and his tongue sounds ever after as a sullen bell, remembered tolling a departing friend. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. Bible. My book and heart must never part. From New England Primer. Within the awful volume lies the mystery of mysteries, and better had they ne'er been born who read to doubt or read to scorn. Scott, from the Monastery. God in the gospel of his Son makes his eternal counsels known. 'Tis here his richest mercy shines, and truth is drawn in fairest lines. Bedamy, from the Glory of the Scriptures. Holy Bible, book divine, precious treasure, thou art mine, mine to tell me whence I came, mine to teach me what I am, mine to chide me when I rove, mine to show a Saviour's love, mine art thou to guide my feet, mine to judge, condemn, acquit. Burton, from Holy Bible, book divine. The heavens declare thy glory, Lord. In every star thy wisdom shines. But when our eyes behold thy word, we read thy name in fairer lines. Watts, from God's Word and Works. Just knows and knows no more her Bible true. Cowper, from Truth. A glory gilds the sacred page, majestic like the sun. It gives a light to every age, it gives but borrows none. Cowper, from Olney Hymns. Stars are poor books, and oft time do miss. This book stars light to eternal bliss. Herbert, from the Church, the Holy Scriptures, Part 2. Birds. Do you ne'er think what wondrous beings these? Do you ne'er think who made them, and who taught the dialect they speak, where melodies alone are the interpreters of thought, whose household words are songs in many keys, sweeter than instrument of man e'er caught? Longfellow, from Tales of a Wayside Inn, the Poet's Tale. I shall not ask Jean-Jacques Rousseau if birds confabulate or no. 'Tis clear that they were always able to hold discourse, at least in fable. Cowper, from pairing time anticipated. The blackbird whistles from the thorny brake, the mellow bullfinch answers from the grove, nor are the linnets or the flowering furze poured out profusely, silent, joined to these innumerous songsters, in the freshening shade of new sprung leaves, their modulations mix, mellifluous, the jay, the rook, the daw, and each harsh pipe discordant heard alone, aid the full concert, while the stock dove breathes a melancholy murmur through the whole. Thomson, from the Seasons, Spring. Whither away, bluebird, whither away? The blast is chill, yet in the upper sky thou still canst find the colour of thy wing, the hue of May. Warbler, why speed thy southern flight? Ah, why, thou too, whose song first told us of the spring, whither away? Stedman, from Flight of Birds. The crack-brained bobolink courts his crazy mate, poised on a bulrush, tipsy with his weight. Holmes, from Spring. One day in the bluest of summer weather, sketched under a whispering oak, I heard 5 bobolinks laughing together over some ornithological joke. Cranch, from Bird Language. Sing away, I sing away, merry little bird, always gayest of the gay, though a woodland roundelay ye ne'er sung nor heard, though your life from youth to age passes in a narrow cage. Mullock Crake, from The Canary in his Cage. The cook that is the trumpet to the morn doth with his lofty and shrill sounding throat awake the god of day. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1. Bird of the broad and sweeping wing, thy home is high in heaven, where wide the storms their banners fling, and the tempest clouds are driven. Percival, from To the Eagle. Where the hawk high in the beetling clift his eyrie builds. Thomson, from The Seasons, Spring. And the humming-bird that hung like a jewel up among the tilted honeysuckle horns, they mesmerized and swung in the palpitating air, drowsed with odours strange and rare, and with whispered laughter slipped away and left him hanging there. Riley, from The South Wind and the Sun. Most musical, most melancholy bird, a melancholy bird, oh, idle thought! In nature there is nothing melancholy. Coleridge, from The Nightingale. Then from the neighbouring thicket the mocking bird, wildest of singers, swinging aloft on a willow spray that hung o'er the water, shook from his little throat such floods of delirious music that the whole air and the woods and the waves seemed silent to listen. Longfellow, from Evangeline Part 2. Rise with the lark, and with the lark to bed. Cowardice, from The Village Curate. The merry lark he soars on high, no worldly thought o'ertakes him. He sings aloud to the clear blue sky, and the daylight that awakes him. Coleridge, from Song. What bird so sings, yet so does wail? Oh, 'tis the ravished nightingale. Jug, 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 tiroo, she cries, and still her woes at midnight rise. Brave prick song, who is't now we hear? None but the lark so shrill and clear. Now at heaven's gate she claps her wings, the morn not waking till she sings. Hark, hark, but what a pretty note poor Robin Redbreast tunes his throat. Hark how the jolly cuckoos sing, cuckoo, to welcome in the spring. Lily, from Alexander and Campaspe, Act 5, Scene 1. O nightingale, that on yon bloomy spray warblest at eve, when all the woods are still, thou with fresh hope the lover's heart dost fill, while the jolly hours lead on propitious May, thy liquid notes, that close the eye of day, portend successed love. Milton, from To the Nightingale. O honey-throated warbler of the grove, that in the glooming woodland art so proud of answering thy sweet mates in soft or loud, thou dost not own a note we do not love. Turner, from To the Nightingale. Lend me your song, ye nightingales, O pour the mazy running soul of melody into my varied verse. Thomson, from The Seasons, Spring. The crow doth sing as sweetly as the lark, when neither is attended, and I think the nightingale as she should sing by day, when every goose is cackling, would be thought no better a musician than the wren. How many things by seasons seasoned are, to their right praise and true perfection. Shakespeare, from Merchant of Venice, Act 5, Scene 1. A falcon towering in her pride of place was by a mousing owl hawked at and killed. Shakespeare, Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 4. Call for the robin redbreast and the wren, since o'er shady groves they hover, and with leaves and flowers do cover the friendless bodies of unburied men. Webster, from The White Devil, Act 5, Scene 2. Now when the primrose makes a splendid show, and lilies face the March winds in full blow, and humbler growths, as moved with one desire, put on to welcome spring their best attire, poor Robin is yet flowerless, but how gay with his red stalks upon this sunny day. Wordsworth, from Poor Robin. The swallow twitters above the eaves, blithely she sings, and sweet and clear around her climb the woodbine leaves in a golden atmosphere. Thaxter, from The Swallow. The stately sailing swan gives out his snowy plumage to the gale, and arching proud his neck with oary feet, rears forward fierce and guards his osier isle, protective of his young. Thomson, from The Seasons, Spring. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 8. Blessing, Blush, Boating, Books, Borrowing. Blessing. Blessings star forth forever, but a curse is like a cloud, it passes. Bailey, from Festus, Scene Hades. To heal divisions, to relieve the oppressed, in virtue rich, in blessing others blessed. Homer, from Odyssey, Book 7, translation of Pope. Like birds, whose beauties languish half concealed, till, mounted on the wing, their glossy plumes expanded shine with azure, green, and gold, how blessings brighten as they take their flight. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 2. In the 9 heavens are 8 paradises. Where is the 9th one? In the human breast. Only the blessed dwell in the paradises, but blessedness dwells in the human breast. Alger, from Oriental Poetry, the 9th Paradise. Blush. Who has not seen that feeling born of flame, crimson the cheek at mention of a name, the rapturous touch of some divine surprise, flash deep suffusion of celestial dyes, when hands clasped hands, and lips to lips were pressed, and the heart's secret was at once confessed. Coles, from the Microcosm, Man. By noting of the lady, I have marked 1,000 blushing apparitions start into her face. 1,000 innocent shames, in angel whiteness, bear away those blushes. Shakespeare, from Much Ado about Nothing, Act 4, Scene 1. From every blush that kindles in thy cheeks, 10,000 little loves and graces spring to revel in the roses. Rowe, from Tamerlane, Act 1, Scene 1. While mantling on the maiden's cheek, young roses kindled into thought. Moore, from Evenings in Greece, Evening 2, Song. The rising blushes which her cheek o'erspread are opening roses in the lily's bed. Gay, from Dione, Act 2, Scene 3. Girls blush sometimes because they are alive, half wishing they were dead to save the shame. The sudden blush devours them, neck and brow. They have drawn too near the fire of life, like gnats, and flare up bodily, wings and all. Browning, from Aurora Leigh. The man that blushes is not quite a brute. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 7. Boating. Faintly as tolls the evening chime, our voices keep tune, and our oars keep time. Soon as the woods on shore look dim, we'll sing at St. Anne's our parting hymn. Row, brothers, row, the stream runs fast, the rapids are near, and the daylight's past. Moore, from A Canadian Boat Song. And all the way to guide that chime, with falling oars they kept the time. Marvell, from Bermudas. Oh, swiftly glides the bonny boat, just parted from the shore, and to the fishes' chorus note soft moves the dipping oar. Bailey, from Oh, swiftly glides the bonny boat. Learn of the little Nautilus to sail, spread the thin oar, and catch the driving gale. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 3. On the great streams the ships may go about man's business to and fro, but I, the egg-shell pinnace, sleep on crystal waters ankle deep. I, whose diminutive design of sweeter cedar, pithier pine is fashioned, and so frail a mould, a hand may launch, a hand withhold. I, rather with the leaping trout, wind among lilies, in and out. I, the unnamed, inviolate, green rustic rivers navigate. Stevenson, from The Canoe Speaks. Row us forth, unfurl thy sail, what care we for tempest blowing? Let us kiss the blustering gale, let us breast the waters flowing. Though the north rush cold and loud, love shall warm and make us merry. Though the waves all weave a shroud, we will dare the Humber Ferry. Proctor, from The Humber Ferry. Books. Dreams, books, are each a world, and books, we know, are a substantial world, both pure and good. Round these, with tendrils strong as flesh and blood, our pastime and our happiness will grow. Wordsworth, from Personal Talk. Silent companions of the lonely hour, friends who can alter or forsake, who for inconstant roving have no power, and all neglect, perforce, must calmly take. Norton, from To My Books. Some books are drenched sands, on which a great soul's wealth lies all in heaps, like a wrecked Argosy. Smith, from A Life Drama. Worthy books are not companions, They are solitudes. We lose ourselves in them and all our cares. Bailey, from Festus, scene a village feast, evening. 'Tis pleasant, sure, to see one's name in print. A book's a book, although there's nothing in't. Lord Byron, from English Bards and Scotch Reviewers. Golden volumes, richest treasures, objects of delicious pleasures, you my eyes rejoicing please, you my hands in rapture seize, brilliant wits and musing sages, lights who beamed through many ages, left to your conscious leaves their story, and dared to trust you with their glory, and now their hope of fame achieved, dear volumes, you have not deceived. Disraeli, from Curiosities of Literature, Libraries. That place that does contain my books, the best companions, is to me a glorious court, where hourly I converse with the old sages and philosophers. Beaumont and Fletcher, from The Elder Brother, Act 1, Scene 2. Borrowing. Who goeth a borrowing, goeth a sorrowing. Tusser, from 500 Points of Good Husbandry, June's Abstract. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. It is a very good world to live in, to lend or to spend or to give in, but to beg or to borrow, or to get a man's own, it is the very worst world that ever was known. Attributed to the Earl of Rochester. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 9. Boy, Care, Chance, Change, Charity. Boy. O Lord, my boy, my Arthur, my fair son, my life, my joy, my food, my all the world, my widow comfort, and my sorrow's cure. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 3, Scene 4. A little curly-headed, good-for-nothing, and mischief-making monkey from his birth. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 1. A little bench of heedless bishops here, and there a chancellor in embryo. Shenstone, from the Schoolmistress. Look here upon thy brother Geoffrey's face. These eyes, these brows were moulded out of his. This little abstract doth contain that large which died in Geoffrey, and the hand of time shall draw this brief unto as large a volume. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 2, Scene 1. Oh, 'tis a parlous boy, bold, quick, ingenious, forward, capable. He is all the mother's from the top to toe. Shakespeare, from Richard III, Act 3, Scene 1. Thou wilt scarce be a man before thy mother. Beaumont and Fletcher, from Love's Cure, Act 2, Scene 2. But strive still to be a man before your mother. Cooper, from Motto of No. 3, Connoisseur. Care. When one is past, another care we have. Thus woe succeeds a woe, as wave a wave. Herrick, from Sorrow Succeed. Old care has a mortgage on every estate, and that's what you pay for the wealth that you get. Saxe, from Gifts of the Gods. O polished perturbation, golden care, that keepest the ports of slumber open wide to many a watchful night. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 5. Let one unceasing earnest prayer be too for light, for strength to bear our portion of the weight of care that crushes into dumb despair one half the human race. Longfellow, from the Goblet of Life. Let the world slide, let the world go, a fig for care and a fig for woe. If I can't pay, why I can owe, and death makes equal the high and low. Heywood, from Be Merry Friends. Begone, dull care, I prithee begone from me. Begone, dull care, thou and I shall never agree. Playford's Musical Companion, from Begone, Old Care. Chance. That power which erring men call chance. Milton, from Comus. Chance will not do the work, chance sends the breeze, but if the pilot slumber at the helm, the very wind that wafts us towards the port may dash us on the shelves. The steersman's part is vigilance, blow it or rough or smooth. Scott, from Fortunes of Nigel. I shall show the cinders of my spirits through the ashes of my chance. Shakespeare, from Antony and Cleopatra, Act 5, Scene 2. And grasps the skirts of happy chance, and breasts the blows of circumstance. Tennyson, from In Memoriam, 58. You'll see that, since our fate is ruled by chance, each man unknowing great should frame life so that at some future hour fact and his dreamings meet. Hugo, from To His Orphan Grandchildren. Change. Weep not that the world changes. Did it keep a stable, changeless state, it were cause indeed to weep. Bryant, from Mutation. Manners with fortunes, humorous turn with climes, tenets with books, and principles with times. Pope, from Moral Essays, Epistle 1, Part 2. As hope and fear alternate chase our course through life's uncertain race. Scott, from Rokeby, Canto 6. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange that even our loves should with our fortunes change. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. Man's wretched state, that flowers so fresh at morn, and fades at evening late. Spenser, from The Faerie Queen, Book 3, Canto 9. Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 1. The seed ye sow, another reaps. The wealth ye find, another keeps. The robes ye weave, another wears. The arms ye forge, another bears. Shelley, from Two Men of England. The flower that smiles today, tomorrow dies. All that we wish to stay tempts and then flies. What is this world's delight? Lightning that mocks the night, brief even as bright. Shelley, from Mutability. Sometimes an hour of fate's serenest weather strikes through our changeful sky its coming beams. Somewhere above us, in elusive ether, waits the fulfillment of our dearest dreams. Taylor, from Ad Amicos. Charity. The primal duties shine aloft, like stars. The charities that soothe and heal and bless are scattered at the feet of man, like flowers. Wordsworth, from The Excursion, Book 9. 'Tis hers to pluck the amaranthine flower of faith, and round the sufferer's temples bind wreaths that endure affliction's heaviest shower, and do not shrink from sorrow's keenest wind. Wordsworth, from Sonnet 35. Who will not mercy unto others show, how can he mercy ever hope to have? Spenser, from the Faery Queen, Book 6. Whene'er I take my walks abroad, how many poor I see! What shall I render to my God for all his gifts to me? Watts, from Divine Songs. In faith and hope the world will disagree, but all mankind's concern is charity. Pope, from Essays on Man, Epistle 3. Do good by stealth, and blush to find it fame. Pope, from Epilogue to Satires, Dial 1. True charity makes others' wants their own. Dayborn, from Poor Man's Comfort. He hath a tear for pity, and a hand open as day for melting charity. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. O chime of sweet Saint Charity, peal soon that Easter morn, when Christ for all shall risen be, and in all hearts new born. That Pentecost, when utterance clear to all men shall be given, when all shall say, My brother here, and here my Son in heaven. Lowell, from Godminster Chimes. Charity itself fulfills the law, and who can sever love from charity? Shakespeare, from Love's Labours Lost. That man may last, but never lives, whom much receives, but nothing gives, whom none can love, whom none can thank. Creation's blot, creation's blank. Gibbons, from When Jesus Dwelt. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Childhood, Christmas, Church, City, Clergy. A babe in the house is a wellspring of pleasure. Tupper, from Of Education. Behold the child, by nature's kindly law, pleased with a rattle, tickled with a straw. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 2. In winter I get up at night, and dress by yellow candle light. In summer, quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day. Stevenson, from Bed in Summer. Sweet childish days, that were as long as 20 days are now. Wordsworth, from To a Butterfly. When they are young, they are like bells rung backwards, nothing but noise and giddiness. Beaumont and Fletcher, from Wit Without Money. A truthful page is childhood's lovely face, whereon sweet innocence has record made, an outward semblance of the young heart's grace, where truth and love and trust are all portrayed. Shillaber, from On a Picture of Lily. And the king with his golden sceptre, the pope with St. Peter's key, can never unlock the one little heart that is opened only to me. For I am the lord of a realm, and I am pope of a see. Indeed, I'm supreme in the kingdom that is sitting just now on my knee. Webb, from The King and the Pope. Now I lay me down to take my sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. From New England Primer. And children know, instinctive taught, the friend and foe. Scott, from Lady of the Lake, Canto 2. O mirth and innocence, O milk and water, ye happy mixtures of more happy days. Byron, from Beppo. They are as gentle as zephyrs blowing below the violet. Shakespeare, from Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2. Men are but children of a larger growth. Dryden, from All for Love, Act 4, Scene 1. The childhood shows the man as morning shows the day. Milton, from Paradise Regained, Book 4. Christmas. O most illustrious of the days of time, day full of joy and benison to earth, when thou wast born, sweet babe of Bethlehem, with dazzling pomp descending angels sung, goodwill and peace to men, to God due praise. From Coles, The Microcosm and Other Poems. Blow, bugles of battle, the marches of peace, east, west, north and south, let the long quarrel cease. Sing the song of great joy that the angels began. Sing of glory to God and of goodwill to man. Whittier, from A Christmas Carmen. O come, all ye faithful, triumphantly sing. Come, see in the manger the angel's dread King. To Bethlehem hasten with joyful accord. O hasten, to worship the Lord. Caswell, from a translation of Christmas Day by an unknown Latin author. God rest ye, merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay, for Jesus Christ our Saviour was born on Christmas Day. The dawn rose red o'er Bethlehem, the stars shone through the grey, when Jesus Christ our Saviour was born on Christmas Day. Muloch Craik, from A Christmas Carol. Now, thrice welcome Christmas, which brings us good cheer, mince pies and plum porridge, good ale and strong beer, with pig, goose and capon, the best that may be. So well doth the weather, and our stomachs agree. But those on whose tables no victuals appear, oh, may they keep Lent all the rest of the year. From Poor Robin's Almanac, 1695. Church. Lord of the worlds above, how pleasant and how fair the dwellings of thy love. Thine earthly temples, to thine abode my heart aspires with warm desires to see my God. Cowper, from The House of God. What is a church? Let truth and reason speak. They would reply, the faithful, pure and meek, from Christian folds the one selected race of all professions and in every place. Crabbe, from The Borough, Letter 2. Spires whose silent fingers point to heaven. Wordsworth, from The Excursion, Book 4. I love thy church, O God, her walls before thee stand, dear as the apple of thine eye, and graven on thy hand. For her my tears shall fall, for her my prayers ascend, to her my cares and toils be given, till toils and cares shall end. Dwight, from Love to the Church. As some to church repair, not for the doctrine, but the music there. Pope, from Essay on Criticism. Who builds a church to God and not to fame will never mark the marble with his name. Pope, from Moral Essays, Epistle 3. City. God the first garden made, and the first city Cain. Cowley, from The Garden Essay. I live not in myself, but I become portion of that around me, and to me high mountains are a feeling, but the hum of human cities, torture. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. The people are the city. Shakespeare, from Coriolanus, Act 3, Scene 1. And what can ever be more stately and admirable to me than mast-hemmed Manhattan, river and sunset and scallop-edged waves of flood tide, the seagulls oscillating their bodies, the hayboat in the twilight, and the belighted lighter. Whitman, from Crossing Brooklyn Ferry. A mighty mass of brick and smoke and shipping, dirty and dusty, but as wide as eye could reach, with here and there a sail just skipping in sight, then lost amidst the forestry of masts, a wilderness of steeples peeping on tiptoe through their sea-coal canopy, a huge dun cupola like a foolscap crown on a fool's head, and there is London town. Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 10. On the Aegean shore a city stands, built nobly, pure the air and light the soil, Athens, the eye of Greece, mother of arts and eloquence, native to famous wits, or hospitable in her sweet recess, city or suburban, studious walks and shades. See, there, the olive grove of Academe, Plato's retirement, where the Attic bird trills her thick-warbled notes the summer long. Milton, from Paradise Regained, Book 4. I stood in Venice, on the Bridge of Sighs, a palace and a prison on each hand. I saw from out the wave her structures rise, as from the stroke of the enchanter's wand. 1,000 years their cloudy wings expand around me, and a dying glory smiles o'er the far times when many a subject land looked to the winged lion's marble piles, where Venice sat in state, throned on her 100 isles. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. In Venice, Tasso's echoes are no more, and silent rows the songless gondolier. Her palaces are crumbling to the shore, and music meets not always now the ear. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. O Rome, my country, city of the soul, the orphans of the heart must turn to thee, lone mother of dead empires. The Niobe of nations, there she stands, childless and crownless, in her voiceless woe, an empty urn within her withered hands, whose holy dust was scattered long ago. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Clergy. He establishes the strong, restores the weak, reclaims the wanderer, binds the broken heart. Cowper, from The Timepiece, The Task, Book 2. Do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. Well ought a priest example for to yive, by his cleanness, how that his sheep should live, to draw folk to heaven by fairness, by good ensample. This was his business. Chaucer, from Canterbury Tales, Prologue. Of right and wrong he taught, truths as refined as ever Athens heard, and, strange to tell, he practised what he preached. Armstrong, from Art of Preserving Health. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 11. Cloud, Comfort, Compliment, Conceit, Conscience. Cloud. By unseen hands uplifted in the light of sunset, yonder solitary cloud floats with its white apparel blown abroad and wafted up to heaven. Longfellow, from Michelangelo, Part 2. Yonder cloud that rises upward always higher, and onward drags a labouring breast, and topples round the dreary west, a looming bastion fringed with fire. Tennyson, from In Memoriam 15. The clouds consign their treasures to the fields, and, softly shaking on the dimpled pool, prelusive drops let all their moisture flow in large effusion o'er the freshened world. Thomson, from The Seasons, Spring. A step, a single step, that freed me from the skirts of the blind vapour, opened my view glory beyond all glory ever seen by waking sense or by the dreaming soul. The appearance, instantaneously disclosed, was of a mighty city, boldly say a wilderness of building, sinking far and self-withdrawn into a boundless depth, far sinking into splendour without end. Fabric it seemed of diamond and of gold, with alabaster domes and silver spires, and blazing terrace upon terrace, high uplifted, here serene pavilions bright, in avenues disposed, there towers begirt with battlement that on their restless fronts bore stars, illumination of all gems. Wordsworth, from The Excursion, Book 2. See yonder little cloud, that, borne aloft, so tenderly by the wind, floats fast away over the snowy peaks. Longfellow, from Christus, the Golden Legend. Comfort. Dear little head, that lies in calm content within the gracious hollow that God made in every human shoulder, where he meant some tired head for comfort should be laid. Thaxter, from Song. Men can counsel and speak comfort to that grief which they themselves not feel. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 5, Scene 1. What is good for a bootless bean? With these dark words begins my tale, and their meaning is, whence can comfort spring, when prayer is of no avail? Wordsworth, from Force of Prayer. And he that doth the ravens feed, yea, providently caters for the sparrow, be comfort to my age. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. Lord, dismiss us with thy blessing, hope and comfort from above. Let us each, thy peace possessing, triumph in redeeming love. Hawker, from Benediction. Compliment. Current among men, like coin, the tinsel clink of compliment. Tennyson, from The Princess, Part 2. That man that hath a tongue, I say, is no man, if with his tongue he cannot win a woman. Shakespeare, from Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 3, Scene 1. O, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Marlowe, from Faustus. The sweetest garland to the sweetest maid. Tickell, from To a Lady with a Present of Flowers. When he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night, and pay no worship to the garish sun. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 2. But thy eternal summer shall not fade. Shakespeare, from Sonnet 18. Be thou the rainbow to the storms of life, the evening beam that smiles the clouds away, and tints to-morrow with prophetic ray. Lord Byron, from The Bride of Abydos, Canto 2. Those curious locks so aptly twined, whose every hair a soul doth bind. Carew, from Think not 'cause men flattering say. And beauty draws us with a single hair. Pope, from The Rape of the Lock, Canto 2. When you do dance, I wish you a wave of the sea, that you might ever do nothing but that. Shakespeare, from The Winter's Tale, Act 4, Scene 4. Some asked me where the rubies grew, and nothing did I say, but with my finger pointed to the lips of Julia. Herrick, from The Rock of Rubies and the Quarry of Pearls. Cherry ripe, 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 I cry, full and fair ones, come and buy. If so be you ask me where they do grow, I answer there. Where my Julia's lips do smile, there's the land or cherry isle. Herrick, from Cherry Ripe. Where none admire, 'tis useless to excel. Where none are beaux, 'tis vain to be a belle. Lord Lyttelton, from Soliloquy on a Beauty in the Country. Banish all compliments, but single truth. Beaumont and Fletcher, from Faithful Shepherdess. What honour that, but tedious waste of time, to sit and hear so many hollow compliments and lies. Milton, from Paradise Regained. 'Twas never merry world, since lowly feigning was called compliment. Shakespeare, from Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 1. Conceit. This with our judgments as our watches, none go just alike, yet each believes his own. Pope, from Essay on Criticism, Part 1. To observations which ourselves we make, we grow more partial for the observer's sake. Pope, from Moral Essays, Epistle 1. In men this blunder still you find, all think their little set mankind. More, from Florio, Part 1. Conceit in weakest bodies strongest works. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Conscience. Whatever creed be taught or land be trod, man's conscience is the oracle of God. Lord Byron, from The Island, Canto 1. O conscience, conscience, man's most faithful friend, him canst thou comfort, ease, relieve, defend. But if he will thy friendly checks forego, thou art, oh woe for me, his deadliest foe. Crabbe, from Struggles of Conscience. Conscience is harder than our enemies, knows more, accuses with more nicety. Eliot, from Spanish Gypsy. Of all the ills that flesh can fear, the loss of friends, the lack of gear, a yowling tyke, a glandering mere, a lassie's nonsense, there's just ae thing I cannae bear, and that's my conscience. Stevenson, from My Conscience. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. Why should not conscience have vacation, as well as other courts of the nation, have equal power to adjourn, appoint appearance, and return? Butler, from Hudibras, Part 2, Canto 2. Soft, I did but dream. O coward conscience, how dost thou afflict me! Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. Let his tormentor conscience find him out. Milton, from Paradise Regained, Book 4. Speak no more, thou turn'st mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their tint. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind. The thief doth fear each bush an officer. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 5, Scene 6. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. Consideration, like an angel, came, and whipped the offending Adam out of him. Shakespeare, from King Henry V, Act 1, Scene 1. True conscious honour is to feel no sin. He's armed without, that's innocent within. Be this thy screen, and this thy wall of brass. Pope, from First Book of Horace, Epistle 1. I know myself now, and I feel within me a peace above all earthly dignities, a still and quiet conscience. Shakespeare, from King Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. A quiet conscience makes one so serene. Christians have burned each other, quite persuaded that all the apostles would have done as they did. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 1. All is, if I have grace to use it so, as ever, in my great taskmaster's eye. Milton, from On Being Arrived at his 23 year. And sure the eternal Master found his single talent well employed. Johnson, from Verses on Robert Levet. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 12. Consolation, Constancy, Contentment, Conversation, Coquetry. Consolation. With silence only as their benediction, God's angels come, where in the shadow of a great affliction the soul sits dumb. Whittier, from To My Friend on the Death of His Sister. And as she looked around, she saw how Death, the consoler, laying his hand upon many a heart, had healed it forever. Longfellow, from Evangeline. Sprinkled along the waste of years, full many a soft green isle appears, pause where we may upon the desert road, some shelter is in sight, some sacred safe abode. Keble, from The Christian Year, the first Sunday in Advent. O weary hearts, O slumbering eyes, O drooping souls, whose destinies are fraught with fear and pain, ye shall be loved again. Longfellow, from Endymion. Love is indestructible, its holy flame for ever burneth, from heaven it came, to heaven returneth. It soweth here with toil and care, but the harvest time of love is there. Southey, from Curse of Kehama, Canto 10. Constancy. O heaven, were a man but constant, he were perfect. That one error fills him with faults, makes him run through all the sins. Inconstancy falls off ere it begins. Shakespeare, from Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 5, Scene 4. They sin who tell us love can die. With life all other passions fly. All others are but vanity. Southey, from Curse of Kehama, Canto 10. Doubt that the stars are fire? Doubt that the sun can move? doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. When love begins to sicken and decay, it useth an enforced ceremony. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith. Shakespeare from Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 2. You say to me, woods, your affection strong. Pray, love me little, so you love me long. Herrick from Love Me Little, Love Me Long. When change itself can give no more, 'tis easy to be true. Sedley from Reasons for Constancy. If ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it remember me, for such as I am, all true lovers are, unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. Shakespeare from Twelfth Night, Act 2, Scene 4. I could be well moved if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me. But I am constant as the northern star, of whose truth fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. Shakespeare from Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 1. Contentment. Happy the man, of mortals happiest he, whose quiet mind from vain desires is free, whom neither hopes deceive, nor fears torment, but lives at peace, within himself content, in thought or act accountable to none, but to himself and to the gods alone. Lord Lansdowne from Epistle to Mrs. Higgins. Yes, in the poor man's garden grow, far more than herbs and flowers, kind thoughts, contentment, peace of mind, and joy for weary hours. Howitt from The Poor Man's Garden. Whatever the passion, knowledge, fame, or pelf, not one will change his neighbour with himself. Pope from Essay on Man, Epistle 2. Poor and content is rich and rich enough, but riches, find less, is as poor as winter. To him that ever fears, he shall be poor. Shakespeare from Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. From labour health, from health contentment spring, contentment opes the source of every joy. Beattie from The Mistral, Book 1. What happiness the rural maid attends in cheerful labour while each day she spends. She gratefully receives what heaven has sent, and, rich in poverty, enjoys content. Gay from Rural Sports, Canto 2. My crown is in my heart, not on my head, not decked with diamonds and Indian stones, nor to be seen. My crown is called content, a crown it is that seldom kings enjoy. Shakespeare from King Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 1. Shut up in measureless content. Shakespeare from Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 1. Conversation. Discourse, the sweeter banquet of the mind. Pope, translation from the Odyssey, Book 15 by Homer. With good and gentle-humoured hearts, I choose to chat where'er I come, whate'er the subject be that starts. But if I get among the glum, I hold my tongue to tell the truth, and keep my breath to cool my broth. Lord Byron from Careless Content. But conversation, choose what theme we may, and chiefly when religion leads the way, should flow like waters after summer showers, not as if raised by more mechanic powers. Cowper from Conversation. In general, those who nothing have to say contrive to spend the longest time in doing it. Lowell from An Oriental Apologue. There's nothing in the world can make me joy. Life is as tedious as a twice-told tale, vexing the dull ear of a drowsy man. Shakespeare from King John, Act 3, Scene 4. Think all you who speak, but speak not all you think. Thoughts are your own. Your words are so no more. De Laune from Epigram. Words loaned by rote a parrot may rehearse, but talking is not always to converse, not more distinct from harmony divine, the constant creaking of a country's sign. Cowper from Conversation. Just at the age, twixt boy and youth, when thought is speech, and speech is truth. Scott from Marmion, Canto 2. They never taste who always drink, they always talk who never think. Prior from Upon a Passage in the Scaligerana. And when you stick on conversation's burrs, don't strew your pathway with those dreadful ers. Holmes from Urania. King Richard. Be eloquent in my behalf to her. Queen Elizabeth. An honest tale speeds best, being plainly told. Shakespeare from King Richard III, Act 4, Scene 4. Oh, many a shaft at random sent finds Mark the archer little meant, and many a word at random spoken may soothe or wound a heart that's broken. Scott from Lord of the Isles, Canto 5. A man in all the world's new fashion planted, that hath a mint of phrases in his brain. Shakespeare from Love's Labour's Lost, Act 1, Scene 1. In his brain, which is as dry as the remainder biscuit after a voyage, he hath strange places crammed with observation, the which he vents in mangled forms. Shakespeare from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. And I oft have heard defended, little said is soonest mended. Wither from The Shepherd's Hunting. Bid me discourse, I will enchant thine ear. Shakespeare from Venus and Adonis. Delivers in such apt and gracious words that aged ears play truant at his tales, and younger hearings are quite ravished, so sweet and voluble is his discourse. Shakespeare from Love's Labour's Lost, Act 2, Scene 1. Or light, or dark, or short, or tall, she sets a spring to snare them all. All's one to her. Above her fan, she'd make sweet eyes at Caliban. Aldrich from Quatrains, Coquette. Such is your cold coquette, who can't say no, and won't say yes, and keeps you on and offing, on a lee-shore till it begins to blow, then sees your heart wrecked with an inward scoffing. Lord Byron from Don Juan, Canto 12. And still she sits, young while the earth is old, and subtly of herself contemplative, draws men to watch the bright net she can weave, till heart and body and life are in its hold. Rossetti from Lilith. How happy could I be with either, were t'other dear charmer away, but while ye thus tease me together, to neither a word will I say. Gay from Beggar's Opera, Act 2, Scene 2. Ye bells, and ye flirts, and ye pert little things, who trip in this frolicsome round, pray tell me from whence this impertinence springs, the sexes at once to confound. Whitehead from Song for Ranelagh. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 13. Countries, Courage, Courtesy, Cowardice, Creed. Countries. America. America, half-brother of the world, with something good and bad of every laud. Bailey, from Festus, seen the surface. Hail Columbia, happy land! Hail ye heroes, heaven-born band, who fought and bled in freedom's cause, who fought and bled in freedom's cause, and when the storm of war was gone, enjoyed the peace your valor won. Let independence be our boast, ever mindful what it cost, ever grateful for the prize. Let its altar reach the skies. Firm, united let us be, rallying round our liberty. As a band of brothers joined, peace and safety we shall find. Hopkinson, from Hail Columbia. Around I see the powers that be. I stand by empire's primal springs, and princes meet in every street, and hear the tread of uncrowned kings. Not lightly fall beyond recall the written scrolls a breath can float. The crowning fact, the kingliest act of freedom is the freeman's vote. Whittier, from the eve of election. Down to the Plymouth Rock that had been to their feet as a doorstep into a world unknown, the cornerstone of a nation. Longfellow, from Courtship of Miles Standish. They love their land because it is their own, and scorn to give aught other reason why, would shake hands with a king upon his throne, and think it kindness to his majesty. Halleck, from Connecticut. How has New England's romance fled, even as a vision of the morning, its right fordone, its guardians dead, its priestesses bereft of dread, waking the veriest urchin scorning. And now our modern Yankee sees nor omens, spells, nor mysteries, and naught above, below, around, of life or death, of sight or sound, whatever its nature, form, or look, excites his terror or surprise, all seeming to his knowing eyes familiar as his catechise or Webster's spelling book. Whittier, from A New England Legend. Long as thine art shall love true love, long as thy signs truth shall know, long as thine eagle harms no dove, long as thy law by law shall grow, long as thy God is God above, thy brother every man below, so long, dear land of all my love, thy name shall shine, thy fame shall glow. Lanier, from Centennial Meditation of Columbia, 1876. His home, the western giant smiles, and turns the spotted globe to find it. This little speck, the British Isles, 'tis but a freckle, never mind it. Holmes, from A Good Time Going. England. O England, model to thy inward greatness, like little body with a mighty heart. Shakespeare, from King Henry V, Act 2, the chorus. This royal throne of kings, this sceptred isle, this earth of majesty, this seat of Mars, this other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection in the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall, or as a moat defensive to a house, against the envy of less happier lands, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 2, Scene 1. England, my country great and free, heart of the world, I leap to thee. Bailey, from Festus, Scene the Surface. We must be free or die, who speak the tongue that Shakespeare spake, the faith and morals hold which Milton held. In everything we are sprung of earth's first blood, have titles manifold. Wordsworth, from National Independence, Sonnet 16. Heaven, that hath placed this island to give law to balance Europe and her states to awe, in this conjunction doth on Britain smile, the greatest leader and the greatest isle. Whether this portion of the world were rent by the rude ocean from the continent, or thus created, it was sure designed to be the sacred refuge of mankind. Waller, from To My Lord Protector. This England never did, nor never shall, lie at the proud foot of a conqueror. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 5, Scene 7. A land of settled government, a land of just and old renown, where freedom broadens slowly down from precedent to precedent, where faction seldom gathers head, but by degrees to fullness wrought, the strength of some diffusive thought hath time and space to work and spread. Tennyson, from The Land of Lands. Broad based upon our people's will, encompassed by the inviolate sea. Tennyson, from To the Queen. Scotland. O Caledonia, stern and wild, meet nurse for a poetic child, land of brown heath and shaggy wood, land of the mountain and the flood, land of my sires, what mortal hand can e'er untie the filial band that knits me to thy rugged strand? Scott, from Lay of the Last Minstrel, Canto 6. Here, land of cakes and brither Scots, frae Maiden Kirk to Johnny Groats. Burns, from On Captain Groat's Peregrinations Through Scotland. Holland. As when the sea breaks o'er its bounds, and overflows the level grounds, those banks and dams that, like a screen, did keep it out, now keep it in. Butler, from Hudibras. Methinks her patient sons before me stand, where the broad ocean leans against the land, and, sedulous to stop the coming tide, lift the tall rampart's artificial pride. Onward methinks, and diligently slow, the firm connected bulwark seems to grow, spreads its long arms amidst the watery roar, scoops out an empire, and usurps the shore, while the pent ocean, rising over the pile, sees an amphibious world beneath him smile, the slow canal, the yellow-blossomed vale, the willow-tufted bank, the gliding sail, the crowded mart, the cultivated plain, a new creation rescued from his reign. Goldsmith, from The Traveller. Italy. Italia, O Italia, thou who hast the fatal gift of beauty, which became a funeral dower of present woes and past, on thy sweet brow is sorrow ploughed by shame, and annals graved in characters of flame. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Italy, my Italy, Queen Mary's saying serves for me, when fortune's malice lost her Calais. Open my heart, and you will see, graved inside of it, Italy. Browning, from De Gustibus. Courage. Courage, the highest gift that scorns to bend to mean devices for a sordid end. Courage, an independent spark from heaven's bright throne, by which the soul stands raised, triumphant, high, alone. Great in itself, not praises of the crowd, above all vice it stoops not to be proud. Courage, the mighty attribute of powers above, by which those great in war are great in love. The spring of all brave acts is seated here, as falsehoods draw their sordid birth from fear. Farquhar, from Love in a Bottle, dedication. Out of this nettle, danger, we pluck this flower, safety. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 2. Write on your doors the saying wise and old, be bold, and everywhere, be bold, be not too bold. Yet better the excess than the defect, better the more than less, better like Hector in the field to die, than like a perfumed Paris turn and fly. Longfellow, from Morituris Salutamus. Macbeth. If we should fail, Lady Macbeth. We fail, but screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. What man dare, I dare. Approach thou like the rugged Russian bear, the armed rhinoceros, or the Hyrcan tiger. Take any shape but that, and my firm nerves shall never tremble. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. Brave boys, he said, be not dismayed, for the loss of one commander, for God will be our king this day, and I'll be general under. An old ballad, from the Battle of the Boyne. By how much unexpected, by so much we must awake endeavour for defence, for courage mounteth with occasion. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 2, Scene 1. Blow wind, come rack, at least we'll die with hardness on our back. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 5. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he. We are 2 lines littered in one day, and I the elder and more terrible. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 2. No common object to your sight displays, but what with pleasure heaven itself surveys. A brave man struggling in the storms of fate, and greatly falling with a falling state. While Cato gives his little senate laws, what bosom beats not in his country's cause? Who hears him groan, and does not wish to bleed? Who sees him act, but envies every deed? Pope, from Prologue to Mr. Addison's Cato. Darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood, and swim to yonder point? Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in, and bade him follow. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. You fool! I tell you no one means you harm. So much the better, Juan said, for them. Lord Byron, from Don Juan. The intent, not the deed, is in our power, and therefore who dares greatly, does greatly. Brown, from Barbarossa. False wizard, avaunt! I have marshalled my clan, their swords are 1,000, their bosoms are one. They are true to the last of their blood, and their breath, and like reapers descend to the harvest of death. Campbell, from Lochiel's Warning. Courtesy. How sweet and gracious, even in common speech, is that fine sense which men call courtesy. Wholesome as air and genial as light, welcome in every clime as breath of flowers, it transmutes aliens into trusting friends, and gives its own a passport round the globe. Fields, from Courtesy. In thy discourse, if thou desire to please, all such as courteous, useful, new, or witty, Usefulness comes by labour, wit by ease, courtesy grows in court, news in the city. Herbert, from the church porch. I am the very pink of courtesy. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 4. The kindest man, the best conditioned and unwearied spirit in doing courtesies. Shakespeare, from The Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 2. Would you both please and be instructed too, watch well the rage of shining to subdue, hear every man upon his favourite theme, and ever be more knowing than you seem. Stillingfleet. Cowardice. What is danger more than the weakness of our apprehensions? A poor cold part of the blood. Who takes it hold of? Cowards and wicked livers. Valiant minds were made the masters of it. Beaumont and Fletcher, from Chances. Alike reserved to blame or to commend a timorous foe and a suspicious friend, dreading even fools, by flatteries besieged, and so obliging that he ne'er obliged. Pope, from Satires, Prologue. Cowards are cruel, but the brave love mercy, and delight to save. Gay, from Fables, Part 1, Fable 1. When desperate ills demand a speedy cure, distrust is cowardice, and prudence folly. Dr. Johnson, from Irene, Act 4, Scene 1. He that kills himself to avoid misery fears it, and at the best shows but a bastard valour. This life's a fort committed to my trust, which I must not yield up till it be forced, nor will I. He's not valiant, but dares die, but he that boldly bears calamity. Messenger, from Maid of Honour, Act 4, Scene 1. Thou slave, thou wretch, thou coward, thou little valiant, great in villainy, thou ever strong upon the stronger side, thou fortune's champion, that dost never fight but when her humorous ladyship is by to teach thee safety. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 3, Scene 1. For he who fights and runs away may live to fight another day, but he who is in battle slain can never rise and fight again. Goldsmith, from The Art of Poetry on a New Plan. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 3. Creed. Sapping a solemn creed with solemn sneer. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. But faith, fanatic faith, once wedded fast to some dear falsehood, hugs it to the last. Moore, from Lalla Rookh, veiled prophet of Khorasan. For fools are stubborn in their way, as coins are hardened by the allay, and obstinacy's never so stiff as when 'tis in a wrong belief. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 3, Canto 2. You can and you can't, you will and you won't, you'll be damned if you do, you'll be damned if you don't. Dow, from Chain, definition of Calvinism. They believed, faith, I'm puzzled, I think I may call their belief a believing in nothing at all, or something of that sort. I know they all went for a general unison of total dissent. Lowell, from A Fable for Critics. We are our own fates. Our own deeds are our doomsmen. Man's life was made not for men's creeds, but men's actions. Lord Lytton, or Owen Meredith, from Lucille, Part 2, Canto 5. Go put your creed into your deed, nor speak with double tongue. Emerson, from Ode, Concord, July 4th, 1857. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. Section 14. Crime, Criticism, Custom, Day, Death. Crime. There is a method in man's wickedness. It grows up by degrees. Beaumont and Fletcher. From A King and No King, Act 5, Scene 4. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth overwhelm them to men's eyes. Shakespeare. From Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. Tremble, thou wretch, that hast within thee undivulged crimes, unwhipped of justice. Shakespeare. From King Lear, Act 3, Scene 2. But many a crime deemed innocent on earth is registered in heaven, and these, no doubt, have each their record with a curse annexed. Cooper. From The Task, Book 6. Criticism. And finds, with keen, discriminating sight, blacks not so black, nor white so very white. Canning. From New Morality. In words as fashions the same rule will hold, alike fantastic if too new or old. Be not the first by whom the new are tried, nor yet the last to lay the old aside. Pope. From Essay on Criticism, Part 2. Poets lose half the praise they should have got, could it be known what they discreetly blot. Waller. From Upon Roscommon's Translation of Horace's De Arte Poetica. Vex not thou the poet's mind with thy shallow wit, vex not thou the poet's mind, for thou canst not fathom it. Tennyson. From The Poet's Mind. Custom. Man yields to custom as he bows to fate, in all things ruled, mind, body, and estate. Crabbe. From Tale 3, Gentleman Farmer. The slaves of custom and established mode, with pack-horse constancy we keep the road, crooked or straight, through quags or thorny dells, true to the jingling of our leaders' bells. Cooper. From Tyrocinium. Assume a virtue, if you have it not, that monster custom, who all sense doth eat, of habit's devil, is angel yet in this, that to the use of actions fair and good he likewise gives a frock or livery that aptly is put on. Shakespeare. From Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. Custom calls me to it. What custom wills, in all things should we do it. The dust on antique time would lie unswept, and mountainous error be too highly heaped for truth to overpeer. Shakespeare. From Coriolanus, Act 2, Scene 3. Such is the custom of Branksome Hall. Scott. From The Lay of the Last Minstrel, Canto 1. The tyrant Custom, most grave senators, hath made the flinty and steel couch of war my thrice-striven bed of down. Shakespeare. From Othello, Act 1, Scene 3. But to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manor born, it is a custom more honoured in the breach than the observance. Shakespeare. From Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. Day. Day, faster and more fast, over night's brim, day boils at last, boils, pure gold, over the cloud cup's brim. Browning. From Pippa Pass's Introduction. How troublesome is day! It calls us from our sleep away, it bids us from our pleasant dreams awake, and sends us forth to keep or break, our promises to pay. How troublesome is day! Peacock. From Fly by Night. Blessed power of sunshine, genial day, what balm, what life is in thy ray! To feel there is such real bliss, that, had the world no joy but this, to sit in sunshine calm and sweet, it were a world too exquisite for man to leave it for the gloom, the deep cold shadow of the tomb. Moore, from Lalla Rookh, the Fire Worshippers. Death. Death calls ye to the crowd of common men. Shirley, from Cupid and Death. A worm is in the bud of youth, and at the root of age. Cooper, from stanza subjoined to a bill of mortality. The tall, the wise, the reverend head must lie as low as ours. Watts, from A Funeral Thought, Book 2, Hymn 63. Comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall, and farewell, King. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. And though mine arm should conquer 20 worlds, there's a lean fellow beats all conquerors. Dekker, from Old Fortunatus. Men must endure their going hence, even as their coming hither. Ripeness is all. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 5, Scene 2. This fell sergeant, Death, is strict in his arrest. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. We cannot hold mortality's strong hand. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 4, Scene 2. That we shall die, we know. 'Tis but the time, and drawing days out, that men stand upon. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 1. Our days begin with trouble here, our life is but a span, and cruel death is always near, so frail a thing is man. From New England Primer. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 2. The hour concealed, and so remote the fear, death still draws nearer, never seeming near. Pope, from Essay on Men, Epistle 3. The tongues of dying men enforce attention, like deep harmony. When words are scarce, they're seldom spent in vain, for they breathe truth that breathe their words in pain. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 2, Scene 1. A deathbed's a detector of the heart. Here tired dissimulation drops her mask, through life's grimace, that mistress of the scene. Here real and apparent are the same. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 2. The chamber where the good man meets his fate is privileged beyond the common walk of virtuous life, quite in the verge of heaven. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 2. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. He died as one that had been studied in his death, to throw away the dearest thing he owed, as 'twere a careless trifle. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 4. The bad man's death is horror, but the just keeps something of his glory in the dust. Habington, from Castara. Cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unannealed, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1. With mortal crisis doth portend my days to appropink an end. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 3. Sure, 'tis a serious thing to die. Nature runs back and shudders at the sight, and every life string bleeds at thought of parting. For part they must, body and soul must part, fond couple, linked more close than wedded pair. Blair from The Grave. While man is growing, life is in decrease, and cradles rock us nearer to the tomb. Our birth is nothing but our death begun. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 5. Put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out thy light, thou cunningest pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. When I have plucked thy rose, I cannot give it vital growth again, it needs must wither. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. Death loves a shining mark, a signal blow. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 5. Death aims with fouler spite at fairer marks. Quarrels, from Divine Poems. The ripest fruit first falls. Shakespeare, from Richard II, Act 2, Scene 1. The good die first, and they, whose hearts are as dry as summer dust, burn to the socket. Wordsworth, from The Excursion, Book 1. Happy they, thrice fortunate, who of that fragile mould, the precious porcelain of human clay, break with the first fall. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 4. Loveliest of lovely things are they on earth that soonest pass away. The rose that lives its little hour is prized beyond the sculptured flower. Bryant, from A Scene on the Banks of the Hudson. Whom the gods love, die young, was said of yore. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 4. Ere sin could blight or sorrow fade, death came with friendly care, the opening bud to heaven conveyed, and bade it blossom there. Coleridge, from Epitaph on an Infant. Thank God for death, bright thing with dreary name. Wolsey, from Benedicam Dominos. But an old age serene and bright, and lovely as a Lapland night, shall lead thee to thy grave. Wordsworth, from To a Young Lady. Death is the privilege of human nature, and life without it were not worth our taking. Thither the poor, the prisoner, and the mourner fly for relief, and lay their burthens down. Rowe, from The Fair Penitent, Act 5, Scene 1. Death, to the happy thou art terrible, but how the wretched love to think of thee! O thou true comforter, the friend of all who have no friend beside. Southey, from Joan of Arc. I would that I were low laid in my grave. I am not worth this coil that's made for me. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 2, Scene 1. He gave his honours to the world again, his blessed part to heaven, and slept in peace. Shakespeare, from Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 3. Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his canon 'gainst self-slaughter. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. Soldier, rest, thy warfare o'er, dream of fighting fields no more, sleep the sleep that knows not breaking morn of toil nor night of waking. Huntsman, rest, thy chase is done, think not of the rising sun, for, at dawning to assail ye, hear no bugles sound reveille. Scott, from Lady of the Lake, Canto 1. Better be with the dead, whom we to gain our peace have sent to peace, than on the torture of the mind to lie in restless ecstasy. Duncan is in his grave. After life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst. Nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 2. Here may the storm-bat vessel safely ride. This is the port of rest from troublous toil, the world's sweet inn from pain and wearisome turmoil. Spenser, from Faery Queen. To die is landing on some silent shore, where billows never break, nor tempests roar. Ere well we feel the friendly stroke, 'tis o'er. Garth, from the Dispensary, Canto 3. Here lurks no treason, here no envy swells, here grow no damned grudges, here are no storms, no noise, but silence and eternal sleep. Shakespeare, from Titus Andronicus, Act 1, Scene 2. Let guilt or fear disturb man's rest. Cato knows neither of them, indifferent in his choice to sleep or die. Addison, from Cato. Sleep is a death. Oh, make me try by sleeping what it is to die, and as gently lay my head on my grave as now my bed. Browne, from Religio Medici, Part 2, Section 12. Death in itself is nothing, but we fear to be we know not what, we know not where. Dryden, from Aurangzebe, Act 4, Scene 1. Death, so called, is a thing that makes men weep, and yet a third of life is passed in sleep. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 14. Let no man fear to die. We love to sleep all, and death is but the sounder sleep. Beaumont, from Humorous Lieutenant. I hear a voice you cannot hear, which says I must not stay. I see a hand you cannot see, which beckons me away. Tickell, from Colin and Lucy. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 15. Deceit, Deeds, Defeat, Despair, Devil. Deceit. An evil soul producing holy witness is like a villain with a smiling cheek, a goodly apple rotten at the heart. Oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath. Shakespeare, from The Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. A man I knew who lived upon a smile, and well it fed him. He looked plump and fair, while rankest venom foamed through every vein. Dr. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 8. The world is still deceived with ornament. In law, what plea so tainted and corrupt, but, being seasoned with a gracious voice, obscures the show of evil? In religion, what damned error but some sober brow will bless it and approve it with a text, hiding the grossness with fair ornament? Shakespeare, from The Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 2. Think'st thou there are no serpents in the world, but those who slide along the grassy sod, and sting the luckless foot that presses them? There are who, in the path of social life, do bask their spotted skins in fortune's sun, and sting the soul. Bailey, from De Montfort, Act 1, Scene 2. Hateful to me as are the gates of hell, is he who, hiding one thing in his heart, utters another. Homer, from the Iliad, Book 9, translation of Bryant. Oh, that deceit should steal such gentle shapes, and with a virtuous vizard hide foul guile. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 2, Scene 2. Our better part remains to work in close design, by fraud or guile, what force effected not, that he no less at length from us may find, who overcomes by force, hath overcome but half his foe. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. Appearances to save, his only care, so things seem right, no matter what they are. Churchill, from Rosiad. Stamps God's own name upon a lie just made, to turn a penny in the way of trade. Cooper, from Table Talk. Deeds. From this moment, the very firstlings of my heart shall be the firstlings of my hand, and even now, to crown my thoughts with acts, be it thought and done. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 1. Count that day lost, whose low descending sun views from thy hand no worthy action done. An unknown author, from Staniford's Art of Reading. That low man seeks a little thing to do, sees it, and does it. This high man, with a great thing to pursue, dies ere he knows it. Browning, from A Grammarian's Funeral. 'Tis not what man does which exalts him, but what man would do. Browning, from Saul, 18. From lowest place, when virtuous things proceed, the place is dignified by the doer's deed. Shakespeare, from All's Well that Ends Well, Act 2, Scene 3. Little deeds of kindness, little words of love, make our earth an Eden like the heaven above. Carney, from Little Things. I profess not talking, only this, let each man do his best. Shakespeare, from Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 2. Things done well, and with a care, exempt themselves from fear. Things done without example, in their issue, are to be feared. Shakespeare, from Henry VIII, Act 1, Scene 2. So much one man can do, that does both act and know. Marvel, from Upon Cromwell's Return from Ireland. Defeat. Yes, this is life, and everywhere we meet, not victor crowns, but wailings of defeat. Smith, from The Unattained. At a frown they in their glory die, the painful warrior, famoused for fight, after 1,000 victories once foiled, is from the books of honour razed quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Shakespeare, from Sonnet 25. What though the field be lost? All is not lost. The unconquerable will, and study of revenge, immortal hate, and courage never to submit or yield, and what is else not to be overcome. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. Unkindness may do much, and his unkindness may defeat my life, but never taint my love. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 4, Scene 2. They never fail who die in a great cause. Lord Byron, from Marino Faliero, Act 2, Scene 2. Despair. So farewell hope, and with hope, farewell fear. Farewell remorse, all good to me is lost. Evil, be thou my good. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 4. No change, no pause, no hope, yet I endure. Shelley, from Prometheus Unbound, Act 1. The strongest and the fiercest spirit that fought in heaven, now fiercer by despair. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. I am one, my liege, whom the vile blows and buffets of the world have so incensed, that I am reckless what I do to spite the world. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 2. Beware of desperate steps. The darkest day, live till tomorrow, will have passed away. Cooper, from Needless Alarm. Devil. I called the devil, and he came, and with wonder his form did I closely scan. He is not ugly, and is not lame, but really a handsome and charming man. A man in the prime of life is the devil, obliging, a man of the world, and civil. A diplomatist too, well skilled in debate, he talks quite glibly of church and state. Heine, from Pictures of Travel, Return Home. The devil was sick, the devil a monk would be. The devil was well, the devil a monk was he. Rabelais, from Works, Book 4. He must needs go that the devil drives. Shakespeare, from All's Well that Ends Well, Act 1, Scene 3. The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 3, Scene 4. The devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. And oftentimes, to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths, win us with honest trifles, to betray us in deepest consequence. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 3. But the trail of the serpent is over them all. Moore, from Paradise and the Peri. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. Section 16. Dew, disappointment, discontent, distance, doubt. Dew. Dewdrops, nature's tears, which she sheds in her own breast for the fair which die. The sun insists on gladness, but at night, when he is gone, poor nature loves to weep. Bailey, from Festus. Scene, water and wood, midnight. Dewdrops are the gems of morning, but the tears of mournful eve. Coleridge, from Youth and Age. The dews of the evening most carefully shun those tears of the sky for the loss of the sun. Chesterfield, from Advice to a Lady in Autumn. With coronet of fresh and fragrant flower, the same dew which sometimes on the buds was wont to swell like round and orient pearls, stood now within the pretty floweret's eyes, like tears that did their own disgrace bewail. Shakespeare, from Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 4, Scene 1. I've seen the dewdrop clinging to the rose just newly born. Jeffreys, from Mary of Argyle. An host, innumerable as the stars of night, or stars of morning, dewdrops which the sun impearls on every leaf and every flower. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 5. The dewdrops in the breeze of morn tremble and sparkle on the thorn. Montgomery, from A Collection of Mary. Disappointment. Hope tells a flattering tale, delusive, vain, and hollow. Ah, let not hope prevail, lest disappointment follow. Miss Rosa, from the Universal Songster. As distant prospects please us, but when near, we find but desert rocks and fleeting air. Garth, from the Dispensatory, Canto 3. We're charmed with distant views of happiness, but near approaches make the prospect less. Yalden, from Against Enjoyment. The wretched are the faithful, 'tis their fate to have all feeling save the one decay, and every passion into one dilate. Byron, from Lament of Tasso. Alas, the breast that inly bleeds hath naught to dread from outward blow. Who falls from all he knows of bliss cares little into what abyss. Byron, from the Geor. Full little known thou hast not tried what hell it is in suing long to bide, to lose good days that might be better spent, to waste long nights in pensive discontent, to speed today, to be put back tomorrow, to feed on hope, to pine with fear and sorrow. Spenser, from Mother Hubbard's Tale. 1,000 years a poor man watched before the gates of paradise, but while one little nap he snatched, it oped and shut. Ah, was he wise? Alga, from Oriental Poetry, Swift Opportunity. Defend me, therefore, common sense, say I, for reveries so airy from the toil of dropping buckets into empty wells, and growing old in drawing nothing up. Cowper, from Task, Book 3. Like dead fruit that tempts the eye, but turns to ashes on the lips. Moore, from Lalarook, the Fire Worshippers. Like to the apples on the Dead Sea shore, all ashes to the taste. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. At 60 winters' end I died, a cheerless being, sole and sad. The nuptial knot I never tied, and wish my father never had. Cowper, translation from the Greek. The cold, the changed, perchance the dead, anew, the mourned, the loved, the lost, too many, yet how few. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Do not drop in for an after loss. Ah, do not, when my heart hath scaped this sorrow, come in the rearward of a conquered woe. Give not a windy night a rainy morrow, to linger out a purposed overthrow. Shakespeare, from Sonnet 90. I have not loved the world, nor the world me. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. Discontent. Past and to come seem best, things present worst. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 3. Seldom he smiles, and smiles in such a sort, as if he mocked himself and scorned his spirit, that could be moved to smile at anything. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. To sigh, yet feel no pain, to weep, yet scarce know why, to sport an hour with beauty's chain, then throw it idly by. Moore, the Blue Stocking. Distance. Why to yon mountain turns the musing eye, whose sun-bright summit mingles with the sky? Why do those cliffs of shadowy tint appear more sweet than all the landscape smiling near? 'Tis distance lends enchantment to the view, and robes the mountain in its azure hue. Thus with delight we linger to survey the promised joys of life's unmeasured way. Campbell, from Pleasures of Hope, Part 1. Yon foaming flood seems motionless as ice, its dizzy turbulence eludes the eye, frozen by distance. Wordsworth, from Address to Kilchurn Castle. How he fell! From heaven they fabled, thrown by angry Jove, sheer o'er the crystal battlements. From morn to noon he fell, from noon to dewy eve, a summer's day, and with the setting sun dropped from the zenith like a falling star. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. What, will the line stretch out to the crack of doom? Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 1. Doubt. Modest doubt is called the beacon of the wise. Shakespeare, from Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 2. Who never doubted, never half believed, where doubt their truth is, 'tis her shadow. Bailey, from Festus, Scene a country town. Uncertain ways unsafest are, and doubt a greater mischief than despair. Denham, from Cooper's Hill. But the gods are dead, aye, Zeus is dead, and all the gods but doubt, and doubt is brother devil to despair. O'Reilly, from Prometheus, Christ. Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win, by fearing to attempt. Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, Act 1, Scene 4. But now I am cabined, cribbed, confined, bound into saucy doubts and fears. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. Attempt the end, and never stand to doubt. Nothing so hard but search will find it out. Herrick, from Seek and Find. Dubious is such a scrupulous good man. Yes, you may catch him tripping if you can. He would not with a peremptory tone assert the nose upon his face his own. With hesitation admirably slow, he humbly hopes, presumes, it may be so. Cowper, from Conversation. But there are wanderers o'er eternity, whose bark drives on, and anchored ne'er shall be. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. The wound of peace is surety, surety secure, but modest doubt is called the beacon of the wise, the tent that searches to the bottom of the worst. Shakespeare, from Troilus and Cressida, Act 2, Scene 2. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 17. Dream, dress, drink, duty, dying. Dream. Dreams are but interludes which fancy makes. When monarch reason sleeps, this mimic wakes. Dryden, from Fables, The Cock and the Fox. 'Twas but a dream, let it pass, let it vanish like so many others. What I thought was a flower is only a weed, and is worthless. Longfellow, from Courtship of Miles Standish, Part 8. One of those passing rainbow dreams, half light, half shade, which fancy's beams paint on the fleeting mists that roll, in trance or slumber, round the soul. Moore, from Lalla Rookh, Fire Worshippers. If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act 5, Scene 1. And yet, as angels in some brighter dreams call to the soul when man does sleep, so some strange thoughts transcend our wonted dreams, and into glory peep. Vaughan, from Ascension Hymn. When to soft sleep we give ourselves away, and in a dream, as in a fairy bark, drift on and on through the enchanted dark, to purple daybreak, little thought we pay to that sweet bitter world we know by day. Aldrich, from Sonnet, Sleep. Dreams are the children of an idle brain. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 4. Dress. Let thy attire be comely, but not costly. Lily, from Euphues, 1579. The soul of this man is his clothes. Shakespeare, from All's Well that Ends Well, Act 2, Scene 5. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. We'll have a swashing and a martial outside. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 1, Scene 3. O fair undress, best dress, it checks no vein, but every flowing limb in pleasure drowns, and heightens ease with grace. Thomson, from Castle of Indolence, Canto 1. What a fine man hath your tailor made you. Messenger, from City Madam, Act 1, Scene 2. Thy gown? Why, ay. Come, tailor, let us see it. Oh, mercy God, what masking stuff is here! What's this, a sleeve? 'Tis like a demi-cannon. What? Up and down, carved like an apple-tart. Here's snip and nip and cut and slish and slash, like to a censer in a barber's shop. Why, what in the devil's name, tailor, call'st thou this? Shakespeare, from Taming of the Shrew, Act 4, Scene 3. With silken coats and caps and golden rings, with ruffs and cuffs and farthingales and things, with scarfs and fans and double change of bravery, with amber bracelets, beads, and all this knavery. Shakespeare, from Taming of the Shrew, Act 4, Scene 3. Dress drains our cellar dry, and keeps our larder lean, puts out our fires, and introduces hunger, frost, and woe, where peace and hospitality might reign. Cooper, from The Task, Book 2. Dwellers in huts and in marble halls, from shepherdess up to queen, cared little for bonnets and less for shawls, and nothing for crinoline. But now simplicity's not the rage, and it's funny to think how cold the dress they wore in the golden age would seem in the age of gold. Lee, from The Two Ages. Drink. O merry swains, who quaff the nut-brown ale, and sing enamoured of the nut-brown maid. Beattie, from The Minstrel, Book 1. Fill full! Why, this is as it should be. Here is my true realm, amidst bright eyes and faces, happy as fair. Here sorrow cannot reach. Lord Byron, from Sardanapalus, Act 3, Scene 1. But maistly thee, the blood of Scots, fra Maidenkirk to John o' Groats, the king o' drinks, as I conceive it, Talisker, Islay, or Glenlivet. For after years with a portmanty, fra Zanzibar to Alicante, in mony a fashion sair affliction, I gid as my sincere conviction, of all their foreign tricks and pliskies, I maist abominate their whiskies. My doot themselves, they ken it weel, a with a hash of lemon peel, and ice and siccan filth, they attle the stawsome kind o' goo to settle, sich wersh apothecaries brews with, as Scotsmen scorn to file their moos with. Stevenson, from The Scotsman's Return from Abroad. This bottle's the sun of our table, his beams are rosy wine, we planets that are not able without his help to shine. Sheridan, from the Duenna, Act 3, Scene 5. Now to rivulets from the mountains point the rods of fortune tellers. Youth perpetual dwells in fountains, not in flasks and casks and cellars. Longfellow, from Drinking Song. In vain I trusted that the flowing bowl would banish sorrow and enlarge the soul. To the late revel and protracted feast wild dreams succeeded and disordered rest. Prior, from Solomon, Book 2. And now in madness, being full of supper and distempering draughts, upon malicious bravery dost thou come to start my quiet. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 1, Scene 1. He that is drunken is outlawed by himself. All kind of ill did with his liquor slide into his veins. Herbert, from the Temple, the Church Porch. A drunkard clasp his teeth and not undo 'em, to suffer wet damnation to run through 'em. Tourneur, from the Revenger's Tragedy, Act 3, Scene 1. I told you, sir, they were red hot with drinking, so full of valour that they smote the air for breathing in their faces, beat the ground for kissing of their feet. Shakespeare, from The Tempest, Act 4, Scene 1. Of my merit on that point you yourself may judge. All is, I never drink no spirit, nor I hain never signed no pledge. Lowell, from the Biglow Papers, First Series, No. 7. Duty. So nigh is grandeur to our dust, so near is God to man. When duty whispers low, "Thou must," the youth replies, "I can." Emerson, from Voluntaries. Not once or twice in our rough island story the path of duty was the way to glory. Tennyson, from Ode, Death of the Duke of Wellington. When I'm not thanked at all, I'm thanked enough. I've done my duty, and I've done no more. Fielding, from Tom Thumb. And I read the moral. A brave endeavour to do thy duty, whatever it's worth, is better than life with love forever, and love is the sweetest thing on earth. Roach, from Sir Hugo's Choice. Dying. The slender debt to nature's quickly paid, discharged, perchance, with greater ease than made. Quarles, from Emblems, Book 2, 13. The sense of death is most in apprehension, and the poor beetle that we tread upon in corporal sufferance finds a pang as great as when a giant dies. Shakespeare, from Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. She thought our good night kiss was given, and like a lily her life did close. Angels uncurtained that repose, and the next waking dawned in heaven. Massey, from Ballad of Babe Christabel. So fades a summer cloud away, so sinks the gale when storms are o'er, so gently shuts the eye of day, so dies a wave along the shore. Barbeau, from The Death of the Virtuous. Of no distemper, of no blast he died, but fell like autumn fruit that mellowed long. Even wonder that, because he dropped no sooner. Fate seemed to wind him up for 80 years, yet freshly ran he on 10 winters more, till like a clock, worn out with eating time, the wheels of weary life at last stood still. Dryden, from Oedipus, Act 4, Scene 1. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 18. Easter, Ecclesiasticism, Eternity, Evening, Expectation. Easter. Christ the Lord is risen today, sons of men and angels say, raise your joys and triumphs high, sing ye heavens, and earth reply. Wesley from Christ the Lord is risen today. Yes, he is risen, who is the first and last, who was and is, who liveth and was dead. Beyond the reach of death he now has passed, of the one glorious church, the glorious head. Bonar from He is risen. Tomb, thou shalt not hold him longer. Death is strong, but life is stronger, stronger than the dark, the light, stronger than the wrong, the right. Faith and hope triumphant say, Christ will rise on Easter Day. Brooks from An Easter Carol. Rise, heart, thy Lord is risen, sing his praise without delays, who takes thee by the hand, that thou likewise with him mayst rise, that as his death calcined thee to dust, his life may make thee gold and much more just. Herbert from Easter. Spring bursts today, for Christ is risen, and all the earth's at play. Rossetti from An Easter Carol. Ecclesiasticism. With crosses, relics, crucifixes, beads, pictures, rosaries and pyxes, the tools of working out salvation by mere mechanic operation. Butler from Hudibras, Part 3, Canto 1. Till Peter's keys some christened Jove adorn, and Pan to Moses lends his pagan horn. Pope from the Dunciad, Book 3. Christians have burnt each other, quite persuaded that all the apostles would have done as they did. Lord Byron from Don Juan, Canto 1. To rest the cushion and soft Dean invite, who never mentions hell to ears polite. Pope from Moral Essays, Epistle 4. Perverts the prophets and purloins the psalms. Lord Byron from English Bards and Scotch Reviewers. So shall they build me altars in their zeal, where knaves shall minister and fools shall kneel, where faith may mutter o'er her mystic spell, written in blood, and bigotry may swell, the sail he spreads for heaven with blast from hell. Moore from Lala Rookh, the veiled prophet of Khorasan. In hope to merit heaven by making earth a hell. Lord Byron from Childe Harold, Canto 1. When pious frauds and holy shifts are dispensations and gifts. Butler from Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 3. Yes, rather plunge me back in pagan night, and take my chance with Socrates for bliss, than be the Christian of a faith like this, which builds on heavenly cant its earthly sway, and in a convert mourns to lose a prey. More from Intolerance. And after hearing what our church can say, if still our reason runs another way, that private reason 'tis more just to curb, than by disputes the public peace disturb. For points obscure are of small use to learn, but common quiet is mankind's concern. Dryden from Religio Laici. Eternity. The time will come when every change shall cease, this quick revolving wheel shall rest in peace. No summer then shall glow, nor winter freeze, nothing shall be to come, and nothing past, but an eternal now shall ever last. Petrarch, from The Triumph of Eternity. Nothing is there to come, and nothing past, but an eternal now does always last. Cowley, from Davideus. This speck of life in time's great wilderness, this narrow isthmus twixt two boundless seas, the past, the future, two eternities. More, from Lala Rukh, the veiled prophet of Khorasan. And can eternity belong to me, poor pensioner on the bounties of an hour? Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 1. 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us, 'tis heaven itself that points out an hereafter and indicates eternity to man. Addison, from Cato, Act 5, Scene 1. Evening. Sweet the coming on of grateful evening mild, then silent night with this her solemn bird, and this fair moon, and these the gems of heaven, her starry train. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 4. It is the hour when from the boughs the nightingale's high note is heard. It is the hour when lovers' vows seem sweet in every whispered word. Lord Byron, from Parisina. O twilight, spirit that doth render birth to dim enchantments, melting heaven with earth, leaving on craggy hills and running streams a softness like the atmosphere of dreams. Norton, from Picture of Twilight. Now came still evening on, and twilight grey had in her sober livery all things clad. Silence accompanied, for beast and bird, they to their grassy couch, these to their nests, were slunk, all but the wakeful nightingale. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 4. The pale child, Eve, leading her mother, Night. Smith, from A Life Drama. When on the marge of evening the last blue light is broken, and winds of dreamy odour are loosened from afar. Guigny, from When on the Marge of Evening. When day is done, and clouds are low, and flowers are honey-dew, and Hesper's lamp begins to glow along the western blue, and homeward wing the turtle doves, then comes the hour the poet loves. Crowley, from The Poet's Hour. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks, the long day wanes, the slow moon climbs, the deep moans round with many voices. Tennyson, from Ulysses. The holy time is quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration. Wordsworth, from It is a Beauteous Evening. Expectation. 'Tis expectation makes a blessing dear. Heaven were not heaven if we knew what it were. Suckling, from Against Fruition. Oft expectation fails, and most oft there where most it promises, and oft it hits where hope is coldest, and despair most fits. Shakespeare, from All's Well That Ends Well, Act 2, Scene 1. Why wish for more? Wishing of all employments is the worst, philosophy's reverse and health's decay. Young from Night Thoughts, Night 4. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. Section 19. I, Face, Fairy, Faith, Falsehood. I. A grey eye is a sly eye, and roguish as a brown one. Turn full upon me thy eye. Ah, how its wavelets drown one! A blue eye is a true eye, mysterious as a dark one, which flashes like a spark sun. A black eye is the best one. Alga. From Oriental Poetry, Mirza Shafi on Eyes. O lovely eyes of azure, clear as the waters of a brook that run, limpid and laughing in the summer sun. Longfellow. From The Mask of Pandora. Within her tender eye, the heaven of April with its changing light. Longfellow. From The Spirit of Poetry. Her two blue windows faintly she upheaveth, like the fair sun when in his fresh array he cheers the morn, and all the earth relieveth. And as the bright sun glorifies the sky, so is her face illumined with her eye. Shakespeare. From Venus and Adonis. Blue eyes shimmer with angel glances, like spring violets over the lea. Wilson. From October's Song. The harvest of a quiet eye that broods and sleeps, oh, his own heart. Wordsworth. From A Poet Epitaph. Stabbed with a white wench's black eye. Shakespeare. From Romeo and Juliet. Act 2, Scene 4. Sometimes from her eyes I did receive fair speechless messages. Shakespeare. From Merchants of Venice, Act 1, Scene 1. For where is any author in the world teaches such beauty as a woman's eye? Shakespeare. From Love's Labour's Lost. Act 4, Scene 3. Heart on her lips and soul within her eyes, soft as her clime and sunny as her skies. Lord Byron. From Beppo. The fringed curtains of thine eye advance. Shakespeare. From The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2. Alas, how little can a moment show of an eye where feeling plays in 10,000 dewy rays, a face o'er which 1,000 shadows go. Wordsworth. From The Triad. Face. There's no art to find the mind's construction in the face. Shakespeare. From Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 4. Your face, my Thane, is a book where men may read strange matters to beguile the time, look like the time. Shakespeare. From Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 5. Her face so fair, as flesh it seemed not, but heavenly portrait of bright angel's hue, clear as the sky without blame or blot, through goodly mixture of complexions due. Spenser. From Fairy Queen, Canto 3. The light upon her face shines from the windows of another world. Saints only have such faces. Longfellow. From Michelangelo. Oh, could you view the melody of every grace and music of her face? Lovelace. From Orpheus to Beasts. a countenance more in sorrow than in anger. Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. In each cheek appears a pretty dimple. Love made those hollows. If himself were slain, he might be buried in a tomb so simple, for knowing well, if there he came to lie, why there love lived and there he could not die. Shakespeare, from Venus and Adonis. There affection with the sickly mien shows in her cheek the roses of 18. Pope, from Rape of the Lock, Canto 4. Sweet pouting lips whose colour mocks the rose, rich, ripe, and teeming with the dew of bliss, the flower of love's forbidden fruit, which grows insidiously to tempt us with a kiss. Wild, from Tasso's Sonnets. Her face betokened all things dear and good, the light of somewhat yet to come was there, asleep and waiting for the opening day. Ingelow, from Margaret in the Zebec. Her face is like the Milky Way i' the sky, a meeting of gentle lights without a name. Suckling, from Brunerolt. A face with gladness overspread, soft smiles by human kindness bred. Wordsworth, to a Highlander girl. Fairy. They are fairies. He that speaks to them shall die. I'll wink and couch, no man their sports must eye. Shakespeare, from Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 5, Scene 5. This is the fairy land, O spite of spites. We talk with goblins, owls, and elvish sprites. Shakespeare, from Comedy of Errors, Act 2, Scene 2. In silence sad, trip we after the night shade. We the globe can compass soon, swifter than the wandering moon. Shakespeare, from Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 4, Scene 1. Fairies black, grey, green, and white, you moonshine revellers and shades of night. Shakespeare, from Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 5, Scene 5. Fairies use flowers for their charactery. Shakespeare, from Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 5, Scene 5. Scarlet leather sewn together, this will make a shoe. Left, right, pull it tight. Summer's days are warm, underground in winter, laughing at the storm. Lay your ear close to the hill. Do you not catch the tiny clamour? Busy click of an elfin hammer. Voice of the leprechaun singing shrill, as he merrily plies his trade. He's a span and quarter in height. Get him in sight, hold him fast, and you're a made man. Allingham, from the Fairy Shoemaker. Some say no evil thing that walks by night, in fog or fire, by lake or moorish fen, blue meagre hag or stubborn unlaid ghost, that breaks his magic chains at curfew time, no goblin or swart fairy of the mine hath hurtful power or true virginity. Milton, from Comus. I took it for a fairy vision of some gay creatures of the element that in the colours of the rainbow live and play i' the plighted clouds. Milton, from Comus. Oft fairy elves, whose midnight revels by a forest side, or fountain some belated peasant sees, or dreams he sees, while overhead the moon sits arbitrous and nearer to the earth, wheels her pale course, they on their mirth and dance, intent with jocund music, charm his ear, at once with joy, and fear his heart rebounds. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 1. Faith. Faith is the subtle chain which binds us to the infinite, the voice of a deep life within that will remain until we crowd it thence. Smith, from Sonnet Faith. Nor less I deem that there are powers which of themselves our minds impress, that we can feed this mind of ours in a wise passiveness. Wordsworth. From Expostulation and Reply. One in whom persuasion and belief had ripened into faith, and faith became a passionate intuition. Wordsworth. From the Excursion, Book 7. Faith builds a bridge across the gulf of death, to break the shock blind nature cannot shun, and lands thought smoothly on the further shore. Young. From Night Thoughts, Night 4. A bending staff I would not break, a feeble faith I would not shake, nor even rashly pluck away the error which some truth may stay, whose loss might leave the soul without a shield against the shafts of doubt. Whittier. From Questions of Life. I stretch lame hands of faith and grope, and gather dust and chaff and call to what I feel is Lord of all, and faintly trust the larger hope. Tennyson. From In Memoriam 54. The power that led his chosen by pillared cloud and flame through parted sea and desert waste, that power is still the same. He fails not, he, the loyal hearts that firm on him rely. So put your trust in God, my boys, and keep your powder dry. Blacker. From Oliver's Advice. Footnote. Cromwell once, when his troops were about crossing a river to attack the enemy, concluded an address with these words: "Put your trust in God, but mind to keep your powder dry." If faith produce no works, I see that faith is not a living tree. Thus faith and works together grow, no separate life they e'er can know. Their soul and body, hand and heart, what God hath joined, let no man part. More. From Dan and Jane. Whose faith has centre everywhere, nor cares to fix itself to form. Tennyson. From In Memoriam 33. But who, with filial confidence inspired, can lift to heaven an unpresumptuous eye, and smiling say, "My Father made them all"? Cowper. The Task. Book 5. Winter Morning Walk. Falsehood. I gave him joy that's awkward at a lie. Young. From Night Thoughts, Night 8. For my part, if a lie may do thee grace, I'll gild it with the happiest terms I have. Shakespeare. From King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. 'Tis as easy as lying. Shakespeare. From Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. Some truth there was, but dashed and brewed with lies, to please the fools and puzzle all the wise. Dryden. From Absalom and Architophel. That a lie which is a half-truth is ever the blackest of lies. That a lie which is all a lie may be met and fought with outright, but a lie which is part a truth is a harder matter to fight. Tennyson. From The Grandmother. Some lie beneath the churchyard stone, and some before the speaker. Prayed. From School and Schoolfellows. Like one who, having unto truth by telling of it, made such a sinner of his memory to credit his own lie. Shakespeare. From The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 20. Fame, Fancy, Farewell, Farming, Fashion. Fame. Fame is the shade of immortality, and in itself a shadow. Soon as caught, contemned, it shrinks to nothing in the grasp. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 7. And what is fame? The meanest have their day, the greatest can but blaze and pass away. Pope, from the First Book of Horace, Epistle 6. What is fame? A fancied life in others' breath, a thing beyond us, even before our death. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 4. What is the end of fame? 'Tis but to fill a certain portion of uncertain paper. Some liken it to climbing up a hill, whose summit, like all hills, is lost in vapor. For this men write, speak, preach, and heroes kill, and bards burn what they call their midnight taper, to have, when the original is dust, a name, a wretched picture, and worse bust. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 1. Her house is all of echo made, where never dies the sound, and as her brows the clouds invade, her feet do strike the ground. Johnson, from Fame. What shall I do to be forever known, and make the age to come my own? Cowley, from The Motto. The best concerted schemes men lay for fame die fast away, only themselves die faster. The far-famed sculptor and the laurelled bard, those bold insurancers of deathless fame, supply their little feeble aids in vain. Blair, from The Grave. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, but if it be a sin to covet honour, I am the most offending soul alive. Shakespeare, from King Henry V, Act 4, Scene 3. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, that all with one consent praise new-born gods, and give to dust that is a little gilt more laud than gilt o'erdusted. Shakespeare, from Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. Thrice happy he whose name has been well spelled in the dispatch. I knew a man whose loss was printed Grove, although his name was Gross. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 8. Nor fame I slight, nor for her favours call. She comes unlooked for, if she comes at all. Unblemished let me live, or die unknown. O grant an honest fame, or grant me none. Pope, from the Temple of Fame. It deserves with characters of brass a fortied residence 'gainst the tooth of time, and razure of oblivion. Shakespeare, from Measure for Measure, Act 5, Scene 1. Your name is great in mouths of wisest censure. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. Know ye not, then, said Satan, filled with scorn, know ye not me? Not to know me argues yourselves unknown, the lowest of your throng. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 4. The aspiring youth that fired the Ephesian dome outlives in fame the pious fool that raised it. Cibber, from Shakespeare's King Richard III, altered, Act 3, Scene 1. Ah, who can tell how hard it is to climb the steep where fame's proud temple shines afar? Ah, who can tell how many a soul sublime has felt the influence of malignant star, and waged with fortune an eternal war, checked by the scoff of pride, by envy's frown, and poverty's unconquerable bar, in life's low vale remote has pined alone, then dropped into the grave, unpitied, and unknown. Beatty, from The Minstrel, Book 1. Fancy. This is the very coinage of your brain, this bodiless creation ecstasy is very cunning in. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 4. When I could not sleep for cold, I had fire enough in my brain, and builded with roofs of gold my beautiful castles in Spain. Lowell, from Aladdin. Egeria, sweet creation of some heart which found no mortal resting place so fair as thine ideal breast, whatever thou art, or wert, a young aurora of the air, the nymphal lapse of some fond despair, or, it might be, a beauty of the earth, who found a more than common votary there, too much adoring, whatsoever thy birth, thou wert a beautiful thought, and softly bodied forth. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. When at the close of each sad sorrowing day, fancy restores what vengeance snatched away. Pope, from Eloise to Abelard. We figure to ourselves the thing we like, and then we build it up, as chance will have it, on the rock or sand. For thought is tired of wandering o'er the world, and homebound fancy runs her bark ashore. Taylor, from Philip van Artevelde, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 5. Farewell. Farewell, a word that must be, and hath been, a sound which makes us linger, yet farewell. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. All farewells should be sudden, when forever, else they make an eternity of moments, and clog the last sad sands of life with tears. Lord Byron, from Sardanapalus. So sweetly she bade me adieu, I thought that she bade me return. Shenstone, from A Pastoral. He turned him right and round about upon the Irish shore, and gae his bridle reins a shake, with adieu for evermore, my dear, with adieu for evermore. Burns, from It Was All for Our Rightful King. And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. Fare thee well, the elements be kind to thee, and make thy spirits all of comfort. Shakespeare, from Antony and Cleopatra, Act 3, Scene 2. Alas and farewell, but there's no use in grieving, for life is made up of loving and leaving. Raymond, from Written in an Album. Farming. Ill husbandry braggeth to go with the best. Good husbandry beggeth up gold in his chest. Tusser, from 500 Points of Good Husbandry, Chapter 52. Ye rigid ploughmen, bear in mind your labour is for future hours. Advance, spare not, nor look behind. Plough deep and straight with all your powers. Horn, from The Plough. Here Ceres' gifts in waving prospect stand, and nodding tempt the joyful reaper's hand. Pope, from Windsor Forest. When weary reapers quit the sultry field, and crowned with corn, their thanks to Ceres yield. Pope, from Summer. Heap high the farmer's wintry hoard, heap high the golden corn, no richer gift has autumn poured from out her lavish horn. Whittier, from The Corn Song. The cattle are grazing, their heads never raising, there are 40 feeding like one. Wordsworth, from The Cock is Crowing. Fashion. Fashion, a word which knaves and fools may use, their knavery and folly to excuse. Churchill, from Rosciad. The fashion wears out more apparel than the man. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 3, Scene 3. Nothing exceeds in ridicule, no doubt, a fool in fashion, but a fool that's out. His passion for absurdity is so strong, he cannot bear a rival in the wrong. Though wrong the mode, comply. More sense is shown in wearing others' follies than our own. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 2. Nothing is thought rare which is not new and followed. Yet we know that what was worn some 20 years ago comes into grace again. Beaumont and Fletcher, from The Noble Gentleman, Prologue. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain some score or two of tailors, to study fashions to adorn my body. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 1, Scene 2. Let's do it after the high Roman fashion. Shakespeare, from Antony and Cleopatra, Act 4, Scene 15. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The World's Best Poetry Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 21. Fate, Fault, Fear, Feeling, Fidelity. Fate. Success, the mark no mortal wit or surest hand can always hit. For whatsoe'er we perpetrate, we do but row, we're steered by fate, which in success oft disinherits, for spurious causes, noblest merits. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 1. Fate holds the strings, and men like children move, but as they're led, success is from above. Lord Lansdowne, from Heroic Love, Act 5, Scene 1. Fate steals along with silent tread, found oftenest in what least we dread, frowns in the storm with angry brow, but in the sunshine strikes the blow. Cooper, from A Fable, Moral. With equal pace, impartial fate knocks at the palace as the cottage gate. Horace, from Book 1, Ode 4, translation of Francis. Our wills and fates do so contrary run that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. What fates impose, that men must needs abide, it boots not to resist both wind and tide. Shakespeare, from King Henry VI, Part 4, Act 4, Scene 3. Heaven from all creatures hides the book of fate. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 1. Let those deplore their doom, whose hope still grovels in this dark sojourn, but lofty souls, who look beyond the tomb, can smile at fate, and wonder how they mourn. Beattie, from The Minstrel, Book 1. No living man can send me to the shades before my time. No man of woman born, coward or brave, can shun his destiny. Homer, from the Iliad, Book 6, translation of Bryant. Our remedies oft in ourselves do lie, which we ascribe to heaven. The fated sky gives us free scope, only doth backward pull our slow designs when we ourselves are dull. Shakespeare, from All's Well that Ends Well, Act 1, Scene 1. I'll make assurance doubly sure, and take a bond of fate. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 1. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2. Man is his own star, and the soul that can render an honest and a perfect man commands all light, all influence, all fate. Nothing to him falls early or too late. Fletcher, from Upon an Honest Man's Fortune. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. Fault. Roses have thorns, and silver fountains mud. Clouds and eclipses stain both moon and sun, and loathsome canker lives in sweetest bud. All men make faults. Shakespeare, from Sonnet 35. Men still had faults, and men will have them still. He that hath none, and lives as angels do, must be an angel. Dillon, from On Mr. Dryden's Religio Laici. Go to your bosom, knock there, and ask your heart what it doth know that's like my brother's fault. Shakespeare, from Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. And oftentimes excusing of a fault doth make the fault the worse by the excuse, as patches, set upon a little breach, discredit more in hiding of the fault than did the fault before it was so patched. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 4, Scene 2. Condemn the fault, and not the actor of it? Why, every fault's condemned ere it be done. Mine were the very cipher of a function, to find the faults whose fine stands in record, and let go by the actor. Shakespeare, from Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Fear. Imagination frames events unknown, in wild, fantastic shapes of hideous ruin, and what it fears creates. More, from Belshazzar, Part 2. Imagination's fool and error's wretch, man makes a death which nature never made, then on the point of his own fancy falls, and feels 1,000 deaths in fearing one. Dr. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 4. A lamb appears a lion, and we fear each bash we seize a bear. Quarrels, from Emblems, Book 1 to Book 13. Or in the night, imagining some fear, how easy is a bush supposed a bear? Shakespeare, from A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 5, Scene 1. His fear was greater than his haste, for fear, though fleeter than the wind, believes 'tis always left behind. Butler, from Hudibras, Part 3, Canto 3. His flight was madness. When our actions do not, our fears do make us traitors. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 2. Such a numerous host fled not in silence through the frighted deep, with ruin upon ruin, rout on rout, confusion worse confounded. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. Thou tremblest, and the whiteness in thy cheek is apter than thy tongue to tell thy errand. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. To fear the foe, since fear oppresseth strength, gives in your weakness strength unto your foe. Shakespeare, from King Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2. Fear stared in her eyes, and chalked her face. Tennyson, from The Princess, 4. Whose horrid image doth unfix my hair, and make my seated heart knock at my ribs, against the use of nature. Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 3. Lady Macbeth. Letting I dare not wait upon I would, like the poor cat to the adage. Macbeth. Prithee, peace. I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. Tender-handed stroke a nettle, and it stings you for your pains. Grasp it like a man of metal, and it soft as silk remains. Hill, from Verses Written on a Window in Scotland. Fain would I climb, yet fear I to fall. Sir Raleigh, from Written on a Window Pane. If thy heart fails thee, climb not at all. Queen Elizabeth, from Written under the Above. Feeling. Sweet sensibility, thou keen delight, unprompted moral, sudden sense of right. More, from Sensibility. Feeling is deep and still, and the word that floats on the surface is as the tossing buoy that betrays where the anchor is hidden. Longfellow, from Evangeline, Part 2, Scene 2. 'Twere vain to tell thee all I feel, or say for thee I'd die. Wade, from 'twere vain to tell. And inasmuch as feeling, the East's gift, is quick and transient, comes and lo, is gone, while northern thought is slow and durable. Browning, from Luria, Act 5. Great thoughts, great feelings came to them, like instincts unawares. Milnes, Lord Houghton, from The Men of Old. Fidelity. True as the needle to the pole, or as the dial to the sun. Booth, from the Song. But faithfulness can feed on suffering, and knows no disappointment. Eliot, from Spanish Gypsy, Book 3. To God, thy country, and thy friend be true. Vaughan, from Rules and Lessons. Statesman, yet friend to truth, of soul sincere, in action faithful, and in honour clear, who broke no promise, served no private end, who gained no title, and who lost no friend. Pope, from Epistle to Mr. Addison. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 22. Fish, flattery, flowers, fool, forget. Fish. O scaly, slippery, wet, swift, staring wights, what is it ye do? What life lead? Dull goggles. How do ye vary your vile days and nights? How pass your Sundays? Are you still but joggles in ceaseless wash? Still naught but gapes and bites, and drinks and stares, diversified with boggles? Hunt. From Sonnets, The Fish, the Man, and the Spirit. Our plenteous streams a various race supply, the bright-eyed perch with fins of Tyrian dye, the silver eel, in shining volumes rolled, the yellow carp, in scales bedropped with gold, swift trouts, diversified with crimson stains, and pikes, the tyrants of the watery plains. Pope, from Windsor Forest. Flattery. No adulation, 'tis the death of virtue. Who flatters is of all mankind the lowest, save he who courts the flattery. Moore, from Daniel. Oh, that man's ears should be to counsel deaf, but not to flattery. Shakespeare, from Timon of Athens, Act 1, Scene 2. They do abuse the king that flatter him, for flattery is the bellows blows up sin. Shakespeare, from Pericles, Act 1, Scene 3. What drink'st thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Shakespeare, from Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. But flattery never seems absurd. The flattered always take your word. Impossibilities seem just. They take the strongest praise on trust. Hyperboles, though ne'er so great, will still come short of self-conceit. Gay, from The Painter Who Pleased Nobody and Everybody. 'Tis an old maxim in the schools, that flattery's the food of fools. Yet now and then your man of wit will condescend to take a bit. Swift, from Cadenus and Vanessa. He loves to hear that unicorns may be betrayed with trees, and bears with glasses, elephants with holes, lions with toils, and men with flatterers. But when I tell him he hates flatterers, he says he does, being then most flattered. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 1. Ne'er was flattery lost on poet's ear. A simple race, they waste their toil for the vain tribute of a smile. Scott, from the Lay of the Last Minstrel, Canto 4. Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candid tongue lick absurd pomp, and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee, where thrift may follow fawning. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. His nature is too noble for the world. He would not flatter Neptune for his trident, or Jove for his power to thunder. Shakespeare, from Coriolanus, Act 3, Scene 1. Flowers. No dainty flower or herb that grows on ground, no arboret with painted blossoms dressed, and smelling sweet, but there it might be found, to bud out fair, and throw her sweet smells all around. Spenser, from the Faery Queen, Book 2, Canto 6. Small herbs have grace, great weeds do grow apace. And since, methinks, I would not grow so fast, because sweet flowers are slow, and weeds make haste. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 2, Scene 4. Ye field flowers, the gardens eclipse you, 'tis true, yet, wildings of nature, I dote upon you. For ye waft me to summers of old, when the earth teemed around me with fairy delight, and when daisies and buttercups gladdened my sight, like treasures of silver and gold. Campbell, from Field Flowers. Loveliest of lovely things are they on earth that soonest pass away. The rose that lives its little hour is prized beyond the sculptured flower. Bryant, from Scene on the Banks of the Hudson. Sweet is the rose, but grows upon a brier. Sweet is the juniper, but sharp his bough. Sweet is the eglantine, but sticketh here. Sweet is the fir bloom, but its branch is rough. Sweet is the cypress, but its rind is tough. Sweet is the nut, but bitter is his pill. Sweet is the broom flower, but yet sour enough. And sweet is moly, but his root is ill. Spenser, from Amoretti, Sonnet 26. And 'tis my faith that every flower enjoys the air it breathes. Wordsworth, from Lines written in early spring. Spring. Daffydowndilly came up in the cold, through the brown mould, although the March breezes blew keen on her face, although the white snow lay in many a place. Warner, from Daffydowndilly. Darlings of the forest, blossoming alone, when earth's grief is sorest for her jewels gone, ere the last snowdrift melts, your tender buds have blown. Cook, from Trailing Arbutus. Ring-ting! I wish I were a primrose, a bright yellow primrose blowing in the spring, the stooping boughs above me, the wandering bee to love me, the fern and moss to creep across, and the elm tree for our king. Allingham, from Wishing, a Child's Song. Mild offspring of a dark and sullen sire, whose modest form, so delicately fine, was nursed in whirling storms, and cradled in the winds. Thee, when young spring first questioned winter's sway, and dared the sturdy blusterer to the fight, thee on his bank he threw, to mark his victory. White, from To an Early Primrose. O Proserpina, for the flowers now, that, frighted, thou lett'st fall from Dis's waggon, daffodils, that come before the swallow dares, and take the winds of March with beauty, violets, dim, but sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes, or Cytherea's breath, pale primroses, that die unmarried ere they can behold bright Phoebus in his strength. Shakespeare, from The Winter's Tale, Act 4, Scene 3. The snowdrop and primrose our woodlands adorn, and violets bathe in the wet o' the morn. Burns, from My Nanny's Away. A primrose by a river's brim, a yellow primrose was to him, and it was nothing more. Wordsworth from Peter Bell. The loveliest flowers the closest cling to earth, and they first feel the sun, so violets blue, so the soft star-like primrose, drenched in dew, the happiest of spring's happy, fragrant birth. Cabell from Spring Showers. Primrose eyes each morning ope in their cool, deep beds of grass, violets make the air that pass tell tales of their fragrant slope. Taylor from Home and Travel, Ariel in the Cloven Pine. A spring upon whose brink the anemones and hooded violets and shrinking ferns and tremulous woodland things crowd unafraid, sure of the refreshing that they always find. Preston from Unvisited. The modest lowly violet in leaves of tender green is set, so rich she cannot hide from view, but covers all the bank with blue. Goodale from Spring Scatters Far and Wide. O faint delicious springtime violet, thine odor like a key turns noiselessly in memory's wards to let a thought of sorrow free. Story from The Violet. In kindly showers and sunshine bud, the branches of the dull grey wood, out from its sunned and sheltered nooks, the blue eye of the violet looks. Whittier from Morgmignon, Part 3. Come for arbutus, my dear, my dear, the pink waxen blossoms are waking, I hear. We'll gather an armful of fragrant wild cheer. Come for arbutus, my dear, my dear, come for arbutus, my dear. Oberholzer from Come for Arbutus. A violet by the mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. Wordsworth from Lucy. Of all the months that fill the year, give April's month to me, for earth and sky are then so filled with sweet variety. The apple blossoms' shower of pearl, though blent with rosier hue, as beautiful as woman's blush, as evanescent too. Landon from Apple Blossoms. And buttercups are coming, and scarlet columbine, and in the sunny meadows the dandelions shine. Thaxter from Spring. Summer. Ah, bring childhood's flower, the half-blown daisy bring. Eliot from Flowers for the Heart. There is a flower, a little flower, with silver crest and golden eye, that welcomes every changing hour, and weathers every sky. Montgomery from A Field Flower. We meet thee like a pleasant thought, when such are wanted. Wordsworth from To the Daisy. Myriads of daisies have shone forth in flower, near the lark's nest, and in their natural hour have passed away, less happy than the one that, by the unwilling ploughshare, died to prove the tender charm of poetry and love. Wordsworth from Poems composed in the summer of 1833. With little here to do or see, of things that in the great world be, sweet daisy, oft I talk to thee, for thou art worthy, thou unassuming commonplace of nature, with that homely face, and yet with something of a grace, which love makes for thee. Wordsworth from To the Daisy. Here are sweet peas on tiptoe for a flight, with wings of gentle flush over delicate white, and taper fingers catching at all things, to bind them all about with tiny rings. Keats from I Stood Tiptoe upon a Little Hill. All will be gay when noontide wakes anew the buttercups, the little children's dower. Browning from Home Thoughts from Abroad. The buttercups, bright-eyed and bold, held up their chalices of gold to catch the sunshine and the dew. Dorr from Centennial Poem. We bring roses, beautiful fresh roses, dewy as the morning and colored like the dawn, little tents of odor where the bee reposes, swooning in sweetness of the bed he dreams upon. Read from the New Pastoral, Book 7. The amorous odors of the moveless air, jasmine and tuberose and gillyflower, carnation, heliotrope and purpling shower of Persian roses. Taylor, from The Picture of St. John, Book 2. Then will I raise aloft the milk-white rose, with whose sweet smell the air shall be perfumed. Shakespeare, from King Henry VI, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 1. Here eglantine embalmed the air, hawthorn and hazel mingled there, the primrose pale, the violet flower, found in each cliff a narrow bower. Foxglove and nightshade, side by side, emblems of punishment and pride, grouped their dark hues with every stain the weather-beaten crags retain. Scott, from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 1. Wild rose, sweetbriar, eglantine, all these pretty names are mine, and scent in every leaf is mine, and the leaf for all is mine, and the scent, oh, that's divine, happy sweet and pungent fine, pure as dew and picked as wine. Hunt, from Songs and Chorus of the Flowers. Roses red and violets blue, and all the sweetest flowers that in the forest grew. Spenser, from Faery Queen, Book 3, Canto 6. Oh, roses and lilies are fair to see, but the wild bluebell is the flower for me. Meredith, from the Bluebell. And the stately lilies stand fair in the silvery light, like saintly vestals, pale in prayer, their pure breath sanctifies the air, as its fragrance fills the night. Dorr, from A Red Rose. And the naiad-like lily of the vale, whom youth makes so fair and passion so pale, that the light of its tremulous bells is seen through their pavilions of tender green. Shelley, from The Sensitive Plant. A pure cool lily bending near the rose all flushed and warm. Sproat, from Guarnere. There's rosemary, that's for remembrance, pray you, love, remember, and there is pansies, that's for thoughts. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 5. Of all the bonny buds that blow in bright or cloudy weather, of all the flowers that come and go the whole 12 moons together, the little purple pansy brings thoughts of the sweetest, saddest things. Bradley, from Heart's Ease. I send thee pansies while the year is young, yellow as sunshine, purple as the night, flowers of remembrance, ever fondly sung by all the chiefest of the sons of light. Take all the sweetness of a gift unsought, and for the pansies send me back a thought. Downey, from Pansies. I know a bank where the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows, quite over canopied with luscious woodbine, with sweet musk roses, and with eglantine. Shakespeare, from Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 2, Scene 1. Or over the sculptures, quaint and rude, that grace my gloomy solitude, I teach in winding wreaths to stray fantastic ivies gadding spray. Wharton, from Retirement. Autumn. The purple asters bloom in crowds in every shady nook, and ladies' eardrops deck the banks of many a babbling brook. Eastman, from Autumn. Graceful tossing plume of glowing gold, waving lonely on the rocky ledge, leaning seaward, lovely to behold, clinging to the high cliff's ragged edge. Thaxter, from Seaside Goldenrod. The aster greets us as we pass with her faint smile. Whitman, from A Day of Indian Summer. Along the river's summer walk, the withered tufts of asters nod, and trembles on its arid stalk the hoar plume of the goldenrod, and on a ground of sombre fir and azure-studded juniper, the silver birch its buds of purple shows, and scarlet berries tell where bloomed the sweet wild rose. Whittier, from Last Walk in Autumn. Fool. The right to be a cussed fool is safe from all devices human. It's common, as a general rule, to every critter born of woman. Lowell, from the Biglow Papers, 2nd Series, No. 7. No creature smarts so little as a fool. Pope, from Prologue to Satires. The fool hath planted in his memory an army of good words, and I do know a many fools that stand in better place, garnished like him, that for a tricksy word defy the matter. Shakespeare, from The Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 5. A limbo large and broad, since called the paradise of fools, to few unknown. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 3. Who are a little wise, the best fools be. Donne, from The Triple Fool. For fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Pope, from Essay on Criticism, Part 3. In idle wishes fools supinely stay. Be there a will, and wisdom finds a way. Crabbe, from The Birth of Flattery. This fellow's wise enough to play the fool, and to do that well craves a kind of wit. Shakespeare, from Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 1. Some positive persisting fools we know, who, if once wrong, will need be always so. But you with pleasure own your errors past, and make each day a critique on the last. Pope, from Essay on Criticism, Part 3. Forget. Good to forgive, best to forget. Browning, from Las Sesias, Prologue. We bury love, forgetfulness grows over it like grass. That is the thing to weep for, not the dead. Smith, from A Boy's Poem. Go, forget me. Why should sorrow over that brow a shadow fling? Go, forget me, and tomorrow brightly smile and sweetly sing. Smile, though I shall not be near thee. Sing, though I shall never hear thee. Wolfe, from Song, Go Forget Me. Forgotten? No, we never do forget. We let the years go, wash them clean with tears, leave them to bleach out in the open day, or lock them careful by, like dead friends' clothes, till we shall dare unfold them without pain. But we forget not, never can forget. Muloch Craig, from A Flower of a Day. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 23. Forgive, Fortune, Freedom, Friendship, Fright. Forgive. Good nature and good sense must ever join. To err is human, to forgive divine. Pope, from Essay on Criticism, Part 1. Forgiveness to the injured does belong, but they ne'er pardon who have done the wrong. Dryden, from Conquest of Granada, Part 2, Act 1, Scene 2. Thou whom avenging powers obey, cancel my debt, too great to pay, before the sad accounting day. Dillon, from On the Day of Judgment. Some write their wrongs in marble. He, more just, stooped down serene and wrote them in the dust. trod underfoot, the sport of every wind, swept from the earth and blotted from his mind. There, secret in the grave, he bade them lie, and grieved they could not scape the almighty eye. Madden, from Boulter's Monuments. The more we know, the better we forgive. Whoever feels deeply, feels for all who live. Madame de Stael, from Corinne. Fortune. Fortune, men say, doth give too much to many, but yet she never gave enough to any. Sir Harrington, from Epigrams. Are there not, dear Michael, 2 points in the adventure of the diver? One, when a beggar he prepares to plunge, one, when a prince he rises with his pearl. Festus, I plunge. Browning, from Periclesis. When fortune means to men most good, she looks upon them with a threatening eye. Shakespeare, from King John, Act 3, Scene 4. Fortune in men has some small difference made. One flaunts in rags, one flutters in brocade. The cobbler aproned and the parson gowned, the friar hooded and the monarch crowned. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 4. Who thinks that fortune cannot change her mind, prepares a dreadful jest for all mankind. Pope, from Second Book of Horace, Satire 2. Will fortune never come with both hands full, but write her fair words still in foulest letters? She either gives a stomach and no food, such are the poor in health, or else a feast, and takes away the stomach. Such are the rich that have abundance and enjoy it not. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 4. Under heaven's high cope, fortune is God. All you endure and do depends on circumstance as much as you. Shelley, from Epigrams, from the Greek. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 3. Prosperity doth bewitch men, seeming clear, as seas do laugh, show white when rocks are near. Webster, from White Devil, Act 5, Scene 6. Oh, how portentous is prosperity! How comet-like it threatens while it shines! Dr. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 5. I have set my life up on a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 4. Blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. There is some soul of goodness in things evil, would men observingly distill it out. Shakespeare, from King Henry V, Act 4, Scene 1. Freedom. Who cometh over the hills, her garment with morning sweet, the dance of 1,000 rills making music before her feet. Her presence freshens the air, sunshine steals light from her face. The leaden footstep of care leaps to the tune of her pace. Fairness of all that is fair, grace at the heart of all grace. Sweetener of hut and of hall, bringer of life put of naught. Freedom, O fairest of all, the daughters of time and thought. Lowell, from Ode to Freedom, Centennial Anniversary of the Battle of Concord, April 19th, 1875. Of old sat Freedom on the heights, the thunders breaking at her feet. Above her shook the starry lights, she heard the torrents meet. Her open eyes desire the truth, the wisdom of 1,000 years is in them. May perpetual youth keep dry their light from tears. Tennyson, from Of Old Sat Freedom on the Heights. No, freedom has 1,000 charms to show, that slaves, however contented, never know. Religion, virtue, truth, whate'er we call a blessing, freedom is the pledge of all. Cooper, from Table Talk. A day, an hour of virtuous liberty is worth a whole eternity in bondage. Addison, from Cato, Act 2, Scene 1. The love of liberty with life is given, and life itself the inferior gift of heaven. Dryden, from Polemon and Arcite, Book 2. 'Tis liberty alone that gives the flower of fleeting life its lustre and perfume, and we are weeds without it. Cooper, from The Task, Book 5. I must have liberty withal, as large a charter as the wind, to blow on whom I please. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. That bawl for freedom in their senseless mood, and still revolt when truth would set them free. License they mean, when they cry liberty, for who loves that must first be wise and good. Milton, from On the Detraction Which Followed Upon My Writing Certain Treatises, 2. The traitor to humanity is the traitor most accursed. Man is more than constitutions, better rot beneath the sod than be true to church and state while we are doubly false to God. Lowell, from On the Capture of Certain Fugitive Slaves near Washington. The sword may pierce the beaver, stone walls in time may sever. 'Tis mind alone, worth steel and stone, that keeps men free forever. Moore, from Oh, the Sight Entrancing. Here the free spirit of mankind, at length, throws its last fetters off, and who shall place a limit to the giant's unchained strength, or curb his swiftness in the forward race? Bryant, from The Ages. Yet freedom, yet thy banner, torn but flying, streams like the thunderstorm against the wind. Lord Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Freedom needs all her poets. It is they who give her aspirations wings, and to the wiser law of music sway her wild imaginings. Lowell, from To the Memory of Hood. Free soil, free men, free speech, free press, Fremont and victory. Raymond, from Chorus, Republican Campaign Song, 1856. Friendship. A ruddy drop of manly blood the surging sea outweighs. The world uncertain comes and goes. The lover, rooted, stays. Emerson, from Epigraph to Friendship. Friendship, mysterious cement of the soul, sweetener of life, and solder of society. Blair, from The Grave. Friendship is the cement of two minds, as of one man the soul and body is, of which one cannot sever but the other suffers a needful separation. Chapman, from Revenge. A friendship that like love is warm, a love like friendship steady. Moore, from How Shall I Woo? Friendship's the image of eternity, in which there's nothing movable, nothing mischievous. Lily, from Endymion. Flowers are lovely, love is flower-like, friendship is a sheltering tree. Oh, the joys that came down shower-like, of friendship, love, and liberty, ere I was old. Coleridge, from Youth and Age. 'Tis sweet, as year by year we lose friends out of sight, in faith to muse how grows in paradise our store. Keble, from Burial of the Dead. I praise the Frenchman, his remark was shrewd. How sweet, how passing sweet is solitude! But grant me still a friend in my retreat, whom I may whisper, solitude is sweet. Cooper, from Retirement. Footnote: La Bruyere says Bartlett. Friendship's an abstract of love's noble flame. 'Tis love refined, and purged from all its dross. 'Tis next angel's love, if not the same. Phillips, from Friendship, a poem. Heaven gives us friends to bless the present scene, resumes them to prepare us for the next. Dr. Young, from Night Thoughts. A day for toil, an hour for sport, but for a friend is life too short. Emerson, from Considerations by the Way. But sweeter none than voice of faithful friend, sweet always, sweetest heard in loudest storm, some I remember and will ne'er forget. Pollock, from Course of Time, Book 5. A generous friendship no cold medium knows, burns with one love, with one resentment glows. One should our interests and our passions be, my friend must hate the man that injures me. Homer, from the Iliad, Book 9, translation of Pope. Nor hope to find a friend, but what has found a friend in thee. Dr. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 2. Friendship, peculiar boon of heaven, the noble mind's delight and pride, to men and angels only given, to all the lower world denied. Dr. Johnson, from Friendship, an Ode. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. The friends thou hast, in their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. Turn him, and see his threads. Look if he be friend to himself, that would be friend to thee. For that is first required, a man be his own, but he that's too much that is friend to none. Johnson, from Underwood. Lay this into your breast. Old friends, like old swords, still are trusted best. Webster, from Duchess of Malfi. Talk not of wasted affection. Affection never was wasted. If it enrich not the heart of another, its waters, returning back to their springs, like the rain, shall fill them full of refreshment, that which the fountain sends forth returns again to the fountain. Longfellow, from Evangeline. True happiness consists not in the multitude of friends, but in the worth and choice. Johnson, from Cynthia's Revels. Thou dost conspire against thy friend, Iago, if thou but think'st him wronged, and mak'st his ear a stranger to thy thoughts. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. Friendship above all ties does bind the heart, and faith in friendship is the noblest part. Earl of Orrery, from King Henry V. Be kind to my remains, and oh, defend against your judgment your departed friend. Dryden, from Epistle to Congreve. O summer friendship, whose flattering leaves, that shadowed us in our prosperity, with the least gust drop off in the autumn of adversity. Massenger, from The Maid of Honour. Such is the use and noble end of friendship, to bear a part in every storm of fate. Higgins, from Generous Conqueror. Friendship, like love, is but a name, unless to one you stint the flame. 'Tis thus in friendships, who depend on many, rarely find a friend. Gay, from Fables, The Hare and Many Friends. Like summer friends, flies of estate and sun and shine. Herbert, from The Answer. What the declined is, he shall as soon read in the eyes of others as feel in his own fall, for men, like butterflies, show not their mealy wings but to the summer. Shakespeare, from Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. The man that hails you Tom or Jack, and proves by thumping on your back his sense of your great merit, is such a friend that one had need be very much his friend indeed to pardon or to bear it. Cooper, from On Friendship. Give me the avowed, the erect, the manly foe, bold I can meet, perhaps may turn his blow, but of all plagues, good heaven, thy wrath can send, save, save, oh, save me from the candid friend. Canning, from New Morality. Friendship is constant in all other things, save in the office and affairs of love. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 2, Scene 1. If I speak to thee in friendship's name, thou think'st I speak too coldly. If I mention love's devoted flame, thou sayest I speak too boldly. Moore, from How Shall I Woo? Of all our good, of all our bad, this one thing only is of worth. We held the league of heart to heart, the only purpose of the earth. Hovey, from More Songs from Vagabondia, Envoy. It's an ower come sooth for age and youth, and it brooks wi' nae denial, that the dearest friends are the oldest friends, and the young are just on trial. Stevenson, from Poems in Scots. For friendship of itself a holy tie is made more sacred by adversity. Dryden, from The Hind and the Panther. O friendship, flavour of flowers, O lively sprite of life, O sacred bond of blissful peace, the stalwart staunch of strife. Grimoald, from Of Friendship. Fright. I feel my sinews slacken with the fright, and a cold sweat thrills down o'er all my limbs, as if I were dissolving into water. Dryden, from The Tempest. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold, whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy 2 eyes, like stars, start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end, like quills upon the fretful porcupine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. Silence that dreadful bell! It frights the isle from her propriety. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 2, Scene 3. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 24, Future, Gentleman, Ghost, Glory, God. Future. Often do the spirits of great events stride on before the events, and in today already walks tomorrow. Coleridge, from The Death of Wallenstein. When I consider life, 'tis all a cheat, yet fooled with hope, men favour the deceit. Trust on, and think tomorrow will repay. Tomorrow's falser than the former day, lies worse, and, while it says we shall be blessed with some new joys, cuts off what we possessed. Strange cozenage, none would live past years again, yet all hope pleasure in what yet remain. Dryden, from Aurangzeb, or the Great Mogul, Act 4, Scene 1. As though they were a tie and obligation to posterity, we get them, bear them, breed and nurse. What has posterity done for us, that we, lest they their rights should lose, should trust our necks to grip of noose? Trumbull, from McFinigal, Canto 2. The best of prophets of the future is the past. Lord Byron, from Letter, January the 28th, 1821. Gentleman. He is gentle that doth gentle deeds. Chaucer, from Canterbury Tales, The Wife of Bath's Tale. The gentle mind by gentle deeds is known, for a man by nothing is so well bewrayed as by his manners. Spenser, from Fairy Queen, Book 6, Canto 4. Though modest on his unembarrassed brow, nature had written gentleman. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 9. I freely told you all the wealth I had ran in my veins. I was a gentleman. Shakespeare, from Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 2. I am a gentleman, I'll be sworn thou art, thy tongue, thy face, thy limbs, actions, and spirit do give thee fivefold blazon. Shakespeare, from Twelfth Night, Act 1, Scene 5. Nothing to blush for and nothing to hide. Trust in his character felt far and wide. Be he a noble, or be he in trade, this is the gentleman nature has made. O'Donoghue, from What is a Gentleman? And thus he bore without abuse the grand old name of gentleman, defamed by every charlatan, and soiled with all ignoble use. Tennyson, from In Memoriam. His tribe were God Almighty's gentlemen. Dryden, from Absalom and Architophel. Ghost. What beckoning ghost along the moonlight shade invites my steps and points to yonder glade? Pope, from To the Memory of an Unfortunate Lady. What gentle ghost besprent with April dew hails me so solemnly to yonder yew? Johnson, from Elegy on the Lady Jane Paulet. By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers. Shakespeare, from King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. And then it started, like a guilty thing, upon a fearful summons. I have heard the cock that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the good of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 1. Macbeth, thou canst not say I did it, never shake thy gory locks at me. Lady Macbeth, oh, proper stuff, this is the very painting of your fear, this is the air-drawn dagger which you said led you to Duncan. Macbeth, prithee see there, behold, look, lo, how say you? The times have been that when the brains were out the man would die, and there an end, but now they rise again with 20 mortal murders on their crowns, and push us from our stools. Avaunt, and quit my sight, let the earth hide thee, thy bones are marrowless, thy blood is cold, thou hast no speculation in those eyes which thou dost glare with. Hence, horrible shadow, unreal mockery, hence. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. Glory. Glory is like a circle in the water, which never ceaseth to enlarge itself, till by broad spreading it disperse to naught. Shakespeare, from Henry VI, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 2. Glories like glowworms afar off shine bright, but looked too near have neither heat nor light. Webster, from The White Devil, Act 5, Scene 1. We rise in glory as we sink in pride, where boasting ends, there dignity begins. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 8. The glory dies not, and the grief is past. Bridges, from On the Death of Sir Walter Scott. God. What is this mighty breath, ye sages say, that in powerful language felt not heard instructs the fowls of heaven, and through their breast these arts of love diffuses? What but God? Inspiring God, who, boundless spirit all, and unremitting energy pervades, adjusts, sustains, and agitates the whole. Thompson, From the seasons, spring. The somewhat which we name but cannot know, even as we name a star and only see its quenchless flashings forth, which ever show and ever hide him, and which are not he. Watson, from Wordsworth's grave. A deity believed is joy begun, a deity adored is joy advanced, a deity beloved is joy matured. Each branch of piety delight inspires. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 8. Thou my all, my theme, my inspiration and my crown, my strength in age, my rise in low estate, my soul's ambition, pleasure, wealth, my world, my light in darkness and my life in death, my boast through time, bliss through eternity, eternity too short to speak thy praise, or fathom thy profound of love to man. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 4. Happy the man who sees a God employed in all the good and ill that check a life. Cowper, from the Task, Book 2. O thou whose certain eye foresees the fixed event of fate's remote decrees. Translation of Pope, from Odyssey, Book 4, Homer. From thee, great God, we spring, to thee we tend, path, motive, guide, original and end. Johnson, from the Rambler, number 7. Whatever is in its cause is just. Dryden, from Oedipus, Act 3, Scene 1. He that doth the ravens feed, yea, providently caters for the sparrow, be comfort to my age. Shakespeare, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 3. Who sees with equal eye as God of all a hero perished or a sparrow fall, atoms or systems into ruin hurled, and now a bubble burst, and now a world? Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 1. Yet I shall temper so justice with mercy as may illustrate most, them fully satisfied, and thee appease. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 10. God, from a beautiful necessity, is love. Tupper, from Of Immortality. Forth from his dark and lonely hiding place, portentous sight, the owlet Atheism, sailing on obscene wings athwart the noon, drops his blue-fringed lids and holds them close, and hooting at the glorious sun in heaven, cries out, "Where is it?" Coleridge, from Fears in Solitude. God sendeth and giveth both mouth and the meat. Tusser, from Points of Good Husbandry. 'Tis the providence alone secures in every change both mine and yours. Cowper, from a Fable. Give what thou canst, without thee we are poor, and with thee rich, take what thou wilt away. Cowper, from the Task, Winter Morning Walk. That God which ever lives and loves, one God, one law, one element, and one far-off divine event, to which the whole creation moves. Tennyson, from In Memoriam, Conclusion. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 25. The Gods. Good. Gratitude. The Grave. Greatness. The Gods. Who hearkens to the gods give ear. Homer, from the Iliad, Book 1, translated by Bryant. Shakes his ambrosial curls and gives the nod, the stamp of fate and sanction of the god. Homer, from the Iliad, Book 1, translated by Pope. High in the home of the summers, the seats of the happy mortals, shrouded in knee-deep blaze, unapproachable, there ever youthful Hebe, Harmony, and the daughter of Jove, Aphrodite, whirled in the white-linked dance with the gold-crowned hours and graces. Kingsley, from Andromeda. Or else flushed Ganymede, his rosy thigh half buried in the eagle's down, soul as a flying star shot through the sky above the pillared town. Tennyson, from Palace of Art. As sweet and musical as bright Apollo's lute, strung with his air, and when love speaks, the voice of all the gods make heaven drowsy with the harmony. Shakespeare, from Love's Labour's Lost, Act 4, Scene 2. Who knows not Circe, the daughter of the sun, whose charmed cup, whoever tasted, lost his upright shape, and downward fell into a grovelling swine? Milton, from Comus. Cupid is a knavish lad, thus to make poor females mad. Shakespeare, from Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 3, Scene 3. The senior, junior, giant dwarf, Dan Cupid, regent of love rhymes, lord of folded arms, the united sovereign of sighs and groans. Shakespeare, from Love's Labour's Lost, Act 3, Scene 1. No wonder Cupid is a murderous boy, a fiery archer making pain his joy. His dam, while fond of Mars, is Vulcan's wife, and thus twixt fire and sword divides her life. Meleager, from Greek Anthology. The gods are just, and of our pleasant voices make instruments to plague us. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act 5, Scene 3. Wilt thou draw near the nature of the gods? Draw near them, then, in being merciful. Sweet mercy is nobility's true badge. Shakespeare, from Titus Andronicus, Act 1, Scene 1. Good. What good I see humbly I seek to do, and live obedient to the law, in trust that what will come and must come shall come well. Arnold, from The Light of Asia. There shall never be one lost good, what was shall live as before. The evil is null, is naught, is silence implying sound. Browning, from Abt Vogler. Now, at a certain time, in pleasant mood, he tried the luxury of doing good. Crabbe, from Tales of the Hall, Book 3. 'Tis well said again, and 'tis a kind of good deed to say well, and yet words are no deeds. Shakespeare, from King Henry VIII, Act 3, Scene 2. Look round the habitable world, how few know their own good, or knowing it pursue. Dryden, from Juvenal, Satire 10. These are thy glorious works, parent of good. Milton from Paradise Lost. Gratitude. The still small voice of gratitude. Gray from For Music. A grateful mind by owing owes not, but still pays, at once indebted and discharged. Milton from Paradise Lost. I've heard of hearts unkind, kind deeds with coldness still returning. Alas, the gratitude of men hath oftener left me mourning. Wordsworth from Simon Lee. Beggar that I am even poor in thanks. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. The grave. There is a calm for those who weep, a rest for weary pilgrims found. They softly lie and sweetly sleep low in the ground. Montgomery from The Grave. Ah, the grave's a quiet bed. She shall sleep a pleasant sleep, and the tears that you may shed will not wake her. Therefore weep. Winter from The Last Scene. Oh, snatched away in beauty's bloom, on thee shall press no ponderous tomb, but on thy turf shall roses rear their leaves the earliest of the year, and the wild cypress wave in tender gloom. Lord Byron from Oh, Snatched Away. Yet shall thy grave with rising flowers be dressed, and the green turf lie lightly on thy breast. There shall the morn her earliest tears bestow, there the first roses of the year shall blow. Pope from Elegy to the Memory of an Unfortunate Lady. And from his ashes may be made the violet of his native land. Tennyson from In Memoriam, 18. Sweets to the sweet, farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not to have strewed thy grave. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 1. How loved, how honoured once, avails thee not, to whom related or by whom begot. A heap of dust alone remains of thee. 'Tis all thou art, and all the proud shall be. Pope from Elegy to the Memory of an Unfortunate Lady. Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 1. Brave Percy, fare thee well. Ill-weaned ambition, how much art thou shrunk, when that this body did contain a spirit. A kingdom for it was too small a bound, but now 2 paces of the vilest earth is room enough. Shakespeare from King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. Oft let me range the gloomy aisles alone, sad luxury, to vulgar minds unknown, along the walls where speaking marbles show what worthless form the hallowed mould below. Proud names, who once the reins of empire held, in arms who triumphed or in arts excelled, chiefs graced with scars and prodigal of blood, stern patriots who for sacred freedom stood, just men by whom impartial laws were given, and saints who taught and led the way to heaven. Tickell from On the Death of Mr. Addison. The solitary, silent, solemn scene, where Caesars, heroes, peasants, hermits lie, blended in dust together, where the slave rests from his labours, where the insulting proud resigns his powers, the miser drops his hoard, where human folly sleeps. Dyer from Ruins of Rome. Then to the grave I turned me to see what therein lay. 'Twas the garment of the Christian, worn out and thrown away. Cramacher from Death and the Christian. Greatness. The man is great, and he alone who serves a greatness not his own, for neither praise nor pelf, content to know and be unknown, whole in himself. Lord Lytton from A Great Man. He fought 1,000 glorious wars, and more than half the world was his, and somewhere now in yonder stars can tell, mayhap, what greatness is. Thackeray from The Chronicle of the Drum. Nothing can cover his high fame but heaven. No pyramid set off his memories, but the eternal substance of his greatness, to which I leave him. Beaumont and Fletcher, The False One, Act 2, Scene 1. Greatness on goodness loves to slide, not stand, and leaves for fortune's ice virtue's firm land. Knowles from Turkish History, under a portrait of Mustafa I. Such souls, whose sudden visitations daze the world, vanish like lightning, but they leave behind a voice that in the distance far away wakens the slumbering ages. Taylor from Philip van Artevelde, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 7. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations, Section 26. Grief, habit, hair, hand, happiness. Grief. Everyone can master grief but he that has it. Shakespeare. From Much Ado About Nothing, Act 3, Scene 2. The grief that does not speak whispers the awe-fraught heart and bids it break. Shakespeare. From Macbeth, Act 4, Scene 3. No words suffice the secret soul to show, for truth denies all eloquence to woe. Lord Byron. From The Corsair, Canto 3. No greater grief than to remember days of joy when misery is at hand. Dante. From Inferno, Canto 5. I am not mad, I would to heaven I were, for then 'tis like I should forget myself. Oh, if I could, what grief I should forget. Shakespeare. From King John, Act 3, Scene 4. Not to the grave, not to the grave, my soul, follow thy friend beloved, but in the lonely hour, but in the evening walk, think that he accompanies thy solitude. Think that he holds with thee mysterious intercourse, and though remembrance wake a tear, there will be joy in grief. Southey Habit. From the Dead Friend. Habit with him was all the test of truth. It must be right, I've done it from my youth. Crab. From the Borough, letter 3. How use doth breed a habit in a man? This shadowy desert, unfrequented woods, I'd better brook than flourishing peopled town. Shakespeare. From the Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 5, Scene 4. Hackneyed in business, wearied at the oar, which thousands once fast chained to quit no more. Cowper. From Retirement. Small habits, well pursued betimes, may reach the dignity of crimes. Hannah More. From Florio, Part 1. Ill habits gather by unseen degrees, as brooks make rivers, rivers run to seas. Ovid. Translation of Dryden. From Metamorphose, Book 15. Hair. Those curious locks so aptly twined, whose every hair a soul doth bind. Carew. From To A.L. Persuasions to Love. Beware of her fair hair, for she excels all women in the magic of her locks, and when she winds them round a young man's neck, she will not ever set him free again. Goethe. Translation of Shelley. From Faust. Scene, Walpurgis is night. Her glossy hair was clustered o'er a brow, bright with intelligence and fair and smooth. Lord Byron. From Don Juan, Canto 1. It was brown with a golden gloss, Jeanette. It was finer than silk of the floss, my pet. 'Twas a beautiful mist falling down to your wrist. 'Twas a thing to be braided and jewelled and kissed. 'Twas the loveliest hair in the world, my pet. Halpine. Miles O'Reilly. From Jeanette's hair. As she fled fast through sun and shade, the happy winds upon her played, blowing the ringlets from the braid. Tennyson. From Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere. Come, let me pluck that silver hair, which mid thy clustering curls I see. The withering type of time or care has nothing sure to do with thee. Watts. From The Grey Hair. Hand. Without the bed, her other fair hand was on the green coverlet, whose perfect white showed like an April daisy on the grass, with pearly sweat resembling dew of night. Shakespeare. From Lucretia. The hand of a woman is often in youth somewhat rough, somewhat red, somewhat graceless. In truth, does its beauty refine as its pulses grow calm, or as sorrow has crossed the life line in the palm? Lord Lytton. From Lucille, Part 1, Canto 3. Owen Meredith. They may seize on the white wonder of dear Juliet's hand. Shakespeare. From Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 3. As if the world and they were hand and glove. Cowper. From Table Talk. With an angry wafture of your hand, give sign for me to leave you. Shakespeare. From Julius Caesar, Act 2, Scene 1. Then join in hand, brave Americans all, by uniting we stand. by dividing we fall. Dickinson, from the Liberty Song, 1768. Happiness. Fixed to no spot is happiness sincere, 'tis nowhere to be found or everywhere, 'tis never to be bought, but always free. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 4. We're charmed with distant views of happiness, but near approaches make the prospect less. Yeldon, from Against Enjoyment. For it stirs the blood in an old man's heart, and makes his pulses fly, to catch the thrill of a happy voice and the light of a pleasant eye. Willis, from Saturday Afternoon. True happiness ne'er entered at an eye, true happiness resides in things unseen. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 8. Some place the bliss in action, some in ease, those call it pleasure, and contentment these. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 4. The spider's most attenuated thread is cord, is cable, to man's tender tie. On earthly bliss it breaks at every breeze. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 1. The way to bliss lies not on beds of down, and he that had no cross deserves no crown. Quarles, from Esther. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 27. Hate, heart, heaven, hell, help. Hate. Who love too much, hate in the like extreme. Homer, from the Odyssey, translation of Pope. These two hated with a hate found only on the stage. Lord Byron, from Don Juan, Canto 4. Heaven has no rage like love to hatred turned, nor hell a fury like a woman scorned. Congreve, from The Mourning Bride, Act 3, Scene 8. Heart. Oh, the heart is a free and a fetterless thing, a wave of the ocean, a bird on the wing. Pardo, from The Captive Greek Girl. His heart was one of those which most enamour us, wax to receive, and marble to retain. Lord Byron, from Beppo. There is an evening twilight of the heart, when its wild passion waves are lulled to rest. Halleck, from Twilight. Worse than a bloody hand is a bloody heart. Shelley, from The Cenci, Act 5, Scene 2. Who, for the poor renown of being smart, would leave a sting within a brother's heart? Young, from Love of Fame, Satire 2. Nor peace nor ease the heart can know, which, like the needle true, turns at the touch of joy or woe, but turning, trembles too. Greville, from A Prayer for Indifference. Here the heart may give a useful lesson to the head, and learning wiser grow without his books. Cooper, from The Task, Winter Walk at Noon. My heart is true as steel. Shakespeare, from A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act 2, Scene 1. Heaven. A heart bestowed on heaven alone. Lord Byron, from The Corsair. If God hath made this world so fair, where sin and death abound, how beautiful, beyond compare, will Paradise be found. Montgomery, from the earth full of God's goodness. This world is all a fleeting show, for man's illusion given. The smiles of joy, the tears of woe, deceitful shine, deceitful flow. There's nothing true but heaven. Moore, from Sacred Songs. The world is all a fleeting show. Beyond this vale of tears there is a life above, unmeasured by the flight of years, and all that life is love. Montgomery, from the Issues of Life and Death. No, no, I'm sure, my restless spirit never could endure to brood so long upon one luxury, unless it did, though fearfully, espy a hope beyond the shadow of a dream. Keats, from Endymion, Book 1. 'Tis sweet, as year by year we lose friends out of sight, in faith to muse how grows in Paradise our store. Cabell, from Burial of the Dead. Nor can his blessed soul look down from heaven, or break the eternal Sabbath of his rest. Dryden, from the Spanish Friar, Act 5, Scene 2. Just are the ways of heaven, from heaven proceed the woes of men, heaven doomed the Greeks to bleed. Homer, from the Odyssey, Book 8, translation of Pope. In man's most dark extremity, oft succor dawns from heaven. Scott, from the Lord of the Isles, Canto 1. The path of sorrow, and that path alone, leads to the land where sorrow is unknown. Cooper, from To an Afflicted Protestant Lady. Here bring your wounded hearts, here tell your anguish. Earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. Moore, from Sacred Songs. Come ye disconsolate. Hell. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. Dante, from Inferno, Canto 3. Which way shall I fly? Infinite wrath and infinite despair. Which way I fly is hell, myself am hell, and in the lowest deep, a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide, to which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 4. Long is the way, and hard, that out of hell leads up to light. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. Nor from hell one step no more than from himself can fly by change of place. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 4. When all the world dissolves, and every creature shall be purified, all places shall be hell that are not heaven. Marlowe, from Faustus. Help. Heaven forming each on other to depend, a master or a servant or a friend, bids each on other for assistance call, till one man's weakness grows the strength of all. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 2. Small service is true service while it lasts. Of humblest friends, bright creature, scorn not one. The daisy, by the shadow that it casts, protects the lingering dewdrop from the sun. Wordsworth, from In a Child's Album. What's gone and what's past help should be past grief. Shakespeare, from The Winter's Tale, Act 3, Scene 2. Help thyself, and God will help thee. Herbert, from Jaculata Prudentum. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 28. Heroism, Home, Hope, Horsemanship, Hospitality. Heroism. The hero is the world man in whose heart one passion stands for all the most indulged. Bailey. From Festus, Proem. The hero is not fed on sweets, daily his own heart he eats. Chambers of the great are jails, and headwinds right for royal sails. Emerson. From Essays, Heroism. Unbounded courage and compassion joined, tampering each other in the victor's mind, alternately proclaim him good and great, and make the hero and the man complete. Addison. From the Campaign. See, the conquering hero comes, sound the trumpet, beat the drums. Moral. From Orations of Joshua. The man that is not moved at what he reads, that takes not fire at the heroic deeds, unworthy of the blessings of the brave, is base in kind, and born to be a slave. Cowper. From Table Talk. Home. Domestic happiness, thou only bliss of paradise that has survived the fall. Cowper. From the Task, Book 3. The first sure symptom of a mind in health is the rest of heart and the pleasure felt at home. Young. From Night Thoughts, Night 8. To make a happy fireside climb to weans and wife, that's the true pathos and sublime of human life. Burns. From Epistle to Dr. Blacklock. For the whole world without a native home is nothing but a prison of larger room. Cowley. From To the Bishop of Lincoln. His native home deep imagined in his soul. Homer. Translation of Pope. From Odyssey, Book 13. Stay, stay at home, my heart, and rest. Home-keeping hearts are happiest. For those that wander, they know not where, are full of trouble and full of care. To stay at home is best. Longfellow. From Song. His home, the spot of earth supremely blest, a dearer, sweeter spot than all the rest. Montgomery. From West Indies, Part 3. At Christmas play and make good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. Tusser. From The Farmer's Daily Diet. He kept no Christmas house, for once a year each day his boards were filled with lordly fare. Green. From A Maiden's Dream. Alike all ages, dames of ancient days have led their children through the mirthful maze, and the gay grandsire, skilled in jesting lore, has frisked beneath the burden of 80. Goldsmith. The Traveller. Now stir the fire and close the shutters fast. Let fall the curtains, wheel the sofa round, and while the bubbling and loud hissing urn throws up a steamy column, and the cups that cheer but not inebriate wait on each, so let us welcome peaceful evening in. Cowper. From The Task. Winter Evening, Book 4. Hope. True hope is swift and flies with swallows' wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings. Shakespeare. From King Richard III, Act 5, Scene 2. Know then, whatever cheerful and serene supports the mind supports the body too. Hence the most vital movement mortals feel is hope, the balm and lifeblood of the soul. Armstrong, from Art Preserving Health, Book 4. O welcome pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings. Milton, from Comus. Hope, of all ills that men endure, the only cheap and universal cure. Hope, thou first fruits of happiness, thou gentle dawnings of a bright success. Brother of faith, twixt whom and thee the joys of heaven and earth divided be. Cowley, from For Hope. Hope, thou nurse of young desire. Bickerstaff, from Love in a Village, Act 1, Scene 1. Hope, like a cordial innocent, though strong, man's heart at once inspirits and serenes, nor makes him pay his wisdom for his joys. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 7. Hope, like the glimmering taper's light, adorns and cheers the way, and still as darker grows the night, emits a brighter ray. Goldsmith, from The Captivity, Act 2. Thy wish was father, Harry, to that thought. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 2. Cease every joy to glimmer on my mind, but leave, oh, leave the light of hope behind. Campbell, from The Pleasures of Hope, Part 2. Hope springs eternal in the human breast. Man never is, but always to be blessed. The soul uneasy and confined from home rests and expatiates in a life to come. Pope, from Essay on Man, Epistle 1. The wretched condemned with life to part, still on hope relies, and every pang that rends the heart bids expectations rise. Goldsmith, from The Captivity, Act 2. The miserable have no other medicine, but only hope. Shakespeare, from Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 1. To hope till hope creates from its own wreck the thing it contemplates. Shelley, from Prometheus, Act 4. Horsemanship. I saw young Harry with his beaver on, his cuisses on his thighs gallantly armed, rise from the ground like feathered Mercury, and vaulted with such ease into his seat, as if an angel dropped down from the clouds to turn and wind a fiery Pegasus, and witch the world with noble horsemanship. Shakespeare, from King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 4, Scene 1. Stand, Bayard, stand! The steed obeyed, with arching neck and bended head, and glancing eye and quivering ear, as if he loved his lord to hear. No foot Fitzjames in stirrup stayed, no grasp upon the saddle laid, but wreathed his left hand in the mane, and lightly bounded from the plain. Turned on the horse his armed heel, and stirred his courage with the steel. Bounded the fiery steed in air, the rider sate erect and fair. Then, like a bolt from steel crossbow, forth launched along the plain they go. Scott, from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 5. After many strains and heaves, he got up to the saddle eaves, from whence he vaulted into the seat, with so much vigour, strength, and heat, that he had almost tumbled over with his own weight, but did recover by laying hold of tail and mane, which off he used instead of rein. Butler. From Hudibras. Hospitality. You must come home with me and be my guest. You will give joy to me, and I will do all that is in my power to honour you. Shelley. From Hymn to Mercury. Sir, you are very welcome to our house. It must appear in other ways than words. Therefore I scant this breathing courtesy. Shakespeare. Merchant of Venice, Act 5, Scene 1. So saying, with dispatchful looks in haste, she turns on hospitable thoughts intent. Milton. From Paradise Lost, Book 5. This night I hold an old accustomed feast, whereto I have invited many a guest, such as I love, and you among the store, one more, most welcome, makes my number more. Shakespeare. From Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 2. The atmosphere breathes rest and comfort, and the many chambers seem full of welcomes. Longfellow. From Masque of Pandora. Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast. Shakespeare. From Comedy of Errors, Act 3, Scene 1. Oh, better no doubt is a dinner of herbs, when seasoned by love which no rancour disturbs, and sweetened by all that is sweetest in life, than turbot, bisque, ortolans eaten in strife. Lytton. Owen Meredith. From Lucille. Now good digestion wait on appetite, and health on both. Shakespeare. From Macbeth, Act 3, Scene 4. I often wish that I had clear for life £600 a year, a handsome house to lodge a friend, a river at my garden's end. Swift. From Imitation of Horace, Book 2, Sat 6. True friendship's laws are by this rule expressed. Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest. Translation of Pope by Homer from Odyssey, Book 15. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10, Poetical Quotations. Section 29. Humility, Hunting, Hypocrisy, Idleness, Illness. Humility. Humility, that low, sweet root, from which all heavenly virtues shoot. More from Loves of the Angels, the third angel's story. Content thyself to be obscurely good. When vice prevails and impious men bear sway, the post of honour is a private station. Addison, from Cato, Act 4, Scene 4. In a bondsman's key, with bated breath and whispering humbleness. Shakespeare, from Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. It is the witness still of excellency to put a strange face on his own perfection. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 2, Scene 3. God hath sworn to lift on high, who sinks himself by true humility. Keble, from Miscellaneous Poems, at Hooker's Tomb. Hunting. Soon as Aurora drives away the night, and edges eastern clouds with rosy light, the healthy huntsman, with the cheerful horn, summons the dogs and greets the dappled morn. Gay, from Rural Sports, Canto 2. Together, let us beat this ample field, try what the open, what the covert yield. Pope from Essay on Man, Epistle 1. My hoarse-sounding horn invites thee to the chase, the sport of kings. Imagine of war without its guilt. Somerville from The Chase. Contusion, hazarding of neck or spine, which rural gentlemen call sport divine. Cowper from Needless Alarm. My hawk is tired of perch and hood, my idle greyhound loathes his food, my horse is weary of his stall, and I am sick of captive thrall. I wish I were as I have been, hunting the hart in forests green, with bended bow and bloodhound free, for that's the life is meet for me. Scott from The Lady of the Lake, Lay of the Imprisoned Huntsman, Canto 6. Oh, what delight can a mortal lack, when he at once is firm on his horse's back, with his stirrups short and his snaffle strong, and the blast of the horn for his morning song. Proctor from The Hunter's Song. See from the brake the whirring pheasant springs, and mounts exulting on triumphant wings. Short is his joy, he feels the fiery wound, flutters in blood, and panting beats the ground. Pope from Windsor Forest. But as some muskets so contrive it, as oft to miss the mark they drive at, and though well aimed at duck or plover, bear wide and kick their owners over. Trumbull from McFinigal, Canto 1. Hypocrisy. Oh, for a 40 parson power to chant thy praise, hypocrisy! Oh, for a hymn, loud as the virtues thou dost loudly vaunt, not practice. Lord Byron from Don Juan, Canto 10. For neither man nor angel can discern hypocrisy, the only evil that walks invisible, except a God alone, by his permissive will through heaven and earth. Milton from Paradise Lost, Book 3. Away, and mark the time with fairest show, false face must hide what the false heart doth know. Shakespeare from Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. Oh, serpent heart, hid with a flowering face, did ever a dragon keep so fair a cave? Shakespeare from Romeo and Juliet, Act 3, Scene 2. Dissembling courtesy, how fine this tyrant can tickle where she wounds. Shakespeare from Cymbeline, Act 1, Scene 1. She that asks her dear 500 friends contemns them all, and hates their coming. Cowper from The Task, Book 2. He seemed, for dignity, composed and high exploit, but all was false and hollow. Milton from Paradise Lost, Book 2. He was a man who stole the livery of the court of heaven to serve the devil in. Pollock from Course of Time, Book 8. The devil can cite scripture for his purpose. An evil soul producing holy witness is like a villain with a smiling cheek, a goodly apple rotten at the heart. Oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath! Shakespeare from Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them that God bids us do good for evil, and thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen forth of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when most I play the devil. Shakespeare from King Richard III, Act 1, Scene 3. Oh, villain, villain, smiling damned villain! My tables, it is I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. That practised falsehood under saintly show, deep malice to conceal, couched with revenge. Milton from Paradise Lost, Book 4. Build God a church, and laughed his word to scorn. Cowper from Retirement. And the devil did grin, for his darling sin is pride that apes humility. Coleridge from The Devil's Thoughts. Oh, what may man within him hide, though angel on the outward side? Shakespeare from Measure for Measure, Act 3, Scene 2. 'Tis too much proved that with devotion's visage and pious action we do sugar o'er the devil himself. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. I waive the quantum o'er the sin, the hazard of concealing, but, it hardens her within, and petrifies the feeling. Burns from Epistle to a Young Friend. Idleness. 'Tis the voice of the sluggard. I heard him complain, "You have waked me too soon. I must slumber again." Watts from The Sluggard. Sloth views the towers of fame with envious eyes, desirous still impotent to rise. Shenstone from The Judgment of Hercules. Their only labour was to kill the time, and labour dire it is, and weary woe. They sit, they loll, turn o'er some idle rhyme, then rising sudden to the glass they go, or saunter forth with tottering step and slow. This soon too rude an exercise they find. Straight on the couch their limbs again they throw, where hours on hours they sighing lie reclined, and court the vapoury god, soft breathing in the wind. Thompson from The Castle of Indolence, Canto 1. Leisure is pain. Take off our chariot wheels. How heavily we drag the load of life. Blessed leisure is our curse, like that of Cain. It makes us wander earth around, to fly that tyrant thought. Young from Night Thoughts, Night 2. To sigh, yet feel no pain. To weep, yet scarce know why. To sport an hour with beauty's chain, then throw it idly by. More from The Blue Stocking. The keenest pangs the wretched find are rapture to the dreary void, the leafless desert of the mind, the waste of feelings unemployed. Lord Byron from The Giaour. A lazing, lolling sort, unseen at church, at senate, or at court, of ever listless idlers, that attend no cause, no trust, no duty, and no friend. There too, my Paridel, she marked thee there, stretched on the rack of a too-easy chair, and heard thy everlasting yawn. confess the pains and penalties of idleness. Pope from the Dunciad, Book 4. An idler is a watch that wants both hands, as useless if it goes as if it stands. Cowper from Retirement. There is no remedy for time misspent, no healing for the waste of idleness, whose very languor is a punishment, heavier than active souls can feel or guess. De Vere from Sonnet. For Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do. Watts from Song 20. Illness. As man, perhaps, the moment of his breath, receives the lurking principle of death, the young disease that must subdue at length, grows with his growth and strengthens with his strength. Pope from Essay on Man, Epistle 2. Diseases, desperate grown by desperate appliance, are relieved, or not at all. Shakespeare from Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 3. So when a raging fever burns, we shift from side to side by turns, and 'tis a poor relief we gain to change the place but keep the pain. Watts from Hymns and Spiritual Songs, Book 2, Hymn 146. Long pains are light ones, cruel ones are brief. Sax from Compensation. Then, with no throbs of fiery pain, no cold gradations of decay, death broke at once the vital chain, and freed his soul the nearest way. Johnson from Verses on Robert Levet. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The World's Best Poetry, Volume 10. Poetical Quotations. Section 30. Imagination, Immortality, Inconstancy, Ingratitude, Imagination. Within the soul a faculty abides, that with interpositions which would hide and darken, so can deal that they become contingencies of pomp, and serve to exalt her native brightness, as the ample moon in the deep stillness of a summer even, rising behind a thick and lofty grove, burns like an unconsuming fire of light in the green trees, and kindling on all sides, their leafy umbrage turns the dusky veil into a substance glorious as her own. Wordsworth, from The Excursion, Book 4. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightness heaven of invention. Shakespeare, from King Henry V, Chorus. Hark his hands the lyre explore, bright-eyed fancy hovering o'er, scatters from her pictured urn thoughts that breathe and words that burn. Gray, from Progress of Poesy. One of those passing rainbow dreams, half light, half shade, which fancy's beams paint on the fleeting mists that roll in trance or slumber round the soul. More, from Lalla Rookh. Of its own beauty is the mind diseased, and fevers into false creation where Where are the forms the sculptor's soul hath seized? In him alone can nature show so fair. Where are the charms and virtues which we dare conceive in boyhood and pursue as men? The unreached paradise of our despair, which o'er-informs the pencil and the pen, and overpowers the page where it would bloom again. Byron, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. We figure to ourselves the thing we like, and then we build it up, as chance will have it, on the rock or sand. For thought is tired of wandering o'er the world, and home-bound fancy runs her bark ashore. Taylor, from Philip van Artevelde, Part 1, Act 1, Scene 5. Hamlet. My father, methinks I see my father. Horatio. Oh, where, my lord? Hamlet. In my mind's eye, Horatio. Shakespeare. From Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. Presentiment is that long shadow on the lawn, indicative that suns go down, the notice to the startled grass that darkness is about to pass. Dickinson, from Poems. Immortality. To be no more, sad cure, for who would lose, though full of pain, this intellectual being, those thoughts that wander through eternity, to perish rather, swallowed up and lost in the wide womb of uncreated night, devoid of sense and motion. Milton, from Paradise Lost, Book 2. Death is delightful, death is dawn, the waking from a weary night of fevers unto truth and light. Miller, from Even So. No, the energy of life may be kept on after the grave, but not begun. And he who flagged not in the earthly strife, from strength to strength advancing, only he, his soul well knit, and all his battles won, mounts, and that hardly to eternal life. Arnold, from Immortality. God keeps a niche in heaven to hold our idols, and albeit he breaks them to our faces, and denied that our close kisses should impair their white, I know we shall behold them raised complete, the dust swept from their beauty glorified, new Memnon singing in the great God light. Browning, from Futurity with the Departed. The wisest men are glad to die, no fear of death can touch a true philosopher. Death sets the soul at liberty to fly. May, from Continuation of Lucan. Alas, for love, if thou art all, and naught beyond, O earth. Hemans, from The Graves of a Household. 'Tis not the whole of life to live, nor all of death to die. Montgomery, from The Issues of Life and Death. Since heaven's eternal year is thine. Dryden, from Elegy on Mrs. Killigrew. Inconstancy. Look as I blow this feather from my face, and as the air blows it to me again, obeying with my wind when I do blow, and yielding to another when it blows, commanded always by the greater gust. Such is the likeness of you common men. Shakespeare, from King Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 1. Sigh no more, ladies, sigh no more. Men were deceivers ever. One foot in sea and one on shore, to one thing constant and never. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 2, Scene 3. There is no music in a voice, there is but one and still the same. Inconstancy is but a name. to fright poor lovers from a better choice. Rutter, from Shepherd's Holiday. The fraud of men was ever so, since summer first was leafy. Shakespeare, from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 2, Scene 3. Love ne'er should die. One object lost, another should succeed, and all our life be love. Brown, from Pastorals. There are three things a wise man will not trust: the wind, the sunshine of an April day, and woman's plighted faith. Southey, from Madoc. Who trusts himself to woman or to waves should never hazard what he fears to lose. Old Mixon, from Governor of Cyprus. Away, away, you're all the same, a flattering, smiling, jilting throng. Oh, by my soul, I burn with shame to think I've been your slave so long. Moore, from Song. Frailty, thy name is woman. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. Hamlet. Is this a prologue or the posy of a ring? Ophelia. 'Tis brief, my lord. Hamlet. As woman's love. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2. Framed to make woman false. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act 1, Scene 3. To beguile many and be beguiled by one. Shakespeare, Othello, Act 4, Scene 1. Oh, ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe all tears, why she, even she, O God, a beast that wants discourse of reason, would have mourned longer, married with my uncle, my father's brother. Shakespeare, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2. Trust not a man, we are by nature false, dissembling, subtle, cruel, and inconstant. When a man talks of love, with caution hear him, but if he swears, he'll certainly deceive thee. Otway, from The Orphan. Nay, women are frail too, aye, as the glasses where they view themselves, which are as easy broken as they make forms. Shakespeare, from Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 4. In part to blame is she, which hath without consent been only tried. He comes too near that comes to be denied. Overbury, from A Wife. The heart, yes, I wore it, as sign and as token of a love that once gave it, a vow that was spoken. But a love and a vow and a heart can be broken. Proctor, from Hearts. A love that took an early root and had an early doom. Hervey, from The Devil's Progress. Or as one nail by strength drives out another, so the remembrance of my former love is by a newer object quite forgotten. Shakespeare, from Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 2, Scene 4. All love may be expelled by other love, as poisons are by poisons. Dryden, from All for Love. At lovers' perjuries they say Jove laughs. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2. Fool not to know that love endures no tie, and Jove but laughs at lovers' perjury. Dryden, from Palamon and Arcite, Book 2. They that do change old love for new pray gods they change for worse. Peele, from the arraignment of Paris, Cupid's curse. Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable. Shakespeare, from Romeo and Juliet, Act II, Scene 2. To be once in doubt is once to be resolved. Shakespeare, from Othello, Act III, Scene 3. Ingratitude. I hate ingratitude more in a man than lying, vainness, babbling, drunkenness, or any taint of vice. Shakespeare, from Twelfth Night, Act III, Scene 1. He that's ungrateful has no guilt but one. All other crimes may pass for virtues in him. Young, from Busiris. Ah, how unjust to nature and himself is thoughtless, thankless, inconsistent man. Young, from Night Thoughts, Night 2. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Shakespeare, from King Lear, Act I, Scene 4. Inn. Shall I not take mine ease in mine inn? Shakespeare, from Henry IV, Part 1, Act III, Scene 3. Now musing o'er the changing scene, farmers behind the tavern screen collect with elbows idly pressed. On hob reclines the corner's guest, reading the news to mark again the bankrupt list or price of grain. Puffing the while his red-tipped pipe, he dreams o'er troubles nearly ripe, yet winter's leisure to regale, hopes better times, and sips his ale. Clare, from the Shepherd's Calendar. Souls of poets dead and gone, what Elysium have ye known, happy field or mossy cavern, choicer than the Mermaid Tavern? Keats, from Lines on the Mermaid Tavern. Now spurs the lated traveller apace to gain the timely inn. Shakespeare, from Macbeth, Act III, Scene 3. Whoe'er has travelled life's dull round, where'er his stages may have been, may sigh to think he still has found the warmest welcome at an inn. Shenstone, from Written on a Window of an Inn. End of section 30.